to overturn Chicago as a libertarian candidate for mayor. He also ran for Congress in the 16th district here in Illinois. We're trying to liberate Illinois, liberate Chicago. I got to hate that. So I got to have a life of some sort, I suppose. Try to make it fair and last. Meet my friends in the real world. But I'm leaving you with what I would call low IQ burnout. And don't confuse the nose piercings. I'm undercover. What do you think? Got a couple of those for my friends on St. Patty's Day. Like the live stream. I got to hit out my friends, but I hope you enjoy forever. Rebel Shalom. Quality forever.
Would you say that the girl was 13 years old? Y'all know what circle I'm talking about? Oh my God. Sing the line. How does it go? I didn't know she was only 13. It was a young girl heartbreak. It's like her dad was like the limo driver or something like that. They had like several lyrics last night, and I was like, well, was none of the lyrics when they were actually 13? They were already over like 17, 18. They were at least in their 20s when that song came out. Okay, yeah, that was that. I was the rage, adolescent. Yes, that one and Do Me Baby. I was like, when they started, I was like, oh, it's my dad. When they got to that lyric, I was like, wait a minute. I was like, there. Love shit that got woke. Right, in the middle of my jamming, I was like, oh, not right. Say it ain't so. Not the way you got it fresh on. Exactly. Who that was said they were running out all night? I'm not riding. I'm at my aunt's house. That should be on National. Oh, okay. Close to the 138, like Terror. So it was 138, yeah. Close to the 138. I asked Johnny's, how did Tony do, and how did Boys to Men do? Was it good? Yeah, it was good, but you know, Tony, I like her. I don't like her live because you can't hear her over the music. You know, that tone that she has and how she does that, you can't hear it. And so, like, the only time you could really hear her is when she did, like, really spontaneous ad-libs. But, and there was no music, like, behind it. But she did have a touching moment. She sang a song and dedicated it to her sister. Since it was in D.C., that's like their home, coming home. So she got choked up during that, and that was emotional. Her wardrobe changes were nice. But overall, I didn't like the style of the show because they integrated into each other's sets instead of doing like Tony Braxton set, then a Boyz II Men set. It was like they swapped in and out, and it kind of got a little annoying. It made me feel like I was like watching like a Broadway review type of cruise show, cruise ship type of performance at times. But other than that, like Boyz II Men was singing good. I did not realize though, Wanye yells and hollers and does nothing but runs. He got on my nerves, and he's got a gut and continue to gyrate all night, and it just looked offensive. Like it was like by the fourth time they performed, I was like, if he gyrates one more time, I'm gonna lose it, because it just looked like an old man, you know, doing something. I was just like, stop it. But I never realized that that's all he does is run until I watched him sing all his little parts, and it's just like run after run after run, and they would stop the music and he'd do it a cappella, and I was just like, oh God, like he's just hollering. But and it was like a homecoming for Johnny Gill, so he did like a little extra, and he did like a whole cappella singing that after a while it was just like, all right, next. Like your review, that's a real, you should write something up. We've got a real good, I don't give a fuck review to this show. Thank Boyz II Men would come back on stage and be like the background vocals. Like they did that for one of Toni Braxton's songs, and then they did that for Ralph Tresvant's song, which was really neat because when he sang "Do What I Gotta Do," he like the song started and everybody was like, "Oh," you know, because they realized what he was about to do, and then he was like, "Boyz II Men, help me," and then they came out and started singing the background, and it was neat. Like Boyz II Men had, Ralph Tresvant, out of all of them, when they did like their solo stuff, he had a set. Like for his first one, he had like one of those like Chase Lounge type of things, and he had the women all decked around it, and it like came up from the floor, and you were like, okay. And then for, I want to say it might have been Sensitivity, one of his other songs, he had like a little desk on there, and he was sitting at the desk like he was working. It was kind of cute. But I didn't realize it, but I should have foreseen it. He's really into like a Hugh Hefner type of style. Like he had like the smoking jacket on, you know, the see-through pajama top with the medallion and showing his hair down to his navel and stuff. And it just made me really feel like that's the age that I'm at. Like everybody, all the men's suits had sequins, and I can remember being younger and like seeing like the Temptations and the OJs, and I was just like, Lord, I was like, that's what old people wear. Well, here I am, you know, welcome to my 50s, because every suit had like sequins for the men. So, you know, that's the era that I'm at. But other than that, Ronnie still got the moves. Like you can't tell him that he's not the best dancer out of New Edition. I might be biased, but whatever. Bobby Brown, he sang most of his stuff. He did some of the choreography, but I appreciate it. I was just happy he was there. He kept taking breaks, but the breaks weren't obvious, like the way they moved from song to song. It wasn't like you didn't realize Bobby was gone. But then when he came back, you realized he was there. And I think out of all of the individual sets, whenever Bobby Brown came back out, the crowd went wild. It's like when Tony would come up there, you could tell people would be like, "You want something from the concession?" Or they would sit down. Like when Tony came in, I was like, "It's DC," you know. But whenever and they would kind of do the same for Boyz II Men. But when either New Edition would come up or Bobby Brown would come back out and do his thing, everybody like got to their feet. You know, like, oh my God, this is what we wait for. So overall, it was really good.
Let me ask you one more question. Sorry, let me ask you another question. So a friend's gonna take her daughter. Did you see a lot of like mothers with their daughters or fathers with their daughter, like a cross generation in the crowd, or was it us? Was it grown folk?
I saw some like teenagers and some young 20-year-olds that were there, and I have to be honest, people were looking at them like, why are y'all here? But then I also saw people that were like in their like mid-60s, and I was looking at them like, why are y'all here? You know, so.
That was their time too, right?
What'd you say?
Well, they were like in during that time when that band was hot.
Right, but these 20-somethings, they don't know that music.
Nah, I work with adolescents, and you'd be surprised. A lot of them love our Gen X choice in music.
Really?
A lot of them don't. Yeah, a lot of them don't like the music that's coming out of their generation. And a lot of it goes viral on TikTok, like Telephone Man and all that shit. Yeah, these kids know.
Yeah, my little plays in the Valley 20s and shit, like all the old school shit.
It's because
I don't know, so I'm paying that shit, go to a concert, but I'm sorry, that, yeah.
No, I'm just gonna say, they made that docu-series about New Edition.
Oh, that's right,
when we were in our, like, adolescence years, and that had a hold on us, so then we all started, like...
That's true, because that did, like...
It was very
popular. Like the inflection point, yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so...
But I was better than singing Telephone Man for months.
We appreciate you, Johnny. That was a very detailed, and I think that some people I like what you described when different artists perform at different times, because people will leave, like, let's say people came to see New Edition and they went on second. They leave it. But if they know that it's that style of you never know who's gonna come on next, it keeps the people inside the building. But it works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't work. So it sounds to me you didn't like the mix up when they come on.
It wasn't.
Hey.
It was annoying in the beginning, but say an hour into it, you just appreciated it, and then you would just guess my next. But the part that got annoying to me was sometimes the transition, like whoever they used to do like the set list and to do the transitions, they weren't like super good at it, in my opinion. Like when they did If It Isn't Love, instead of it like having like a nice transition to the next song, they did almost like a showbiz version where they like slow it down. And you know, because If It Isn't Love is like upbeat, and it was like If It Isn't Love, like they slowed it down to go to like the next song, and I was just like, what the hell, you know? But and then like some of the choreography for the dancers, because like aside from like Toni Braxton, the rest of the groups, they all use the same dancers, and I just thought that the dancers could have been a little better. But I think between like Beyonce, Kendrick Lamar, and Chris Brown's, which were like the shows that I had recently seen, I think I might have set the bar too high. So when I'm looking at these folks, I was just like,
yeah, you know, that really was damn near 60. You was expecting them to be
not the performers, the dancers. I expect the dancers to dance a little harder, because like the performers, they're gonna have to do it anyway. But I just felt like they picked super easy steps, and it was a lot of repetition of like when it's bad. Like I haven't danced at a certain level since my 20s, and I'm looking at what they're doing and calling out steps like shuffle ball change, grapevine. You know, like I'm doing stuff like that. When I'm looking at the steps. And I was like subconsciously I was doing it, and when I realized I was doing it, I was like, these steps are way too easy. Like I could have did their choreography.
It was the budget though. It was the budget. When you compared Chris Brown.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, it was the budget.
So are you going? What's the next concert? Because I'm going to the Boys for Life tour. I done came to the conclusion. That's what I'm gonna do. I want to see Baby Blue fat ass on the stage with no shirt on, gyrating.
Wait, who's
person?
Whose tour is that?
It's B2K, Pretty.
Oh no, I don't have the patience for that.
What you mean?
They weren't really.
Yeah, that's what
I love Pretty.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah,
I can't wait. They coming to Atlanta on the 9th of April.
Yeah.
I cannot.
Spectacular, the only one that's still in shape that can do all the moves. They said that's because he gay, so he got to stay to keep it right. Spectacular was still doing the whole hip roll. He was doing everything. He was still young.
Yeah, he been going viral for putting that shirt in his crotch.
And Pleasure Peak is still holding it to him, so it's fine.
I didn't know Spectacular gay.
No, you know, he's just like
He always dancing with his shirt off still, right?
Well, he dance like a Florida. That's how the old school Florida niggas dance.
Hello?
That's what they do. They pop booties and gyrate. That doesn't mean they gay.
When you see him, when you go to the show and see the costume he wearing or everybody else wearing, then he'll see.
I've been watching it on TikTok.
He got his hip bone cut out of the pants, the leather pants.
Like a stripper. He like a stripper.
He dressed like a male stripper.
Well, I can't wait to see it, because I just want to see Baby Blue fat ass on stage with no shirt on in person gyrating. I just got to see it for myself.
Yeah, I went with my sister, my older sister, because she used to listen to Pretty Ricky when I was younger. That's why I even started liking the niggas. And we went to go see.
Oh, the time check.
I remember when they came out, and I was older, so I just looked at them like little boy be grown.
Oh, Marion got an A cup. Have y'all seen that? Like, he got titties now. I don't appreciate
Yeah. Well, other than that bombing that happened on the island, but I don't think nothing else has happened so far.
Did the bombing disrupt anything, or did it stop Iran from wanting to do anything? What's going on?
I was hearing it was like a more of a warning shot to let them know like we can really bomb the oil reserves and I think some process on that island. They use the island to push the oil. It's a lot going on with the island and their oil supply. So the guy was saying it was more of a warning shot to let them know like next time we totally dismantle that island and they'll set them back for like decades as far as oil production.
I know they have allowed certain Indian ships through the strait. So, have y'all discussed that at all?
No, nobody has. I think India and China, right, is allowed to come through the strait.
Correct. They're allowing certain countries limited movement, but you know that they're not considered a threat. They're allowed into the strait.
Y'all got quiet? Y'all talked yourselves out? Y'all good?
Yeah, we good, man. I mean, we was talking about the concert.
I know, I was here for it.
What's the last concert you went to, First Lady?
MC Hammer.
Girl, what?
How long ago?
Are you serious?
I mean, we talking about secular? Yes.
Oh, you know the church concert.
Not the revival.
Hello?
Okay.
Jonathan Reynolds, Anthony, I can't think of his last name.
Did you see Kirk? Have you been to
Franklin?
Yeah, with Kirk and the Tamil. It's a good time. You should go.
I'm okay.
I can imagine the Kirk Franklin concert probably is lit.
It's lit.
I can imagine that.
Him and the man, they tear that stage up and
I actually wanted to go to their camp. I had signed my name on. What's going on? Have you heard of Elevation?
Elevation camp. Well, I'm a heathen, so of course I wouldn't know anything about it.
Yeah, I'm kind of removed, so I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, they pretty large group from a lot of different places, all combined into one.
What denomination is it? Or they all different?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I would say, based off of the diversity, I would definitely say it's not denomination.
That's I love that.
But the way that the music comes together is really good. Because it's like a mixture. Anyway. But let's stay focused.
Let's stay focused. Hold on.
That's the one thing that I can't let go of. Even though I'm a heathen, I still love me some good gospel music.
Brooklyn, you and me both. Like, it's something about it.
My heart.
I get to those moves and just remind me of being a little girl going through the country.
Me
too.
too.
Dress.
Yeah, they remind me the 2 hours again? Because I don't, what is going on?
I don't know. He said he can use his 20 minutes however he sees fit. So, he said don't rush the process.
What did y'all do today? I missed it.
Let the cake cook as a show. What did we do to him? Oh, who knows? You know, it doesn't take much to temper him. So.
It was me, my fault. Too much bravado.
Mitch, what did you get locked up for, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, my Atlanta. You back on him again? No, Meech, don't.
Yeah, but Dan's gonna come back and he's gonna start talking crazy.
I just said it was a drugs or armed robbery. I just
So there was an explosion or something over at a synagogue or a Jewish school in Amsterdam. These people really going crazy.
There was a what now?
It was some kind of, I don't know if it was like a little something. Over at a Jewish school in Amsterdam.
See, that's the thing. Like, I wanted to go to a concert, but maybe they won't fuck with a black people concert. But I'm scared to be outside. Like, my mom tried to go to the mall today. I'm like, bitch, I ain't going to no motherfucking mall. You got me fucked up.
I think it's safe to do black things, though. Because last time the U.S. and Iran was in conflict, Iran released the black hostages. I don't know if you guys heard of that. It was like years ago. But I don't think they would attack a heavily populated black area, but you know.
The moment that you start thinking you know is the moment that you find out you don't know.
Also, the 70s when they had hostages, they showed black hostages too, and they released them and kept all the white ones.
Yeah, they released all of them except one. One was a military experience.
Sure.
How did we get here?
We know
What you mean, Sean? You know we're not scared of no damn Iran. I'm scared of bombs and guns and shit. I don't know what kind of gangster you are. But I ain't that kind of gangster, buddy. I'm scared.
Somebody said I'm back. What that mean? But I'm with Maya. That's what I wanted to comment. Maya said that it's not a good time for crowds. I'm not gonna put that on nobody else, but for me, that's how I am. That's where I'm at. I just don't want to be, in
That's a smart way to move, though, for real.
Can you get up, Mike? I don't know. You tell me, can you get up?
I feel what I feel.
You said the same
Listen, and I don't know why, may I?
You want to come upstairs?
I don't know Mike. Do you know Mike?
I don't know Mike neither.
So why do you wait?
It said, can I get up? And it was interesting to me. You let this motherfucking speak up. Somebody.
Robert, I'm cool.
That's the
I like it. You like that video? Can you hear me or am I in the matrix?
What kind of drug is
I
it?
can't hear you.
Let me
And don't come back.
Is that Giants? Blanket?
Bills.
Oh, Bills. Okay.
Sorry.
What kind of dog is it?
Yeah.
What kind of dog?
He's a brindle color. He is a mix between a Chihuahua and a Shih Tzu.
Cute.
And I have another dog, Winston, who that guy's name is Walter. I have another dog, Winston.
He's on the third picture.
Oh, you. Yeah, the black and white one.
Okay. Well, he looks kind of brown.
That's exactly what I be telling Americans, bro.
Well, my mom's name is Cynthia and Reese. So if anybody want to know, Cynthia and Reese.
I'm sorry, I'm old and loving dogs is all I have left. I'm just kidding.
I really am.
Go to Thailand, bro. Get you one of them little. No, I'm going to talk about the room topic, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. What you want to say, Mike? Go ahead. Please don't say nothing.
Well, I mean, if you guys are already having a conversation, I'm not trying to interrupt.
Alright,
that's great, Mike. Get out the way there, bro.
And we can't hear this Dominican over here, so you can go ahead and say what you need to say.
There is no war as far as the United States is concerned. Congress has to declare war, and they have not officially declared war. Trump is a fucking idiot in unilaterally, illegally bombing sovereign nations with the genocidist Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a literal insane person, killing all kinds of people illegally in the United States. I'm asking you a question.
You're not going to do anything but be quiet.
So I'm a Marine. I know about the military structure and shit. Oh, he's atheist. I don't do politics because it's gross and 90% illegal. But what we did as a country represents us as a country. And our president is embarrassing. Nah, you're an atheist, correct? Can you please state your faith or?
We agree with you, Mike. He is very embarrassing. You got no evidence. You in the basement. We can't hear you. You gotta come out the basement. Go outside. We can't hear that shit that you talking about.
Hello.
Anyway, Mike, I agree.
Mike, are you an atheist? Mike,
Sean said they did this with Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Really?
And I was there. So, unless there's illegal orders, I'll follow them. But if we're talking about defending and actively suppressing a good threat that we have intelligence for, fine. What Donald Trump did twice was because he was a baby man and wanted to bomb something. Why y'all always focus on Donald Trump?
Because he's the fucking president, idiot.
No, you just say the president, but you know how many idiots? POTUS can act if there's an imminent threat without congressional approval, but there was no imminent threat, all right? Imminent threat, do you know what that means?
We know what it means.
Yeah, I'm just asking, what's his fuck? It's like an imminent threat of a nuclear launch against the United States, or an invasion, or anything like that. There was no imminent threat. Donald Trump bombed the sovereign nation because he could. Oh, the people were so happy over there. You're right. Yeah. The citizens were so happy over there in Iran. That has nothing to do with it. Yeah, you see? I didn't even say anything. What has nothing to do with it? You see? You know what I'm talking about, Mike. That's why I told y'all on this app. I don't even have to argue with you, Mike. And you move somewhere else? Yeah, so you can create your own false reality, right? You need me to go so you can live in your bubble. I understand, Mike.
He's an immigrant against us.
This is why I come on the mic. This is why I come on the app. Because I'm here to remind you, Mike. No, I meant they're not living in a fairy tale world. You have to answer the people like me in the real world, okay? I shift your position wherever you are so you don't sound like you're in the Matrix?
I am in the Matrix. I'm Neo. I'm here to break you out of your...
Alright.
He's an immigrant against immigration. You can't take him seriously, please.
I don't know. I tend to take everyone seriously until they give me a reason to not take them
You
seriously.
can't take him
Mike, everything about my life, ironically enough, is so serious, Mike.
And nothing about
I have a very serious job position, Mike. People's lives literally depend on me, Mike. I am just a clown because I'm Dominican, that's all.
Where do you work at?
I am a director in my field. I'm a director.
He works in the clubhouse.
I keep people safe in New York City. I'm one of the first responders. Look, Brooklyn. You mean that? Brooklyn. And
Yeah, interview would be better if he was the first responder.
no, T-Mobile is having a bad time. Okay?
I'm on T-Mobile too, and my
No, you're not. No, you're not. Me no why, me no blah.
Just call him Little Pump.
Go ahead.
Ain't not a little bump. You know that. Well, I was gonna say, I wanted to ask, how deep in the Matrix would you say I am right now? On a scale of 1 to 10.
all the way.
Okay.
How deep in the Matrix would you say that I am?
All the way.
Crazy.
I feel bored right now. This is
Alright. This conversation is off the hinges. What's happening? I don't feel like getting yelled at again today. Please, find a ground.
Oh my God, okay.
You can't man go through a 38-minute monologue, but she still added 20 more minutes back to it? What's going on? You don't remember that? I remember. And how he said we messed up the wrong. Are you saying bruh?
No, it's my soundboard.
Hey, yo, what the fuck is this, Mark?
Did your soundboard just pass gas?
Yeah, it's
Alright,
Why are you
let's get back to
doing that
the
right
topic.
now?
Mike,
I have 32,000 over. Alright,
Yeah.
one mic on first.
Yeah,
You should have put his ass meow down.
oh, good.
Yeah.
You know what's up?
Oh my God. Alright. Let me read something for the people though. What we got? Damn, I lost it. Stand by.
Now you got to do better than that, Devon. What you kind of shit you mean?
White, black.
I hit the back button by accident. Alright, today is September March 14th. Today's Saturday, March 14th. Strike on Card Island. President Trump announced the U.S. military has totally obliterated military targets on Card Island, Iran's primary oil export hub. U.S. Embassy, a missile struck a helipad within the U.S. Embassy compound in Baghdad. No injuries reported. Military casualties. The Pentagon confirmed all 6 crew members died in the crash of U.S. KC-135 refueling plane in western Iraq. Fuel prices. Crude oil is $100 a barrel as the war disrupts global supplies. The White House is doing a waiver of the Jones Act to help lower domestic fuel costs. North Korean missile launch. South Korea reports North Korea fired approximately 10 missiles towards the sea in a show of force. Rocket Man is back at it. Government shutdown continues. The partial shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security is approaching its 1-month mark. TSA workers missed their first full paycheck on Friday. We have the synagogue attack investigation. The FBI confirmed the suspect in the Michigan synagogue attack died by suicide. Investigators are looking into potential family ties to Hezbollah. And we have Old Dominion shooting. A suspect who previously served jail time for supporting ISIS was charged in a shooting at the university that left 1 dead and 2 hurt. We had a strong chemical smell caused by an overheated circuit board. Excuse me.
About
to the temporary ground stop at major DC airports, including Reagan National and Dulles. Federal Reserve legal battle. A federal judge blocked the DOJ criminal probe into the Federal Reserve, describing the subpoenas issued to Chair Jerome Powell as political, quote unquote. Politics and culture, Kennedy Center departure. President Trump announced that Richard Grenell is stepping down as head of the Kennedy Center as the complex prepares for a major renovation. Artemis II moon mission. NASA's reported targeted date of April 1st for the launch of its first crewed mission to the moon. Are they going back? Since 1972. We have Razzie Awards. The film War of the World starring Ice Cube swept the awards, winning 5 Razzies for the year's worst movie. Yeah, I did not watch that. One of the year's worst movie. They did a remake of the War of the Worlds. Cube is in it. I flipped by it. I didn't check it out. And we have March Madness. Stand by. The SEC basketball tournament continues today with the semifinals featuring Kentucky, Tennessee to all these sports fans. That's it. Plenty to talk about. I'm going on mute. Stay on top.
That was good. Wait a minute.
I'm sorry. I want to go back to the man that threatened the synagogue. I heard that his family got killed in Iran, and that's why he did it. That's what I heard. Like his brother,
Lebanon.
like 2 of his brothers, Lebanon. His brothers got killed, and his sister-in-law was injured or whatever. So.
And the FBI has information that he possibly had previously before for working or being connected to Hezbollah. Sorry.
They probably just saying that he was connected to Hezbollah to fucking.
Well, no, they're saying this was previous, but not recent.
You can't assume everything is.
Have you been drinking today, Mike?
Is that obvious? Shit.
No worries. I appreciate your honesty.
I swear to God, I'm not trolling. I'm just drunk. I'm sorry. I got really good scotch, and I had to drink.
Oh, what kind of scotch you got?
Mike, do you believe the AI connected?
Are you in the right one,
Right, you've got to fix your internet.
I can't, bro.
What about your phone? Is it?
I'm gonna move to the audience.
Oh my God.
It's the first time. It's the first time.
Let me help you out. Okay, go ahead, Mom.
What was I talking about?
When I said stay on topic, but go ahead. What kind of scotch you drink?
Oh, McAllen 15. McAllen 15.
Pinching.
Okay. Yeah, McAllen 15. McAllen 15 is Scottish. Well, all Scotch is Scottish, but oak barrels, a little bit of fruit, brewed for 50 years. And I've never had it before. It was a $200 bottle of Scotch. And I was like, let me give it a shot. And it's very fucking good.
Did you drink the whole bottle?
No. I was out last night and I was drunk. I think still a little bit inebriated when I woke up, and I was like, man, I don't want to feel a hangover, so I started drinking my scotch.
I'm sorry, that's the way to get over a hangover. Like,
I found a 100% way to never have a hangover. All the syndrome.
you introduce yourself. I think that's where, I could be wrong, I think that's where like mimosas came in and Bellinis and like the Bloody Mary.
All those breakfast alcoholic drinks.
I like the good Bloody Mary now. Don't you threaten me.
No, Bloody Marys are a good way to have breakfast and alcohol at the same time.
Anyway, so what else did you go over? You went over the man that tried to bomb the synagogue, and then, but he
that would do inside of a office or a bedroom. You know what I mean?
I can imagine.
You know, it's an incendiary device, which means it doesn't just explode, it burns everything around you. Which is the Tomahawk X-28A missile. It detonates and everything within a 7-mile radius dies horribly in a torrent of fire. And that's something that the United States come up with. And it's fine, it's war, but I mean, I don't know, honestly. What are we doing? What's the world?
Hey, Tigran.
TJ, everybody. How you doing today? I'm doing good. We have just met a new character. His name is Mike. His dog name is Wayne. Buster.
Wilson is
Walter and Winston. Thank you very much.
I gotta calm down. See, that's why I was introducing you to him.
I didn't listen 2 seconds.
This is why I'm taking the time to introduce you.
Between me all you want. Don't be misnaming my dogs.
Mike is a good inebriated. I'm part of him.
He drunk at 3 o'clock on Saturday.
It might not even be 3 o'clock where he is.
That's just 5 o'clock somewhere in the world, so.
No, it's 3 o'clock p.m. a.m. here. Yeah, I'm on the west, I'm on the west coast. We've already established a little drunk, right? So I'm the East Coast, I'm in PA, Pennsylvania, for non-United States.
Storyteller. Got it.
Oh my.
Okay. So there you go. That's a new character. Meech, I'm not sure if he's a new character. Brooklyn sounds like she knows him from other spaces. But we got a chance to know Meech.
I never met him before.
Well, how'd you know his name was Darius, husband?
Oh.
Meech.
Demetrius, because that's short for Demetrius. Meech is always Demetrius. Wait, see, that's how I know y'all not from the hood. Because what the fuck is going on? Everybody know that Meech is short for Demetrius.
I'm sorry.
Ain't it Meech? Ain't your name short for Demetrius?
I'm not everybody, so I guess I don't know. And I'm okay with that.
Not ain't it.
It's all in me. Anything from the baby. I'm doing it.
Because we got timed at 30 and 21 seconds for talking to a guy named.
Adding time. No.
Yeah.
Just be quiet. Y'all just shut up. Don't say another word.
Yeah, this is being timed. The amount of time we spent on mic is being clocked. So we gotta move on.
Okay, so what did you guys talk about this morning? I can't tell you. Because if I do, then we're going to get more time added. Did you talk about the former candidate for Senate in Texas? No, talk about it.
Oh, one of them.
Mike,
So let me go to the story.
story. Give me 1 second. I thought we guys talked about this. So,
you know,
her
what we
security
did talk
guard.
about was, before you go, we did speak about will America become a third world
I
nation?
just said don't go back there. What's going on? Let her finish. Go ahead.
We ain't get in trouble for that.
Okay.
We did. That's what started it.
Okay.
Did Matt leave? Because he said he was going to leave quietly. So I don't know if he left. But a member of Jasmine Crockett's security detail was killed in a police standoff. Did you guys hear about that at all?
What?
No, you got it.
Yes. No, this story is crazy.
Yeah.
So apparently,
This man cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Say it again.
So he was shot to death in a police standoff in Texas. The violent encounter unfolded in Dallas Wednesday night when Mike King reportedly ran inside a hospital parking garage and then barricaded himself inside a vehicle while being pursued by SWAT officers. They tear gassed him to have him jump out the car, and then he was shot by police. Now, King was wanted for impersonating law enforcement while running a platform online, off-duty protection police services, which finds off-duty gigs for North Texas cops. But apparently, he had stolen a license plate from a military recruiting office and stole it. Yes, he literally stole a license plate from a military vehicle, and that's kind of one of the reasons why they wanted him. And when they got him in the hospital garage, they ended up killing him. It was crazy. I was like, what? Wait. This happened yesterday?
Wait, now.
Yeah, this happened earlier this week.
Wait, you said once they got him in a hospital garage, what happened? A hospital
SWAT chased him into a vehicle. Then they threw, what did the article say? Let me go back up.
Smoke grenade.
Tear gas into the car, and then he jumped out, and then that's when he ended up being shot.
Now, did he have a gun on him?
That part I don't know. They just killed that man for no reason. That's crazy.
Well, why would he steal a license plate? Something don't sound right with that story. What? He stole a military license.
They're trying to take Jasmine Crockett down now. You know they're gonna associate her with that shit. And I said that he was in he replicated his vehicle to look like a police car. Even though he wasn't technically a police officer. And he used those plates in conjunction to I guess deceive people.
This sounds like a deceptive story. I'm sorry. Something don't sound right.
That is crazy.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
You see what I'm
No, it's very crazy. And then of course they had pictures with him standing right next to Jasmine Crockett. There is a clip that goes with it.
Okay, all right. Well, before we listen to the clip, my next question would be when did he allegedly steal this license plate? You know, that would be someone would be listening for that. But go ahead, what were you saying?
So the article states that he stole it allegedly, but not when, or how they even figured out it was him.
Right.
All right, well go ahead. You got it. Yeah, let me get into music mode. Give me 1 second. So this is like a 2-minute clip. I'm just waiting for it to load off Wi-Fi. It'll probably load quicker. Give me 1 second. Let me try to get this to go quicker.
Okay, it looks like it. I got it. Give me 1 second to go back over to it.
Just want to get you now to a major story unfolding. This one involves a man who was killed by Dallas police earlier this week outside of Children's Medical Center. Sources say the man who was fatally shot by SWAT actually ran a business placing law enforcement officers in off-duty jobs, and apparently he was also part of the security detail for Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. J.D. Miles tonight investigating how he apparently, using aliases, was able to become such a prominent figure in the public safety community. To North Texas law enforcement officers and U.S. Capitol Police, he was known as Mike King, but sources tell us that's not the name of the man shot and killed by Dallas police on Wednesday night during that investigation into his alleged double life as a suspected criminal, also working as a security officer for a local U.S. Congresswoman. These images of Mike King standing Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett shows how trusted he was as part of her security detail while she's been in office and while on the campaign trail during her recent run for a U.S. Senate seat. Multiple law enforcement sources say King was the man shot and killed after a standoff with Dallas police SWAT officers on Wednesday night. Police say he was chased into a hospital parking garage where he barricaded himself inside a vehicle before he was forced out by tear gas and pulled a gun on officers. Sources say he was wanted for impersonating a law enforcement officer. Sources say he claimed to be one while operating a business called Off-Duty Police Services, an online platform to connect North Texas law enforcement officers with off-duty jobs. Authorities have yet to reveal King's real name, but sources also tell us King oversaw a team of security officers at several downtown Dallas hotels and at his own church. Sources say King drove a replica undercover law enforcement vehicle with license plates stolen from vehicles outside military offices. His background, which sources say includes a criminal history, raises serious questions about how he was able to oversee extra jobs for police officers as well as obtain such a high-level security position for a sitting member of Congress. Documents obtained by CBS News Texas show a person named Mike King receiving payments for security services from Crockett as recently as last year. We have contacted Congresswoman Crockett's office, and for now, they are declining to answer questions, as is the Dallas Police Department. J.D. Miles, CBS News Texas.
Okay, that's the end of the clip.
Okay, so wait. I think I might got it now. They saying that he was impersonating to be Mike King, and Mike King was all these things? Because they said whoever they got wasn't Mike King. I'm confused. That's
Right.
something.
It is very confusing. So it appears that he was using multiple aliases, and who he really was, we don't know. We'll figure it out though, eventually. But this story is crazy.
It sounded like he had used that as an alien. I bet you his name is totally different, and Mike King was just
Lord, not this freaky old ass nigga. What are you talking about?
No, you love me, don't you? Nah, but I think he had an alias, and I bet you Mike King wasn't his name at all.
Okay, but Mike King was, I don't know, that was a lot.
So he was working for Jasmine Crockett under an alias.
Right, that's the part that I keep stopping at, because I would think, and possibly it could have, maybe they arranged something, but usually you gotta go through some type of background investigation in some kind of way to work. I would think you would want to do some type of investigation before you hire somebody to be like a security guard for you. So if they didn't do that, then they need to check their style, the way they do things. Who wants to speak so fast that they want to interrupt me? Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I bet you that he was involved with her on a
Jesus.
I bet you he was involved.
Involved with her how?
He's gay, brother. You're wrong. She's gay.
I bet you. Well, I bet you he was
gay. Matt Goliath. That's it.
That's being.
No, because he says it, that means
There's a lot of gay women that like sucking dick, man.
I did. I agree. So we can have some decorum, so y'all can get all passionate. And now y'all trying to have more time at it.
Yeah, we are.
What's going on?
Well, I heard. That's what I heard. I could be wrong.
Let me tell you something. The vibe been coming in with content. Let me tell you what.
So a black woman has one of these can't be single, and then she's single, she gay. That's crazy. I don't like that.
Oh, my.
And then she's gotta be a ding dong sucker. I mean, what is that?
I'm saying that. I know there's a lot of lesbians that like getting piped.
What's going on? Resistance. What's happening?
I mean,
But you know, but I'm just saying, why do y'all just make these statements as if they are absolutes?
I didn't say it was absolute. I'm just saying
Well,
that
then why mention
she
it?
is gay. Why mention that she's gay then?
And that's exactly my point. We
I'm
don't
just
know
trying to
this
add on to the
yet.
flavor. That's all.
I got it.
Total Pole is trying to make us believe that her and Mike King, that's his name, had relations. I'm thinking back to what Matt Goliath said. He believes she's a closeted lesbian because she has no man and she's kind of rough on the edges. I don't know. I believed it when he said it. I'm not stating it as fact, but we don't see Jasmine with nobody. Have you seen her?
Hey, Sonny, so what does that mean? No. All right, anyway, so, just because people have different walks of life that looks different than somebody else's doesn't mean that they are something that they're not. Y'all can't just automatically just put things in a pot and make it stick. Anyway,
So it's just a totem pole.
okay, now you want to start something? Okay, go ahead.
Might as well. We ain't talking about shit.
Shit. So I'm still trying to figure out who Michael King is. Is this the king up in Chicago that was supposed to be voting for Trump? King Carter? Is Mike King Carter? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, they say that he's impersonating. Who is he impersonating? Or is this all made up? I don't know.
They lying. But totem pole, how you feeling about the gas prices, truck driver? And your president,
Are you being serious? Are you being serious?
yes, truck driver.
I just left LA.
Damn.
And when I was there, a half tank of fuel was $700.
You've been doing LA travels for a couple months now.
I go to LA mostly once a week. And I go to Florida. And
Okay,
Florida.
so you're doing it more often now. Okay.
That's-
So that's $5,000 a pop still?
Going from North Carolina
Florida, it was on this one is 6,000 to Tampa. Like that.
Okay.
So back and forth like that. But
So after all your expenses, how much are you making?
I don't want to get into my.
We need to know.
I'll say this though, I've got some big stuff on the horizons, and I'm really excited. You see that logo there? That's going to be international. That's my new business logo.
Sure. But you'll be an international truck driver? Oh no.
No, I'm retiring from this. He probably done this by October, hopefully May, but at least October. Yeah, I'll be done with this totally. I'll just be on the internet.
What's that? On the internet.
You said that by when now? What?
Business, working my new business.
You said by October?
Yeah, hopefully, like I said, we'll be done with beta testing by the end of April.
Okay.
So, yeah, so it's
us in trouble.
Well, what was the point of you telling us to look at the logo? How am I supposed to know what the fuck that is?
You're gonna get us in trouble.
You
Shit is stupid.
because you're gonna know the logo.
I don't know that shit.
Just remember.
That shit is stupid. What is it?
Just remember.
What is it? Jamal.
I can't go
Hey, Alex, good to see you.
I can't.
Hey, Alex, Alexander. Hey,
I
Flash.
can't go deeper to it.
Hey, Jordy. Hey, Curtis.
Alright, I don't remember this day, and if you fucking still driving truck November 1st,
Hey, Tony.
I'm cursing your ass out. I'm telling you.
Jordy. Joey.
Yes,
Hey,
I'm
Jordy.
your first lady because she said hi to everybody.
Hey, Spiritus. Okay. Alright. Well, we've got a lot of information.
We ain't got nothing to talk about.
No, we don't need to have a conversation about him on this international business.
Jasmine Crockett is probably going to be in on this whole thing, getting them the Social Security or whatever. She had something to do with it.
See?
I bet you she did.
Okay.
With the aliens. I bet you. No, you are.
So why do you think these things about Miss Crockett? Why do you think these things? Is it because she doesn't like your side of the team? Why do you think these things about her?
No, I just
What about the clues that we just listened to makes you think that she's in on it? Go ahead.
I think she's out. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yep, loud and clear, real loud.
Okay, so I think that she probably had something to do with setting him up with the security on her end. Maybe not the pool situation.
Like helping him get a job, you mean? Is that the word you want to use?
Get on as far as setting up his business, all of that. I bet you she had something to do with that. I bet you she also had something to do with that alias. I bet you she did. And it's gonna all come out. The scandal's gonna come out. And the reason you ain't seen no man or no boyfriend is because it's for security. That was who was in it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your opinion, sir. It's all right. It's okay. All right. Does anybody else have a hey Alo? Hey Sherry? Anybody else have a
Jamal, I think you might need to get tested for dementia because it's giving. I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, I'm not gonna hold y'all.
I knew him. I know that guy.
All right, you gave your opinion. Go on mute, sir.
And I just want to say
hello to the first lady since she spoke to me. So,
Hey
how are
Sherry.
you doing today?
I'm wonderful, thank you. Good to hear your voice.
Jamal, after the people get the tape of you showing your ass on chatter, your business gonna fail. So there's that.
Okay, so Sherry, did you hear the clip? What do you think?
You know what? I was half listening to the clip.
Okay.
So I can't even opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why that nigga quiet when I mentioned the chatter? Ass showing, huh?
I don't know why y'all don't like the truth. People, it's good facts.
Okay, so you believe that? So you second down, you double down on what he said.
Oh, absolutely. I'm
He
putting
always down with that
I'm putting the pinky toe down. How about that?
Wow.
Yeah,
Does your pinky toe have a nail on it though?
It does. Don't
Okay.
believe.
I didn't know your extremities could grow back and have the nails to come with it. I just didn't know. I just answered the question.
It did. Metaphorically, I'm putting the pinky toe down.
Oh.
Obviously, physically, I can't do so because I no longer have legs.
You
I told you about saying that. You have to stop. a 12-pack.
With
Nobody said 12-pack.
Yep, that's what they said. They said you have a 12-pack. You got 6 in the front and 12 on your back.
Oh my God. Those are rolls that I stole from Golden Corral.
You know who else gonna go to Corral? Totem Pole.
Oh, you gonna go to Corral too? And so you can hear in your voice, baby.
I don't eat going to Corral. That is disgusting. I be thinking about going to Corral.
I mean, I haven't heard Golden Corral just like that came off the top of his head. It's just wild to me.
No,
But
but
how he offered you a bagel today? That was crazy. Have you talked about bagels lately or something?
I don't eat bagels.
That was insane.
I think what Dan did to me yesterday was worse than the Golden Corral.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest with you.
I wanted to help you spin it because I honestly thought he was saying rainbow at first because he said rainbow and I was like, okay, he must be talking about rainbow. And then you was like, who is rainbow? And I was like, when he took a deep breath, I said, I know he's not talking about the store. Oh,
We tried and I never
that was nasty.
Okay, I said it's the store all the time. Just get life food things there. I don't carry city trailers.
Rainbow's credit though is crazy because that's regular.
Oh, the store still exists?
Rainbow still exists.
I think Rainbow ever go out of business.
Well, especially not in this economy.
Yeah.
Well, and so,
You know who the owners of those rainbows are?
oh,
Oh, let me go, man.
oh, not this. Oh my God.
I didn't say anything. I just asked a question.
First lady got real black. First lady. She got real black.
I didn't say anything. I just asked a question.
She got real black.
Who is this brother? Because I don't know.
Oh, I can't say it. It's now, it's I can't even.
Would it be anti-Semitic for you to say it?
It wouldn't be anti-Semitic. Well, the way that we talk about this group, you know what? I've said too much. First lady is black.
Y'all play some
First
rest of
lady
it
is
again.
black. That's all.
I'm beginning to know what's going on.
She's black.
What? Who is the owner first? Now I gotta look it
Sir,
up.
I do not claim a group or I don't do any of that, sir.
You said that.
I didn't say anything. I just asked a question. Why is it that when people ask a question, they have to be associated in such a way? I don't do that.
Okay, just say it.
Say what? Say what?
Say who it's owned by.
I just asked a question. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Okay. That's why you have to meet up. Okay.
Also, it would be anti-Semitic for you to say it. I see who the owners. I think y'all slick.
Who is y'all?
I mean, not in the way
You and brother.
traditionally,
You and brother.
in the way that
We should move forward.
talk about the term. Ooh, first lady black. The only thing worse than saying, like I said, is city trends. Now, I have been in a rainbow. Don't ask questions. But I've been in a rainbow. I have not been in city trends. But it's interesting.
And did you know that shit been open since it said 1935, if I'm not correct. 1935 is crazy.
Now, when the last time Dan?
And it was founded in Brooklyn, New York. That is extra great.
He said that he goes in there for the air conditioning. That's
I'm making a confession. You can tell I have not been downtown where I live because the Rainbow Shop is still there. I just have shop there.
Me neither. He tried me, Sherry, and said that I got a credit line there. The nerd.
That is insane. That is insane.
I just got credit.
Man, fuck with Rainbow.
Well, if we're going to tell the whole story, you asked if you could, because the Doge people did something with people's credit, and you wanted to know, huh? Yeah, with the social security numbers, you wanted to know if you could call and ask Saks Fifth Avenue, or claim that it was fraud.
Right.
Right.
Oh, you said, yeah, it wasn't.
They wouldn't believe. He said, first of all, they wouldn't believe you.
You said why? Why not?
I believe you. After we fly by nature, you know, motherfucking Saks Fifth Avenue in New York shit. We tried it.
Listen, actually called y'all out. He said, not y'all shopping in Shein and Fashion
I don't even fuck with
y'all too
Shein.
good for Rainbow and Conway. You better wake
I
up.
don't fuck with Shein or Fashion Nova. Well, I did buy a dress for Fashion Nova a few months ago. But that was the only thing. I'm a Marshalls and TJ Maxx girly, so there's that.
Is Rainbow on par with Ross or worse than Ross?
It's worse than Ross.
It's worse than Ross.
Ross be having some good finds still, even though I don't fuck with Ross.
They opened the Ross in Gateway, Brooklyn. The line was around the block. I was like,
my cousin lives by Russ. I really don't like Russ. I worked at Russ when I was in college. I really don't like Russ because, I don't know, that's when I get xenophobic fucking with Russ, but...
Who's the department stores, isn't it?
It is, but it be dirty, and it be like shit all over the place.
Well, it's not. Well, I've seen that at TJ Maxx in New York City.
Unless it's like candles and shit, then I fuck with Russ. Yeah, TJ Maxx is better. And the one on 125th Street, the TJ Maxx is really nice. Anyway, anybody else got new Sherry? Hey, Sherry, girl.
Oh, hello there.
What's going on, Graf?
bit of New York news because I don't even know what's going on in my own city. So they saying something about the first case. Oh God, is this monkeypox? City health officials confirmed the first local case of the most severe mpox strain called Clade 1. The case is linked to international travel, and officials state the overall risk to New Yorkers remains low, with no known local transmission. There was a suspicious package on the subway. NYPD investigated a suspicious package at the subway station today, leading to temporary service suspension. They're not saying where. Thanks a lot. And there's a death in Harlem. Police investigating after a woman was found dead in East Harlem. Wow. We have some as Hurricane Say at Leviticqua office. Mayor Zoran Mondani officially launched the city's first mayor's office for Leviticqua affairs, appointing Taylor Brown as the first openly trans agent to lead it. Pothole repair blitz, yeah, we need that. Mondani announced
announced a massive pothole repair blitz starting this weekend. Yeah, y'all know how it goes. I'm sure it's like that. If you live in a city that snows, they drop the salt tear up the streets, and it's pothole city. What else? 3K program expansion. Administration recently announced an expansion of the 3K program, adding 1,000 new seats for city families. Shout out to that. And the city council confirmed it will no longer cover the legal defense bills for former mayoral allies, including Tim Pearson and others, in ongoing sexual harassment and retaliation suits. I don't know who that is. I gotta look him up. Tim Pearson. We have the marathon headed this way. It's tomorrow. Wow. Stay off the roads, guys. The New York City Marathon is tomorrow. A new poll found that 80% of subway riders prefer having person crews on the trains as the transit union continues to fight against staffing cuts. Yeah, you have the conductor who drives the trains, and then you have the person that operates the doors. We need that person. They're very helpful. They keep people from getting injured by the doors, and they help out if you're in need. Like they have a way of getting 911 calls out, things of that nature. They have radios and stuff like that. Happy Pi Day to all my math heads. Today is Pi Day, March the 14th, 3.14. So various local eateries are offering pizza and pie specials today in celebration of Pi Day. That's P-I. What else? Gotta shout it out again. Legendary New York news anchor Ernie Anastos died at the age of 82. We spoke about him yesterday. Rest in peace to Ernie Anastos, a true New York City.
I remember him.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. A journalism legend here in the city of New York. We have a German
for years.
For years, that's a fact.
Yeah.
German tourist lawsuit. A German tourist is seeking $20 million in damages from the city and local businesses, claiming a fiasco trip that included alleged food poisoning and at a popular taco stand. You want $20 million from New York? Yeah, Germans are crazy. Highline sculpture. The giant pigeon sculpture currently atop the Highline is scheduled to fly away soon as its installation concludes. That's all I got, guys. Shout out to my New Yorkers who don't know what's going on, including me. I haven't checked in on my own dang city. Back to you, whoever wants to live.
Well, in a bit of Atlanta news, the whites are taking the city back. That's it.
Thank you, Devon. Thank you, Brooklyn. Hey, Sonny. Happy Saturday, Sonny. Hey, Elle. Welcome to the stage. How are you?
Hey.
Hey, Sonny.
I'm sorry, it took me a second. Hi, everybody. I'm great.
Hey. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Happy birthday. I didn't know it was your birthday. Happy birthday,
I'm waiting here the other day because I had a clubhouse birthday party Thursday night. And Saturday. Yeah, I'm 72.
What?
72 years old. And I actually, Scotty co-hosted. Thank you. Scotty co-hosted my birthday party, and it was with the song list. So people came with a message. I'm getting messages here, and a song. So it was a wonderful, beautiful, beautiful night, and I felt, didn't feel like there's like too much love, like you can't take it all in. It was really overwhelming. But the big birthday gift I gave myself, really incredible. You guys know that I'm a writer, but I'm not really a poet, and I don't normally write poetry, but I wandered into Russ Livingston poetry room on Wednesday night. He's an incredible guy on the app, and does a room on Saturday morning called Empathy, the Species, and then he does the open mic workshop on Wednesday night. And so it was a 15-minute writing prompt, and the
get to where you just don't give a fuck and you just start saying shit that you wouldn't say?
It's really funny, Brooklyn, when you asked me that, because this year I did a lot of inventory, and I thought, what's one thing I really want to change? And what it was that, as is true of so many women of my era, and I think sadly, girl, still, I don't get angry. I get sad. And people have always said that depression is anger turned inward. So you're looking at L 2.0 for this year. I'm taking my gloves off. And
Take them off.
You're at that age where you could just say whatever you want to say, sure.
The interesting part is that I think I used to censor myself thinking about my parents, but now it's more about having two grown children, and that's where I haven't been angry enough when there was a need for anger. So, and it's funny too, my first editor at Bantam, my beloved Beverly, used to say to me all the time, take off your gloves, because I would write, as women did, very conditionally. Like you'll often even still hear remnants of that when you hear women speak too softly, or saying, well, maybe, or sometimes I kind of think that men don't talk that way. Women are taught to condition ourselves and not make declarative sentences. So, anyway, I really appreciate that you brought that up, Brooklyn, because that is going to be L 2.0, and you're probably, it started actually last weekend here. Some of you were in here when I got into it with Norm, when he started. It was the day that the whole thing happened outside Great Mansion, and he started to spin it, that it was about people being pissed off at Mom Donnelly, having taken away police protection around the synagogue. And I was listening to him do what he does, which is conflate all Jews with Israel, which makes me go nuts. I could go from room to room putting him in chat. All Jews don't agree with Norm. We are not Israel by any more than all Americans are MAGA. And so I spent 5 years on this app avoiding fighting with Norm. But I called him out. Some of you might have been in here. And I was like, okay, I'm now going to correct the record. This is not what happened. What happened was, at that synagogue, they were having a meeting where Jewish people who have the right of return to make Aliyah and move to Israel, which is just what is, they were having a meeting where they were selling land, right, in Israel, which is fine, except that this is in the occupied territory, which is extremely not fine. So there were protesters and counter-protesters, and that is what gets twisted into calling something anti-Semitism, which is of course, the charge at Bondi. So anyway, I just couldn't listen to for one more second, and so I actually spoke up on stage and got into it with him. So yes, this is L 2.0. You'll be hearing me louder. And the piece that I wrote, actually, the reason I asked you if you wanted to hear it, which I don't often do, and I don't like to take over a room with my work. And like I said, I don't usually write poetry, I write books, but this is a piece that's actually based on ice being in Minneapolis, and also the Old North Side in Minneapolis, which was where my father grew up, which was a very warm, close home for Blacks and Jews in the 50s. And so it wasn't. And that's also in the piece. So it's probably something that you guys would appreciate. But I'm not going to take over the room and read something without approval. Anyway, I'm good. It's been a wonderful birthday. We're about to have a blizzard, which is no big surprise. It happens all the time here on my birthday. But we're expecting 8 to 12 inches of snow overnight. So my birthday dinner is postponed, but I've had a whole week of birthday, so I'm feeling pretty blessed.
Happy birthday, Ann.
Thank you. Well, and I should say that, it took me about a year in here before I even So if you get bored, I will advocate for you.
They said the White House is working to keep fertilizer prices down, so hopefully we'll have fruits and vegetables. Who's gonna pick those fruits and vegetables? We don't know. But we do know that Totem Pole will transport those fruits and vegetables by us. So there's that.
I'm hollering. Oh my God.
Right now, people entertain. Dan is trying to be entertained in his background. So, yeah, I need to
Brooklyn, we know you are associate producer, and as far as I know, you are 5 for 5 when picking topics. What you want to talk about?
I don't know what I want to know right now. Let me think about what I do this.
Yeah, take a moment, think about it, and while she does that, of course, guys, the stage is open. Raise your hands, come up. You know the drill. We usually talk about news, world news, local news, something going on in your neck of the woods that you want to bring to the table. Please let us know, because I always say news is hyper localized, and so there might be something going on in your town that we're unaware of. You want to bring it to the stage? Please do. Let's go.
Any Illinois news you want to report?
No, it's horrible here. I don't move here.
You're trying to keep us away from Chicago, and I don't appreciate that. Because that's a black city.
It's horrible. We hate it. We had 12 feet of snow here.
So it's not.
Yeah. We had 30 feet of snow. It's horrible.
No, I'm from New York City. They used to make us go to school with the damn snow going to our chest, and we still had to go to school, so hey. And I wouldn't go too far to say Chicago is the greatest city in America, Akima. They ain't going too damn far. But it's probably nice.
You should definitely visit. It's a beautiful city. It's a lot of great history here.
What's better, Detroit or Chicago?
Oh, I'm not gonna do that. I've been to Detroit a few times. There's a lot of great history. It's a lot of, it's also an art place. If you're into like politics, there's a lot of great history there as well. But I like this side of Lake Michigan. But yeah, I feel like it's colder there. It may not be, but I feel like it is.
I think Ben likes Detroit better. Yeah, we're talking about the women. The women in Detroit.
So the city's not colder there.
I would like to think that New York City, I think that New York City is as cold as Chicago. I think Chicago is great.
Not even as cold. Nowhere near.
Yeah, so
It's just the north
are both different. Yeah, it's right off of that water.
The Green Lake.
I don't know.
The women of Detroit, they take their hairdos real serious. That I saw in Detroit and DC. Y'all don't play with y'all hair. I did notice that.
was from Babs, from Detroit. Oh, was it? They was from Georgia.
They were not from Georgia.
Babs. They were from Detroit, right?
I think so.
I was just gonna say, so I think what I meant was, I said cold, but I was thinking about the snow.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked it up. They said that generally it's comparable, but I said because of the lake effect, it's I think like a steady. What do we say? It's a consistent, steady snow. While Chicago snowfall is often affected by Lake Michigan.
Gotcha.
Due to more change, but that's what I was thinking about. So I was wrong, but I was thinking about snow.
Okay. Isn't it so you right now? Compare those two. Okay, go ahead. Hey, Sonny. And is it what you got right now?
Listen, man, I know that is not be where I think you are.
We're not.
But it
You got a boost thing up there?
it's a little snowy. I told you, it's 30 feet here.
Got a little sugar bowl up there? Sonny Bunny? Sonny, don't get quiet now. You came all the way up here. Boy, let your lips. I came up here to talk about how Chicago is too cold. That's it. Oh, okay. How would you know that? You been there recently? I've been in the past. I've been in winter before. Okay.
When it's cold outside.
Oh, no.
Anything in pop culture is going.
I've been in the Matrix a lot lately. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I can hear you clear.
Okay, I got on Wi-Fi.
No, I mean, I don't know. I've been listening to some singers from the UK as of late.
Olivia Dean.
No, not just Olivia Dean. No, not just Olivia Dean. Although you should listen to that album. It is pretty good.
I like that Ray girl. Ray.
Yes, Ray.
My
Yes.
her is the singer that.
Oh, she's more than just a singer.
What else she do? Oh, okay.
She's a musician, yeah. No, she is quite good. I don't know if you saw her newest video.
I don't know. UK people, they serious about singing.
Yes.
They can sing over there.
I'm
They
just
don't get no credit.
I just listened to an album this morning by her name is Ella Air. So I listened to that whole album and it was pretty good, yeah. So if you have not listened to Nightingale Lane, I suggest you go on YouTube and watch it. She does a live performance and she has a whole orchestra. It's pretty good. And I like her drummer and her bass player. They're good.
Is anyone celebrating St. Patrick's Day?
No, I'm not. Damn. I
Oh,
was gonna go to Savannah, but I'm scared. Never mind.
Why are you scared?
I'm scared of crowds. We're in war.
Oh, yeah. Right now, yeah.
probably him. Yeah, Sonny, I typically stay away from St. Patrick's Day. As a matter of fact, when I worked in the city, I used to dread when St. Patrick's Day fell on the work day.
Why?
Because they get drunk early. I'd be on the train at 8 o'clock in the morning and they're already drunk. What's going on?
I used to love St. Patrick's Day when I lived in Philly. It was so fun.
I like St. Patrick's Day in New York. It was fun in New York too, but it's fun down here in Savannah. St. Patrick's be lit.
My baby sells lemonade, so she'll be selling her Lucky Lemonade, and it's just cucumber mint.
Is it gonna be green?
Yes.
And is cute.
Yeah, so we're excited.
You got a lemonade stand or sunshine?
And so Texas has, and quite a few other states too, has what's called lemonade stand law. And so minors, as long as they're under 18, can set up a lemonade stand in all municipal areas, parks, all kinds of stuff. So
I need to see if Georgia got that law. Look it up.
I do. Let me see. Yeah, look it up. So yeah, she sells lemonade, and she gets invited to events. So yeah, my little boo-boo.
Yeah, they got me in too.
Yeah, kids selling lemonade is to protect their class.
I'm gonna do it with my little cousins. And instead of lemonade, they're gonna sell Kool-Aid, because we black.
My little godchildren, they do it in the summer, and the goddaughter sells her little bracelets too. The friendship bracelet thing she makes. They're very cute.
Yeah. We'll start making cake pops this summer too, because sometimes people come to the stand and they'll ask what else do you have? And it's like, oh my gosh, and we never thought to upsell y'all. We was just trying to sell lemonade. But okay, so get her in the kitchen, bake her little cake pops, and you can do all this stuff, You can get a lot of your supplies, Amazon, instead of 100-piece, $9.99, like the whole kit. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I can't say it. Teaching kids how to make some money, put them to work.
Yeah.
Anybody got plans, traveling plans this summer? What do them airfare prices look like?
Luckily, I got my next 2 upcoming flights. I got the tickets right at the end of February, and I got good prices. But I have a trip in April that I need to buy a ticket for, and I'm like, oh God, I'm scared to even look.
I'm trying to go to Turkey this summer, but it doesn't look like that's going to be a good idea.
Nephew's getting married in Greece, but I think it's 2 years from now. He announced it this year.
I ain't getting married, child.
No, he got a nice girl. Yeah, he's from Detroit. His girl's from Chicago. They left Detroit. They live in Chicago. They're doing good. But I'm hoping there's a Greece to go to in 2 years, so we can watch him exchange vows.
2 years is crazy work. A year maybe, but 2 is wild.
That's all ago. So he said save the date. I was like, damn, 2 years? It's so far in the future. I couldn't even look at it. The airlines was like, no, come back next year.
You trying to tell y'all to save up. You said y'all. You said it's in Greece?
Greece. I don't know why. He's a wild boy. He wilder than me. He has a love for motorcycles. It's my fault. I had him on the bike when he was a baby. I used to ride him around. So he's out motorcycle. And he's doing good. I went to culinary school. He's a chef. He's doing all right.
As a person who likes to plan out in advance as much as possible, and who loves to be able to make small sort of pots for savings for things, I appreciate a 2-year advance notice. I love to be able to budget out stuff, even when I don't need to, or when I don't have to. I appreciate that.
visits on the calendar.
Listen, you'd be surprised what you find at Costco that you weren't expecting to buy. But yeah, I got all kinds of little accounts, all types of things to buy.
So Gemini, babe, come on, give us some more unwanted information, Gemini.
Oh, Gemini.
She want me. She want me. She wants.
She wanted it. I don't know if you should give it to her though.
I don't know if I'm gonna give it to you like that, Brooklyn. I don't know.
Wait a minute, like what? I was just saying if she's
That's terrible.
yeah, exactly. What's going on?
You know what? Brooklyn actually is my best friend. Secretly, she has this love hate relationship with me.
Stop.
I think
Go ahead,
Gemini. I do like you as a person.
Brooklyn is my friend. Y'all just don't know it. She got a weird way of showing that
She loves you. I know she does. But yeah,
What is your birthday, Gemini?
Hey, June
My mine was the 20th of June.
she just made it. That was the best
she like my dad. My dad is right before the 20th too.
Brooklyn, your son and my son and your mother got the same birthday, June 20th.
Yeah, cool.
But I think it's the 21st is the last day.
And the 21st is the last day.
Yeah, 21st is the last day. And then the 22nd starts the cancers.
You a Cancer, aren't you?
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
No?
Are you cancer? You get cancer vibes.
I'm a Sagittarius.
Oh.
I'm a Sagittarius. I'm proud, child.
Y'all cancers are a mess. Y'all emotional. Y'all don't forget. Y'all don't forget.
Who was the cancer on the stage? I do know what bad sign is, but I would never tell.
Insufferable.
No, he's not a Taurus.
Insufferable.
Insufferable. And then it rains.
I don't know what sign it is, but that definitely is.
Alright,
Gemini, I need some money. So what the fuck you doing?
It's reciprocal. We give.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Alright, so, what's the deal? Where we going? Everybody going to the store?
Some papers, if you got
Papers? You want it line
You
papers?
must smoke good weed. She's not doing blunt. She's doing papers. That's a good sign.
Yes,
Oh, you need those type of papers.
yeah.
I thought you were talking about, like, never. Any news come? Did you hear about the story about the, security officer for Jasmine Crockett?
Oh yeah, he got shot, right?
Him did.
I didn't get the details, but I heard that he had a standoff with the police and he was already on the run for other charges or something like that.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
Right?
Allegedly.
And it's a story that is being told. Something don't sound right.
Something don't sound right at all. Like a politician.
We need the Scooby-Dooby-Doo trial on us,
We
because
need to break out the mystery van because I don't understand. Like somebody of her stature, you would think she has vetted her security to the point where she doesn't have this type of like. This is bad for her.
The question is, was he impersonating this person, or was he who he said he was, even though we know he was not qualified? That was what First Lady got, and that was the question I want to ask. Is he Michael King, or was he impersonating Michael King?
Now that's a good question, but also my other question would be like when you're dealing with law enforcement, if you know anything about weapons, and I would think he obviously has weapons training to be a security guard, right? You don't introduce a weapon unless you're ready for fire. Like you're gonna open fire, or they're gonna open fire. Like you just upped it to a life or death situation by introducing a weapon. Like why would you introduce a weapon when encountering police? Like I don't understand
the gun, why not shoot from the car with the gun? Like, they say they smoked them out with a grenade. Like, what? These people watch too much TV. I'm sorry, it's giving real TV-ish. Oh, they threw a grenade in the car and then he got smoked out. He came out with his gun blazing, pop, 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 and they shot him up.
That sounds crazy. The sound effects first. Look, you got it. Crazy. Who had the pop pop and who had the boom boom?
Well, he had the pop pop because he got boom boom.
So he got boom boom.
Yeah. Something ain't right.
Something don't sound right though. And imagine the impact it's going to have on her as far as voters trusting her long term. Like, are you going to trust her judgment moving forward? This is going to impact her.
I don't think she's going to be in office moving forward.
You don't think she's going to try to regain office at some point, or?
I mean, well, you know, people try.
I mean, 34 felonies to be president. What's a dead security guard, right?
Exactly. I mean, but it ain't on her that he did. The only thing that would stand out is the fact about, you know, now Totem Pole was in here.
Oh, Lord. Good Lord.
You missed him.
And
He said,
too, and I'm glad I missed the bully.
I don't think he was on stage. Totem was here. He said that she was messing with him and they was doing a do. And that's why he became a security officer. For her. That was his thing. Oh, this little girl tore her hair. Oh, they look good. I mean, excuse me, hold on. Yeah, that looks pretty. All right. She did a good job. This all of it, or yeah. Tell her to keep the chain.
Congratulations.
I mean, this little girl did her hair and did better than old people. Like the little girl, she a little girl. I really did not want her to come in, but the little girl did a good job. Actually,
Prejudging, you gotta get rid of that bougie prejudgment and just let it happen sometimes.
Not sometimes. I did get rid of it. It happened.
Good job. Salute.
Thank you, appreciate it. Anyway, you wasn't here for the. Was you here for that? Oh, thank you.
No, I wasn't.
We got in trouble. See, it was. Were you part of the trouble though? Maybe you started.
I was barely in. I was in here for 2 seconds and then
It was your fault. It was your fault we got in trouble.
Somehow it always is. Like, what did I do this time?
You made Brooklyn mad, and then that made Brooklyn ask questions that she shouldn't have been asking, and then we all got yelled at. Yep.
What questions did I make Brooklyn ask? What's going on?
I don't know. I'm just trying to find a way to put it.
Tie it in. Oh, man. You know about this account that said runs audio, but it's people lip syncing the audio, and it's things that Trump has really said. But it sounds like you would expect it to be AI until you find the speech that it actually comes from. Like, he really said some of the most retarded shit. Like, when you hear it, you can't believe, like, this is our president speaking like a 5-year-old and using the logic of a 2-year-old. But it's actually him. That's the craziest part about the account. Like, if it was an AI account, it would be interesting. But the fact that he's currently saying this fucking ridiculous shit, and there are people that are out there that are accepting it and abiding by it, is insane. I had to find something that puts some play for y'all so it give you a little bit of what I'm trying to say to make more sense then. Well, what were the questions and why'd y'all get in trouble? What happened?
Okay, don't ask for nothing else. Because somebody was trying to tell the boy how to vote, or that he should be paying attention to voting and stuff. That's the gist of it. That's the high level.
Who's the boy? Who?
Him not here.
Okay.
Him is gone. Were you here when the guy, Big Meech was here? Did you know Meech stands for Demetrius?
Yeah, Demetrius, yeah, that's the...
My daughter said yes.
That's a fact.
Sorry, I didn't know. Yep, see, Brooklyn learned me something again today. There you go. Big Meech. It stands for Demetrius. Got it.
It's imagery, phonics, vocabulary.
I feel like
that Big Meech.
So his name is Demetrius?
Yeah.
Demetrius?
Yeah, Big Meech is named Demetrius. That's his name.
Demetrius Floyd.
Wow.
Yeah.
Everybody know that now. What's going on?
First Lady Street Credit.
That's the thing. Don't be assuming that people know things that they really and truly don't.
Man, you tapped in with the streets. We know you tapped in with the streets first.
Yeah, I'm from the scripts. Hey, Jesse 415.
You know what I hate? I hate when everybody, I don't want to say everybody, I hate when a lot of people are trying to be a real nigga. I don't want to be a real nigga. I decided that.
We know. We mean how they
I just don't see the benefits of being a real nigga. I don't want to be a real nigga.
What's the definition of a real nigga?
I don't know. I want to be a black father. I want to be a black entrepreneur, but I don't want to be a real nigga.
Well, what's a fake nigga?
I don't know. Can you define this for us? Could you explain this?
Sure. The only thing I can think of is Trey.
Oh, damn, I ain't even hear that. That's what you said?
That's what she said. You know she don't choose violence. If it's the left is peace and the right is violence, she is making a hard right. You already know.
What's wrong with Sagittarius? What are you trying to get? This is being real life, baby. Anyway. I just discovered her birthday's coming up soon.
She gotta be a fire sign.
She's a Taurus. I know I am.
Is that a fire sign? I don't know about a Taurus.
We had a big birthday party last year.
Oh, wait. So Taurus, she got two.
So Taurus mean that's they give everybody the horns.
Pisces is the bull. Pisces has an end. Taurus is the bull. But I'm asking, did Pisces end yet? Pisces hasn't ended because the next one is Aries, bless you. Yeah, Pisces, Aries, and then,
I'm a Pisces. My birthday was yesterday. So
Right.
I'm still in Pisces.
Right, so we still on Pisces. And then we got
Related.
Aries. Yeah, y'all didn't let, I walked away. What happened to L's,
I'm a fire.
Oh, I'm air, I'm wind.
Can't you tell me light shit up? Can't you tell me fire?
There's only one.
I'm sure y'all talked about this. I'm just reading through the headline because I haven't had a chance today. I've been on the move. But it says that Trump presses for help reopening the Strait of Hormuz as Iran threatens more retaliatory strikes. It says it could be fatal. Ex-State Department negotiator says U.S. misjudged Iran's response to strikes. So we're saying, oops, we fucked up. We need help. Like, what's going on?
But that seems to be the ongoing reality that we live in. It's just like, like Steve Urkel, did I do that? It's not like, oops, sorry.
Another one, First Lady Zelensky says Russia supplied Iran with drones used in the conflict.
Russia, yeah. And then supposedly something about taking the sanctions off of Russia. And I thought
Russia don't fuck with us. When will Trump learn that? He had him come here, gave him a presidential flyover, kept his picture in his pocket like that was his love of his life, and he over there giving the ops drones to strike us. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, but so what is that about? Can somebody explain that situation?
We got
Why are you
TNN in
talking
the
about
building.
lifting the sanctions off?
TNN, can you help us with this?
Oh, TNN is here?
This is why this nigga think that he's important, because y'all just asking him shit. And he just like,
again.
I knew she was gonna say that. He's right in the trap. Reinforced Minister Pasagashi, the Strait of Hormuz is open. It is only closed to the tankers and ships belonging to our enemies, to those who are attacking us and their allies. That's what it says. Okay.
Okay, Neil, how do we understand what's going on with the lifting the sanctions?
Yeah.
Are you talking about lifting sanctions off of Russia?
Yes.
So they won't give more weapons to Iran?
No.
Is that the? Oh, okay. Well,
No.
what's the?
So the primary crisis that Trump is trying to manage is the price of oil, although that's not the only crisis, but that's the one he's managing. And since oil pricing is set globally based on the supply is global, right? So Russia's supply was constricted due to sanctions. So he's lifting the sanctions temporarily so that supply is available to the market, which should ease concerns of the price, right? Because the Indians now can buy from Russia, and they were buying a lot of stuff from the Gulf, right? So now that the Russian oil is available to them, that's going to put downward pressure on the price of oil. Not significantly, but it's better than before.
So is this a good thing for? It sounds like it's a good thing for them, but is that a good thing for us?
I'm trying to understand that also.
Oh, it's generally, yes, it's a crisis. It's the biggest oil crisis ever, according to International Agency Association. So they're using everything they have. They're using the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. They're using the Russian oil, unsanctioning it, everything to get more oil into the market, basically.
I really like look at Hakima's PTR. It actually does explain that very well. But this is the part I don't understand, like if I understand the aspect of we have a price crisis within in the oil shortage right now, right? But why would we incentivize Russia as they provide drones to our fucking enemy? Like, why would we, just for the price of oil to come down? Like, isn't that kind of productive? Like, let the price be high,
Right.
and fuck them, because you're aiding our enemy right now.
Well, beggars can be choosers, and I'm sorry, but the United States is currently in the position of a beggar.
Okay, well, then there's that.
You know how it goes, Gemini. Supply and demand. Because of this controversy, I can't even say war. I don't know what it is. It's a situation. Right. We see the cost per barrel going up. So by allowing Russia to sell, the hope is the price per barrel will at least stop going up. I don't know, Neil, will it go down? Or we're just trying to hold steady at 98? I don't know. Maybe you can answer that.
Oh, well, I don't know, but if this escalates, it can go up to 150, up to 200.
Now, this is something I'm going to ask this question because I don't know, so I'm not one of those guys that's going to pretend to know something he doesn't. Why, if we have such a large oil-producing capacity here in the United States, are we so dependent on other countries? I don't understand that. Where's the drill, baby, drill mentality? Like, why are we giving money to the enemies who are supplying allies with drones if we can drill, baby, drill? Could you explain that to me?
The America is energy sufficient, but that doesn't mean that has nothing to do with the price of it, right? It is, if the United States exports oil, right, if other countries want to buy it, they maybe can buy it and offer a higher price, right, than, let's say, the U.S. oil refineries. So the price is set globally, right? That has nothing to do with sufficiency, right? So sufficiency just means you don't need to import it, right? But the United States imports because sometimes there is cheaper oil available outside of the country than inside, right? But all of this is done by bidding globally.
Isn't there another problem of us producing the wrong kind?
Yeah, all of that. But like, if you wanted to completely like isolate, right? If you wanted to completely become Fortress America, America has capacity to do this by itself. Doesn't mean it can do it at a price of 60, right? But it can do that.
Is it not heavy enough, Your Honor? Is that what you were saying? It's not.
I mean, I'm not like a deep oil expert, but I have what I believe I've learned in the past is that essentially we produce the wrong kind for our refineries. And so we end up importing a lot of, I forget the exact designations, but whatever kind is right for our refineries, and we export the kind that is not right for our refineries, but someone else probably knows the kind.
Yeah, and this is mostly because the refineries are configured for the Gulf oil, because a lot of the times it is cheaper than the domestic one, right? So, while fracking revolution, all of that stuff, the United States produces quite a lot. If you're configured, a lot of refineries are configured for Gulf, because Gulf oil, a lot of the times, is cheaper.
And all of this leading, to the basic idea that the world is extremely complicated, and Trump acting like it's just a set of two-way relationships that aren't that complex.
Right.
Endlessly stupid.
Well put. It's okay. He's gonna owe me $100 for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, and like, I mean,
this is at least the way it's going already.
Yeah.
That's why they strike the Card Island on the weekend, or going into the weekend, so the market was closed. So we're gonna have, again, unless it magically settles before that, but there was enough escalation on specifically oil infrastructure already today that Monday is gonna be probably another spike.
Isn't it up 23% already?
Since what? Isn't it close today? I think it's close, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to time. I mean, but like, this is the thing, right? You have this situation where you've got, all of a sudden we're now helping Russia while there's still the conflict in, the war, the invasion on Ukraine. It's like,
that makes it super complex when you think about that. We're helping Russia while Russia's attacking Ukraine against our wish, flying Iran with fucking drones at the same time.
yeah, exactly. It's like if you spend a little bit of time just thinking this through, even just base logic, nothing more than that, it's not that hard to put it together. Like if someone said to you, like, hey, we're playing a game of Risk or something, let's think through the consequences of invading Iran, you probably could come up with this.
Yeah, I think the de-escalation by the 28th is out. I think that this is going to be a longer venture than we intended, and I don't think we calculated the risk very well.
Remove sanctions from Russia. It was also only by Trump. The EU countries are actually pissed off at that. We didn't consult them or anything.
Wow.
Oh, that's diabolical. I didn't know that part.
I didn't either.
Remember, a week ago said we don't need help of Britain with Iran. They only join us when we're winning. Today it's asking Britain to send ships. Or yes.
We never need allies till we need allies. You ever notice that, Neo?
I think he should apologize and concede that he lost. He basically lost. The type of statement that he put out yesterday, asking allies for help, is otherwise called message of defeat.
Ungrateful bastard.
You realize, you act for the fair one and you lose it, and you looking at your homies like,
Y'all ain't gonna jump in?
was another news that Oman reached out to Trump to.
Who did you say, Neil? I didn't hear you, brother.
Oman.
Gotcha.
The country, the Omani fan, who was the previous mediator in the talks, reached out to Trump to, although he didn't say whether Iran, this was at the behest of Iran, it seems not, to see if there is a possibility for a ceasefire. Trump said it's not the time for it.
And then there was also, who was the country that there's that whole Kushner plane that he extorted? I forget which one of the GCC countries it was. Was it Bahrain? You know what I'm talking about? In the first, when he took the money to save that Fifth Avenue property. Yeah, basically like threatened to blockade them. Yeah, he was gonna blockade them, and then all of a sudden, like a couple billion, like showed in someone's bank account. All of a sudden.
I think it's Saudi Arabia. I think it's Saudi.
No. Saudi helped them do it to one of the smaller countries.
Was it Qatar?
I think it was Qatar.
Is it Qatar or UAE?
I think it was Qatar, but it's also just, this is the kind of thing where he's like, oh, you know, it doesn't matter, the complexity doesn't matter, like I can just do whatever, whenever, to whomever, excuse me. And, you know, are these people going to show up in the same way that they would have otherwise? Like maybe, but it just seems so, there's just so many unforced errors. You know, in the medium run, he's not going to be here, so what does he care? I booted him, Spiritus. I don't feel like it. If you can't tell the difference between Israel and all Jews, then I don't know. I'm not good.
I read that Saudi Arabia was essentially increasing the price of its crude as it filled up tankers along the Red Sea. Yesterday's price isn't today's price anymore. So whoever wants them to fill up for them, they're increasing how much they're charging.
I just briefly want to say there were a couple people asking me what the price of gas
consistent in their pricing. Like I know 1 AM PM in the valley that I go to all the time, that is the cheapest one out of all the AM PMs. It's usually beating everybody else by like 15 cents. I always wonder how.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing they do in California, is right? They go to that one. I don't know, have you ever driven Highway 1?
Man, come on, that's the main one, the coast. Come on.
Yeah, of course. So there's that one, man, I'm blanking on the name of the town, but it's like halfway between Big Sur and like Pismo, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in the middle of nowhere, and so they have to take those big ass tankers all the way on the windy road.
Oh, so you're gonna pay.
And so it ends up being like $2 more expensive than the average.
Wow.
Like, look, see, it's $7.50. And they don't understand that they found the one gas station that's the most out of the way on the hardest road.
I know a few gas stations like that, because I go hunting and fishing, and when you go out there, and there's that one gas station that after they know if you don't stop here, you're probably not going to find one for the next 10, 15 miles. They have their prices ridiculously high, like $2 higher than everybody else, just for a convenience fee.
Yeah, I'm scared to go to those ones, man. I like.
You don't do it willingly. That's not how this works. You don't ever stop
Also,
because you want to.
People just don't know like how backwoods California can get until they go to one of those.
Right, exactly.
Where the secessionists are. I don't know if you go all the way up to Northern California, but up here, they're actual secessionists. That's all the state of Jefferson people. Yeah, Spiritus, you're right. I'm almost positive it's Cambria. Actually, let me look it up. I'm not sure that is right.
I'm sorry, did I walk into a moment where we're talking shit about California? Sorry.
We're talking about the most beautiful drive in America, actually. It's, if you can believe it, there's something even nicer than Lake Michigan to drive by.
Y'all are still driving in California? That's nice. I mean, like, y'all can still afford to drive in California. That's not.
They got a PlayStation, so they should be able.
That was insane.
Don't they have Costco there?
Yes, they did.
We do.
And is the price of fuel higher there in that Costco?
So the one I'm talking about is called Gorda Gas. It is in. Oh wait, no, that's not it. That's the next one down. That one's still Big Sur. Here it is, Mini Martin Gas.
Let me ask y'all this, right? If you
it's in Ragged Point, California. There it is.
All right, let me ask y'all this, right? Like we're 2 weeks into this military excursion, since we can't call it a war, right? With that being said, the prices are jumping rapidly.
Why can't we call it a war? Yeah, it is a war.
Because Trump said we're not allowed to, and I follow my president.
Okay, you can follow him.
There was sarcasm dripping off. You like to mount the sarcasm off.
What up, my N-words?
What the fuck?
What's going on? It is Mike Vermillion back.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, what I was about to say is this, right? Don't you think that there's price gouging happening because there's no way that they've depleted all the reserves that they have, the oil reserves that they have already, right? I know they're anticipating the price per barrel is going up, but how long does it take for a barrel of oil to go from the Strait of Hormuz over here to be refined and actually put into our gas stations, right? Like, don't you think that they're prematurely gouging and that is not necessarily impacting them yet? Like, they might just be doing this to benefit them before it actually does impact them, their bottom dollar, or am I reading into it?
I mean, gas prices, didn't oil prices go up with the war with Kuwait?
Yeah, but I think I mean, have we ever really paid for gas? For the gas that they've already, they already have? I think we've always been paying, like, a future, for, like, the next round of
Yeah, but it was in the future, so if it goes down, by the time that oil that they bought that's gone down, like it's already gone down for us, the consumer, works the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
And then and also I have a question, what is the true cost of gas? Have we been spoiled for paying the low price of gas?
If it's so far in the future, how come I'm seeing
If
people
the gas
post?
is subsidized,
I'm seeing people post that this gas station or that gas station is out of gas and they don't know when they're going to replenish. Like, how is that happening so rapidly when we have reserves? Like, I don't follow that.
I would just advise not thinking about it and just let the markets handle it and pump your gas.
Yeah.
That was deep spirited. That was written in water.
I mean, you don't need to do it. You don't need to worry about it. Like, it's gonna happen. It's the market, whatever. Pay for the gas, move on.
That's what they're anticipating, and we will do
I'm
that.
building a depot so I can buy machines all the time.
I mean, it hasn't gotten to the level of it, to the level of the energy crisis in the 70s. So, I wouldn't worry about it right now.
Didn't they say the price shock was even bigger than in the 70s? I thought I read that somewhere. I only read that in my to be honest.
Oh, yes.
they say that.
I know, I can't say this for sure, but I remember my mother searching for gas literally, and they had odd and even days. To that extent. So you could only get gas on the days if you had an odd number. You couldn't get gas on the even days if you had an odd number on your driver's license.
Yeah, so to just let you know, this is already happening in other countries.
I mean,
They have already reached a level where they have to ration. But the thing here is, Gemini, each gas station has its own depot, and that's where they keep the crude, and they have agreements of getting more. When they run out of that, then they don't have anything to put in their pump. And when we reach that moment, you will find pumps are empty.
Yes.
But they then go and see if they can access the strategic reserve and get some of that from the strategic reserve. Now, you were talking about from the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, no tanker has left that strait since the maybe 29th or 30th of February? No, 28th, sorry. Or the 1st of March. Tankers haven't gone out of that, especially tankers that are coming to this side. So there are some tankers that are just stuck in there. They are not moving in or out. In terms of the route they take to get here, if they were outside the strait when this happened, they have to go through the Red Sea, the Mediterranean, Europe to get to the US. Or otherwise, what others are doing is they're going down into Cape of Good Hope and going all the way around up to get to the US, to South America, whichever countries they need to go to. So yeah, it takes time.
Well, but besides that, Miriam, the reason people are saying like the gas price is just whatever they tell us, it's not that. I don't think we pay attention, especially you, Gemini. If you live in like a high population area in the U.S., the individual gas stations need to be refilled like twice or 3 times a week. Right, the individual actual station you go to pump your car, they get a refill tanker probably 2 to 3 times a week, right? So when we're talking about that cost, like all of these things are being projected. So the tanker, the transportation cost for that gas that they're getting delivered to the individual gas station is projected based off the crude oil prices as well. And they pay those very often. So it's not like they just got gas for like a month at the station, and then when they get the news, they're like, oh, we gotta raise the prices. Like, nah, they getting that shit in like 2 days. So it's like, it's all happening very quickly.
Well, after the Iranian Revolution in 79, it quadrupled oil prices. So there's that. And in 73, it was all the OPEC countries cutting off the oil. So it's very different what's happening now. It's not to say it's better or worse, but they did this lines of the crisis back then was actually pretty crazy. We don't have to go down that road again.
Now, I apologize. I could easily look this up when I'm driving right now. But does anyone, am I making this up, or did Hexus say at one point, someone asked him about whether or not he believed Iran would close off the strait, and he said that he wasn't necessarily, they didn't necessarily expect them to, or that they hadn't sort of planned. There was something where that might seem sort of obvious to everyone else that Iran might do, but they hadn't like planned for it. And I think it was cutting off or closing off the.
He absolutely did say that.
Okay.
Oh my God.
All right.
He absolutely.
And why am I not surprised?
Yeah, he absolutely did say that. He said basically that he didn't say that it wasn't an issue. He said we're not overly concerned about them closing the Strait of Hormuz. That's what he said.
Okay.
Like it might not be a big deal. Like it might happen. We're prepared if it does. Like that's not really our fault.
He said it's going to be open, but you may have to deal with Iranian missiles. That's what he did say.
This is later experiences. This week was when he now says, well, it's not really closed. It's just if Iran starts hitting, it's open.
Okay, I thank y'all. I was hoping I had misremembered. And I was a little off, but still. I mean, this is.
Okay, I found it here. I looked it up now. He said people don't need to worry about the Strait situation. The U.S. would not allow the Strait to remain contested and was already dealing with the problem, and that there wasn't a full blockade, but they're just attacking ships. It's not a formal blockade. So he said, paraphrase, but that's what he said.
There's brother, if you have a tanker, you can send your tanker through.
There's a guy.
If you're missile proof, you're good.
There's a guy in Clubhouse used to be he's not on much anymore, but he used to be a nuclear submarine captain during the Cold War. And he and I had a talk about this yesterday. And he said it's just a clusterfuck that we need to pull out, come home. And he said he couldn't believe that the United States Navy hadn't considered the Straits as tactical, along with all of the other questions we're asking. His kind of proclamation was, all of these questions we're asking about tactical or strategic stuff is stuff the United States Navy needed to have had answers for before we deployed ships. So this guy, like I said, was a submarine captain for a while, and at least that's his take on this, is somebody who served.
That's what happens when you bring the National Guard to do full duty activities. I'm just saying. No disrespect to the National Guard.
Maybe, the play, and this is just me speaking from emotion, and I know people don't do that here because they don't feel it. And maybe the play is not to say anything right now, but I swear to God, like, if Democrats take control, there got to be heads need to roll for this administration for some of the things. It's not just ICE. I know, folks, people have feelings about the Iraq War, Afghanistan, and what Obama did or didn't do. But this is wild to me. It really is unbelievable that not that people, you don't just go to war, but then you don't even conceive of basic shit. It is absolutely insane that it wasn't even like there was a miscalculation of what it would be that, them making up shit, that's a whole thing. But to do this and then not even like complete the thought exercise of like what could happen. I mean, this is wild basic shit. And it is truly unnerving to me that we could make as a country, right? This administration could make such a gigantic move, right, and not have a basic sort of complete thought about what was taking place. There's no accountability, not answering questions about things, right? There's, it is, and that, to me, that is the thing that makes me the most nervous about all of this. Is that we have people at the helm who are completely inept and are not able, for whatever reason, are not capable of thinking through what might happen next, or what could happen next. Not even that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I put more thought into
Y'all really think they don't know what's gonna happen? Y'all really think that they came up with a plan and it's just like I think whatever they're serving to the American people, they're serving to the American people. You really think that they just fucking sent a bunch of soldiers out there and they don't have a plan? Like, I don't really know.
No, I can only go. So, Patty, I can only go by what people are saying.
I got you, but that's not how the military works. Period. Everything is broken down from ADR to H. They know what's going to happen. But the administration is giving you that information. Well, it's it saying that people just ran outside and said, let's go shoot a bunch of fucking people. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, it can be fucking ridiculous, Patty, but I'm a civilian listening to an administration who is...
Yeah, but if you do a Google search on anything that has to do with like war strategy or how we go to war, or even if you read the 9/11 report or anything that has, if you read anything about war or your military and how your government works, how the DOD works when they do these wars, you can see that these things are planned out. This wouldn't be just like, now it's like, this is a ridiculous conversation.
Hold on. So I'm speaking from how I feel about the way that the administration is carrying out certain things.
Right, and that's the American people. They're going to punish the American people.
That's
you pay attention to Kane, he says phases. He's obviously, phase didn't come from cookies and ice cream. That means he got something that they're doing. He knows what's supposed to happen. They're supposed to meet certain benchmarks. If they don't meet that benchmark, they have contingency. So like, if you listen to the general that's actually speaking, you know it's a plan. Now, if you're listening to Hexeth, then you're listening to an alcoholic that used to be on Fox News.
I mean, so he's the figurehead of the freaking department.
We don't even fucking know what's going on half the time.
So again, I'm speaking about the way that I feel about the way the administration is carrying out certain.
100% got it. But
so that's all I'm speaking to.
That's crazy. That's just
I said it feels like.
But to think there is no plan, that's crazy.
I don't know what it is.
Well, there's a plan. There's obviously a plan.
I'm unnerved by the plan because it feels like it's not.
And so is the DOD. So like they've been telling them that they can't go to war because if they do, this is going to be a forever war. This is not like a secret.
There is a plan. It's a neocon plan dictated by Israel. There is a plan.
What?
And the plan. I am an Iranian American peace activist. There is a plan. And there is a plan. And the plan is to bog the United States down in the Persian Gulf and the Middle East.
I don't know where you're going with it, but I don't know where you're going with it, Patty. Don't even respond to that. Let me ask you this directly. Skip that one, Patty. Do you think that it's fair to say that the plan is not going according to plan?
The plan is going to.
Let me finish my question.
Our own government knew that this.
Let me finish my question, Patty. I was almost done.
The plan is going according to plan. That's it.
Let me finish my question. The reason why I'm asking it, because I'm going to give you context. The reason I'm asking is all of a sudden yesterday he's asking for allies to send warships if they're expecting oil to come anticipate that much conflict or the strait being that difficult to hold, right? So that's what I'm asking. Do you think their plan is not going to go on?
That ain't it. So the problem is there is a plan. However, our allies entertain that plan is how they entertain it. That's why they have contingency. Okay, I'm not gonna talk anymore about it. You wanna talk over me? Who the fuck is that so I can kick you the fuck out? I don't care if you're friend or friend. I don't care if you're from Iran or you're from fucking down the street. Stop talking when I'm talking. First of all, there's a fucking plan, right? How our fucking allies entertain it when we do a request for forces, how they entertain it is that they have contingency. The problem is the fucking president talks too goddamn much, he gets on social media, and he fucking fights with our allies. Now, if they decide at the last minute, I'm not fucking with y'all, whatever's happening behind closed doors is happening behind closed doors. That is not control. They cannot control that. The combatant commander cannot control that. The only thing he can do is go by the plan, go back to the strategic planner, and they fucking work based off a D hour or H hour. And that phase. There are contingencies. If there's like, when we do a request for forces, if UK says they only can send X, X, and X, or if they say they cannot, they have contingencies. The problem is they've known all along that they cannot, like, this war is a war of attrition, and they're gonna fucking fight forever. It's gonna be an economic war, it's gonna be a political war at home. And that is the whole thing when it comes to the Iran doctrine. That is how they're fighting us. Because again, they cannot fight us tank or tank.
Do you feel like this plan has been a total disaster so far?
I think neoliberal is speaking. No, I don't. I think it is what it is. This is what's happening.
Okay.
So I think the useful distinction to make is that the military might and probably is executing their plan, right, to the T, but the military is doing operational and tactical and military strategic planning and executing on that. But overall strategy and what people colloquially refer to, and maybe Brother was talking about, is general strategic plan, right? A component of which could be military, right? So just like in previous wars, the United States might execute the military plan perfectly, right? And still lose strategically. And again, maybe that's what's happening, right? I don't think based on what we learned yesterday, Trump was advised that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz, right? And his response was, well, you can handle it, despite the objections raised from the military. So the military is going to go open up the plan they have for the Strait of Hormuz, right? There is one plan available that is old, right? But we can take it as a baseline, starting from the Carter administration, or taking the Card Island and a few other islands, right? Which seems, I'm sure they updated those plans, right? But just geography entails certain realities that are constantly there. That's where it's going. So they might execute everything that they did perfectly, right? According to their plan. That doesn't mean it's going to get the United States a strategic victory.
And it's kind of crazy that they've known this the whole time. It would never be a strategic victory. They've said this over and over again. If you even search on 0522, Plan 0522, it's confessed Taiwan. There's an indirect plan, whatever's online. And that fucking plan actually talks about if this happens with Iran. That's a contingency. They're indirectly affected if this happened in Taiwan. And what would happen to the United States with Iran acting up? Like, it's just crazy that everybody in the government knew, and they said, no, we can't do it, and we have a president that do it. So whatever they have as fucking plans is what they have to execute. Whether it looks good on paper or not look good. It looks good to American people because you got a fucking president talks crazy. Oh well, this is what they've known already. This was what was going to happen. They knew the Strait of Hormuz was going to close down. Who cares if Trump says he didn't see it? Trump doesn't even fucking take his executive briefs. So I don't care.
One second before you do, brother. Look, listen, they have a plan. They always have a plan. They have a contingency plan and a contingency plan for the contingency plan, right? But just to make a stupid ass analogy, if I have a plan, but the next time somebody pulls a gun on me, I'm going to say, you better shoot me in the face, and I'm going to punch him in the face immediately. I have a plan. And after that, if they try to duck, I got a contingency plan. That don't mean it's a fucking good one, though. It might be fucking retarded.
It's the best one that they can start with, based on the estimate.
It's the best one, but it's retarded. Like the Carter plan, and again, I'm sure they upgraded it, like universally, it was discounted by every administration as not a serious one because of the hurdles in place. Doesn't mean the military is not going to implement it, doesn't mean they don't have a plan, but it's an insane plan.
I agree 100%, Neil.
Can I ask a clarifying statement? So I'm talking about military. I don't know military. I was talking to me what seems to be sort of the strategy of the administration. Is the military going to do things that the administration doesn't authorize or instruct the military to do?
No.
Okay. So that's what I was speaking to, or that's what I was trying to speak to, right? Like the administration and the way that they're thinking through the things that are happening. I don't know.
You can find out anything till they see something on the news. I'm just being honest. You know, but I don't know. I don't know why y'all think that Trump actually goes to sitcom and sits down with the planners and says, "Hey, what do y'all see on your screen?" No, that doesn't happen. I don't even think he goes to the war room at the Pentagon or to.
I don't know if he even knows how to spell war.
Right. So I've never heard of him fucking showing up for anything.
Yeah.
Nothing. He just talks on TV.
What is it? Oh, that's it. This guy, I am the best in everything. I am the best, so best. Yeah. Hold on.
So now in the military, the administration has seemingly no say, and this is now just sort of executed by the military. Is that?
It's executed by the commanders that's on ground.
Okay.
Who sends back information. And then the guys that's at the top do their best to fucking make shit happen. So the guys on the ground, the commanders are supposed to know what their fucking mission is. They're given a mission. They have to execute their mission. Once they complete their mission, they let them know. If they don't complete them, they tell them, hey, these are the issues. This is the issues that we face. And then it goes back to the planners. So that's how that works.
So for example, to illustrate the difference between strategy and the military, right? And I'm not saying there is no strategy. I'm sure there are analysts that are reporting to the White House. I just don't think their feedback is accepted. But the military might present plans on and be commanded, as it seems it is, to open the Gulf of Hormuz, right? Let's say they successfully do that, right? There is the amphibious assault coming in, they're going to move the forces, there's a navy in combination, they're going to hold the beachfront and a few islands like to the Carter plan that is in public, right? Let's say they do that. And that's the military aspect, that they are successful. And then Iran bombs the oil infrastructure of the Gulf countries and cuts off the oil at the Sorry, I'm going to make this accident. Sorry, yeah. And let's say Gulf is open now, but instead Iran pivots to attacking oil infrastructure of Gulf countries and closes the oil flow at the what is happening?
Don't use colonial words.
Don't interrupt Leo when he's speaking, brother. Thank you. I'm actually trying to learn and listen to him. Be quiet, man. You gonna sit your happy ass down. Shut up.
No.
Go ahead, Leo.
Okay. I was actually interested in what's the non-colonial let's say they attack the Gulf countries and close the oil at the pump, right? The military victory of opening the Gulf of Hormuz doesn't give you a strategic victory because the oil prices are going to still go up, right? And there is that disconnect. And in the administration, they seem to have adopted the Israeli tactics of maximum technologically driven, excellent military operational tactical excellence, right? But zero strategy with it, right? So again, they're going to perfectly execute, maybe, hopefully, right? I don't want anybody, any Americans to die in an insane scenario, but it's still not going to give them strategically anything, and it's going to escalate it further.
So what would be a strategic victory at this point? Like, what would you consider a strategic victory?
None. That's the problem.
There's
There is
no
none,
victory.
right?
There's never been.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I see what you're saying now. There is no victory. It's not.
That's why I said they are doing exactly what they are supposed to do. They've known this was gonna happen. This is not a fucking secret. That's why no other president wanted to go into Iran.
So this is just stupid then.
I mean, politically, he has to keep going because if he does, it's gonna make us look weak to the rest of the world. So, I mean, right now he's just trying to
He knew better than his military. That's already came out.
And he's actually said that, man.
With Venezuela, because he was, except
His commanders don't know what the fuck they're talking about. He knows everything, so he was gonna fucking execute. That's exactly what was the problem. That's the problem. His commander said no, and he said, I know what I'm talking about, y'all don't.
I mean, General Kane and Trump both, well, Trump had said, I think he himself said it, they both said that Iran kind of threw them off guard with their capabilities, which I don't know how, if us as regular American citizens can see that. I mean, yeah, we're the more capable military, but Iran is not a whole. Iran has tons of cities underground, 500 meters deep, with ballistic missiles, with drones. They can fuck a lot of countries up. They have 1 million men.
That Kane himself fought against this war going forward before they fucking went to war. That's already out there that the Joint Chiefs of Staff did not want this to happen. But he was told, it was given orders and he had to fucking order the commanders had to order their troops to move forward.
Put it in the chat. Oh, sorry, good.
You can go first, and I'll go right after you.
I'm just enjoying that Trent wrote in the chat that Israel has informed the United States it is running critically long missiles interceptors as the conflict with Iran continues.
And I was going to
imagine. I fucking imagine.
I was just going to say, Gemini, I played a clip in the room yesterday that was like 6 years old that talked about the issues that the United States had with the Strait of Hormuz. And Divine came in on like the tail end part of it, but you would have thought it was like from a few days ago, not 6 years. I tried to put it in the chat, but I'll back channel you the clip because it was very informative, and this is not the first time that this has happened.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll just say I got a family member that was stationed in Okinawa, he's Marine, deployed on a mixed ship in the Persian Gulf based on shit like this. Like, there's real people in real time being affected by this shit, right? Outside of the price gouging and everything else that's happening, right? I just think that this was not worth it in any way, shape, or form. That's just my opinion.
And can we, and good afternoon, but can we also stop talking about America as like we have this imperialistic view of ourselves, which is understandable because that's the problem. We do capable army, military, industrial complex. Like, we got it. We understand. At some point, we have to realize that shit don't go like everywhere. Like, we walked into a fight with out of only to American bases. Like, we can say we got the biggest, baddest guns, the biggest, baddest military and army, but if the head of all that shit is a doofus, then it's no use. It's like a man with all the guns in the world but don't have no aim. So, I mean, we can keep saying who we think we are, and that might be true in some cases. But if we didn't have a plan, I mean, we got to think all the bases that's been hit, all the intelligence that we've lost, all the rebuilding we'll have to do. Yeah, we might be big and bad, but it just depends on who the hell in charge of controls. And right now, it don't look like we got a lot of control.
Even be it big and bad, you have a better army, a big and bad army, and be at a disadvantage based on just a geographical location. Right? Just the way things are designed.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right. Like, that's down there, like, if you take it to the streets, that's like home field advantage. You know what I mean? Like, and I think they definitely have that. We've lost wars because of that before.
Are you able to?
Yeah, but we're not on the ground.
Yeah, I know that. I know we're not on the ground. I think that's why, though. One of the reasons.
We're not on the ground because he knows that we'll lose even more.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And the citizens won't be happy with that to watch kids die.
Fuck no.
If you notice, they say large-scale combat. They don't talk about coin or counterinsurgency. They don't talk about anything else because, like, this would have been considered what a large-scale combat or the rules for a large-scale combat. 1,000 people dying a day if they were to lose something. So it's just ridiculous.
Are you willing to hear from an Iranian peace activist? I live in the United States out of no choice. Because if I go to Iran, I'll be executed. I'm against that tyrannical regime. However, that tyrannical regime, in the name of religion, has a counterpart in Israel that is abusing Judaism. And the plan of the Zionists have been to keep the U.S. bogged down in the Persian Gulf. It's called the Persian Gulf neoliberal. The Gulf, or the Arabian Gulf, is a colonially pushed term. And if you want to, I can go into details. Neoliberal.
I said the Gulf. That's right. I think the Gulf.
The Gulf is a so-called British compromise after the Israelis created the Arabian Gulf in order to divide and conquer, in order to divide Persians from Arabs. Okay, there was a Zionist spy that was eventually executed in Damascus, Syria in 1954. His name was Elijah Cohen.
Why don't you try to spell it? But
It is the history of why people call the Persian Gulf the Gulf.
Okay.
Or the Arabian Gulf. Please listen.
I understand that, but again, I don't think that it goes back to only the British. The Arabian Gulf and the Persian Gulf.
No, the Persian Gulf for 3,000 years. Like the Gulf of Mexico, like the Indian Ocean.
You mean the Gulf of Americas?
Yes, that's the kind of colonial change of name.
Yeah.
That the Gulf of America is an example.
It happens when countries control things. Like, if you look at the Ottoman or the Abbasid Empire, they changed geographical names.
No, Persian Gulf has been called that since even before Cyrus the Great.
I mean, sure, I agree, but I don't think it is. Look, there is a lot of terminology that is used that have disputes. I agree with you that
created by colonial forces.
Can I finish something? Okay, a lot of names that we use, including for a lot of people, the English language is a colonial invention for a lot of people.
You don't even know
That doesn't mean.
Listen to this shit. We learned something.
Okay. Watch that up. So, I think we can, in order to have chill conversation, the neutral term that I used was the Gulf. Because I was discussing both Persia and the Arab states. Arab states, a lot of them refer to it as the Arabian Gulf. The Persians refer to it as the Persian Gulf. I, myself, think that the Persians win the argument in the naming dispute. However, in order to not get bogged down into these conversations, because I don't think it's the most important, I'm still not finished. I'm still not finished. I don't necessarily think that's true either. But I think a good compromise for the purpose.
Let him finish his submission, please.
Is just to say it's a gulf. A gulf is a oceanographic designation which doesn't imply in either direction, right? So a gulf, I would humbly keep referring to it as the gulf. Okay, okay.
It's called the
Persia as a country doesn't exist anymore.
So
I gotta be jumping off mic. Is Neil?
If a moderator is speaking, please let him complete his thought. So some self-control and let him complete his thought and then give your submission.
Okay, Mustafa, I respect your opinion, but I don't want to get bogged down into Persian, Arab, or Zionist, or whatever naming dispute, so I'm gonna just be calling it the Gulf. Is that okay with you?
No, it's not, because you are.
Okay, then please ignore it.
Okay, let me educate you. Yeah, and Moji, hold on one second. Moji, one second. We gave you the floor for about an hour and a half, and we got good memory around here. We know who you are. Just say what you gotta say. You're not going to take over the room. We let you do it once. We were being nice. Say what you gotta say in a minute and pass the mic. Appreciate it.
And also stop cutting Neo off to complete his thought.
You don't want to hear the voice of the other. If you don't want to hear the voice of the people,
I don't. Shut up.
I don't know what is going on. Like now
the other night. We were nice to
we're gonna do a naming dispute.
Yeah, he gave us the whole history the other night. We were nice to him. First lady forgot his name, but I remember him, Mochi. He kept telling people.
You're not doing no better. He's calling me emoji and stuff. I'm saying the job though.
I didn't catch that.
We definitely shined a light on him. He gave us the lesson, and he trying to go back again. Like, we get it, bro.
I was genuinely interested in hearing Neo finish his submission. Like, I was listening, and he kept cutting him off so he couldn't complete his thought.
I don't even remember what I was saying since the.
That's what I was waiting for to happen right there. Exactly.
Welcome to the stage. What's going on, brother?
Opa, Nino.
Yeah, I was just correct.
I wasn't listening out here. That's on me.
What up, everybody? What up?
Hey, boy.
You got it right.
Yeah. See, I pay attention.
That's what the white people call him out there in North Carolina. They call him boy. Come here, boy. Hey, right now, boy.
Y'all was talking about.
Y'all just saying we don't even remember what he was saying.
Talking to the most. Y'all just talking to this as fucking moderators.
I got a question. We literally asked Neo, he said different rules the same. So I was concerned what's going to happen, and it happened.
So, Neo, did that guy know that Persia doesn't exist anymore as a country?
It doesn't?
It does not. The country does not exist anymore.
Okay, thank you for informing us. Breaking news, Persia doesn't exist.
Yeah, I thought you knew that.
No, you wrote
The Persian people, they don't. That's all those Persian nations.
You're in the matrix, bro.
Persia, though. Yeah, we quit. I got a question for the panel.
Go for it.
What's your question for the panel?
Hey, so just knocked out one of our 7 dash systems. We got to go to South Korea to replace it. Do you guys think, because I know She-Hulk for the last 15 years about taking Taiwan, do you think this would embolden China to see an
this, but it's a hard question to answer. Mostly because I still, from what I'm reading from the Chinese English translation, whatever is available in the public from different analysts and thinkers in China, they still mostly think that time is on their side. Well, this opens strategic opportunity for them, right? They do see the United States on decline and the United States projection of power on decline. This only confirms that it is on decline. So one of the thoughts is that we just can wait it out.
Yeah, it would be a bad time next year. It's going to be kind of hard for us to fight two fronts at one time. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but I think it's going to be the beginning of World War III if China makes that move. It's going to be a whole bunch of fuckery going on if they press that button and go ahead and start that invasion, because Trump is going to be too busy dealing with this bullshit. Then he's going to have to send troops over there to try to protect Taiwan. Yeah, it's a lot going on right now. And you still got the European front with Ukraine and Russia too.
Yeah, I'm sure, although I'm sure they're going to take advantage of this in many different ways. There is Trump visits soon happening, right? So they're going to squeeze every advantage they can out of this for Trump. The other thing is that they're probably going to prepare, maybe even force prepositioning in South China Sea, because it's not only the thoughts that the United States moved, it moved also Patriots, and it moved the Japanese, the one that Gemini was talking about, 2,200 troops, right, are going from Japan's Okinawa base, the amphibious assault military, I don't remember the designation of them, are going to the Middle East, right? That is
supposed to be for Taiwan. That's the thing that's crazy.
Exactly.
And we only can have to be deployed at the same time. We have two. One in Latin America, one
Exactly.
across the world for global, define global.
Do you think
We be deployed at a time based off of the equipment that we have on our property, but 3. You have 2 gone. The number 1, the MDU, the amphibious unit, the Marine Expeditionary Unit that is now deployed to the Middle East is actually supposed to be supporting the China War Plan, the 0522. They belong to the Indo-Pacific. They're the only ones ready to deploy right now, so they push them forward. And you push the other unit that would be somewhat ready into Latin America. So now we have a 3rd unit with less equipment. And the other 7 units won't be able to do shit but rotate. So it's like really right now, China, this is within the next month or whatever, China can fucking float around and see what's going on.
Yeah, you saw North Korea already launched, I think, a few ballistic missiles yesterday, or depending on the time zone today. So they're already testing the South Korea after the removal and asserting themselves after the removal of, I think, 6 starred batteries, right? And again, China's probably going to impose, do some repositioning both with forces and politically, so that those starred systems are not reinstalled back in South Korea. Last time those starred systems were installed, there was a large political fallout from China in South Korea, travel restrictions, sanctions, all of that type of stuff. So maybe those thoughts are never coming back, especially knowing that the new thought systems are going to come only in somewhere between 2030 to 2033.
Where do you think the MBU gets activated? Do you think they go to Cork Island, or do you think they go to Lebanon to help the IDF fight Hezbollah?
Not Hezbollah. That team is specifically amphibious assault. So I don't know if it's Cork Island or if you are like the Carter plan. And again, we don't have access to these plans, right? The old plans envision taking a few islands and reinforcing them as like a staging platform, not the Cork Island itself, or the Cork Island featured in there.
Yeah, I just wanted to see your take on it. I know you're not a military advisor or nothing like that, but for operational security purposes, those guys don't even know where they're going right now. They won't get told until the last minute, but that's what they signed up for, right? Yeah. But I'm saying, Commander, I don't know if you guys ever deployed or anything like that, but I've been to the Middle East a couple times, so, they don't tell you till the last minute where you're actually going. But for OPSEC, they call it OPSEC, so operational security. Thank you for your service. Right, hey, that's you served, right? Yes, sir. Appreciate it. But I know this is a war and nobody can ever predict how bad or how long it's going to be, but I don't see that shit ending no time soon. My prediction is it's going to be a bunch of sleeper cells in America that's going to get activated. So domestically it's going to get a little crazy here too. And also, obviously, oil has spiked up in the past couple weeks. It's just going to be a whole bunch of chaos. My question for y'all is, I know it's another crazy question, but do y'all see a draft being enacted if this shit prolongs any further?
I don't think America can sustain the pressure on oil prices for this to go long.
In their religion. So to activate a sleeper cell, it's easy. We're willing to die. You know what I mean? Like, that's the part that people overlook, because here in America, everything is so, not everybody's a Christian here, you know what I'm saying? Not everybody's Catholic, everything is dispersed. You have atheists, so they don't really put an importance to the religious context like the Middle East does. So, you know what I mean? Like, you open up a Quran, like, it's not, you know what I mean? It's not gonna be too long before you, like, kill whoever doesn't follow you. You know what I'm saying? They take that.
Have you read the Quran before?
Open the Quran. I've taken time to read the contradictions in the Quran because they think it's a perfect book and it's not. And and also there's the Middle East, and I'll put a link if you want. It's from the horse's mouth, so you don't have to shoot the arrows. In any faith, right? Any country that practices Islam, there should be a law. It's not my word, I'm making it up. If you leave Islam, you can be punished by death. I don't know if that shocks you. I don't know if
that depends if maybe one country is governed that way, right? It's not. That is not the large. In a Muslim, they're not a large like this.
like the large one there, but that's where they are extreme. And that's not a little hoax, that's not a little spooky
Can we skip this part of the conversation? Like, Jen has another 20-30 minutes segment on Islamophobia, like, story.
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing that too.
Okay. Skipping that one.
Yes, if what you're doing is exactly Islamophobic, you, somebody who does not practice the religion, does not know much about the religion, are making pronouncements about how their followers should practice it. That is Islamophobia. You shouldn't do it. It's bad. If you have a criticism of a country, say, I don't know, like Saudi Arabia or maybe Iran, that's acceptable. But lambasting the entire 1.4 billion Muslims in the world and people who worship it is out of line is just not the right way to do it. Just not the right way to do things.
I couldn't hear you, Marshall, the whole time it didn't know that you were talking to me.
We're skipping the conversation. Let's move on.
What I'm saying is what I say is first of all, you already want to say is thanks.
We're moving on, bro. We're moving on.
Like a little.
We're moving. And you're in the matrix. Okay, you're in the matrix and we're moving on.
I moved in. He moved on.
in that region because production and not only production but sales of oil start to like critically affect other countries in that region. Like, what's the over-under in a month or two that we really start losing our Middle Eastern allies due to their business being affected by our actions?
I think that's a high possibility. Not only are those Middle Eastern countries necessary for oil, but a lot of their income comes from tourism as well. You look at Qatar, you look at UAE, you look at I don't know, all those other Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, they rely on tourism as a form of income. And of course, nobody's going to the Middle East right now because shit is getting blown to smithereens. So, I mean, you have nobody's touring, oil prices are spiking, and we had military bases in those countries, and they became a target for the IRGC. And now those countries are like, bro, the whole purpose of y'all having bases over here was for y'all to protect us. And instead of us protecting them, we protected Israel with their defense systems and all that other stuff. So they were looking, I don't know, I seen something on next about MBS, which is Saudi Arabia's crown prince. He was kind of pissed off about us making that move. I haven't seen anybody confirm that, but from what I see, it's going to cause a lot of turmoil. And I think this is our last stint in the Middle East. I think this will be the end of us doing business in the Middle East, even if we win this war. And to me, even conventionally, even if we fucking kill everybody, it's not a win in my book because this war doesn't benefit us. But yeah. Damn, nobody else got nothing to say?
I appreciate your answer.
No, man, I'm gonna get him, I'm gonna think about, how do y'all feel about Mike Pompeo? I don't know if y'all know who that is. He's an ex-CIA director under Trump. He basically said Mossad, he didn't say this verbatim, but he was throwing hints that Mossad inorganically started those protests in January in Tehran, which got the American government to say, hey, look, the IRGC are executing their own people to get us in the mind of going to war. How do y'all feel about that? Do y'all think Mossad was behind those protests, or do you think they're working?
Did we cover that the Swiss government rejected 2 U.S. overflight requests related to Iran war? I think Miriam might have said that.
No, can you tell us about it? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's just that the Swiss government rejected U.S. overflight requests.
You don't want Iranian intelligence to start, out of nowhere, a random lone wolf attacks popping out of nowhere. It's just...
Of course not.
A senior French military official was killed in Iraqi Kurdistan by an Iranian drone 2 days ago.
I saw that. What was Macron's reaction? Anything?
Haven't seen it. According to Iranians, Iraqi Kurdish authorities tipped off Tehran that the French were in Kurdistan seeking to arm and help Iranian Kurdish militias to attack Iran. Tehran responded immediately with drone attacks that killed one and left several French soldiers wounded.
Yeah.
This is not going well. I just saw a tweet from Chris Murphy, Senator Chris Murphy. Obviously, this was 8 hours ago. If you guys have seen it, you can tell me to shut up. So it said, yeah, it's a whole thread that he did. Murphy, as you know, has access to intelligence that we don't have. But he said this: it's clear now that Trump has lost control of this war. He badly misjudged Iran's ability to retaliate. The region is on fire. And then he said, I'm going to explain to you in this thread what I've learned in part of from closed briefings about the 4 biggest current crises. Number 1, Trump believed Iran would not close the Strait of Hormuz. He was wrong. Oil prices are spiking. If the strait stays closed, a global recession would result. It actually may already be too late. Gas prices are the first to spike, but food prices are next. And then 2, he said Trump has no plan to reopen the strait, and a plan may not exist. The assets Iran uses to harass and attack tankers, thousands of small drones, speedboats, and mines cannot be eliminated. They are too numerous, too spread out, and hidden. And then 3, he said, what about naval escorts for tankers? This is a possibility, but it's harder than you think. First, it would require our entire Navy. 100 tankers need escorting each day. If we destroy the mines and drones, our ships are at risk too. Then number 2, we can destroy Iran's missiles, but not all their drones. And war today is drone war. Iran can hit oil sites in the region indefinitely because they possess so many cheap, weaponized drones, and they are. Obviously, he brought up the oil depot. And he brought up the oil depot that was hit 2 days ago. And then he said if Trump paid any attention to the Ukraine war, he should have noticed how warfare has changed. And he blundered. The Gulf states are running out of interceptors to stop missiles and drones, meaning that some more oil sites will be vulnerable. And then number 3 would be a broader regional war is breaking out as Iranian proxies in Lebanon hit Israel and those in Iraq target the US. Israel is now threatening a massive ground invasion of Lebanon, which could become its own new crisis. And then other potential flashpoints lurk. So far, the Houthis in Yemen have been relatively quiet, probably not for long. They can project power into the Red Sea. For Syria, this is the worst time for Trump to strike Iran. Syria could explode again. And then Trump has no endgame. Iran and its proxies can create chaos indefinitely. So what's next? A ground invasion? Question mark. This would be Armageddon, thousands of dead Americans. Declare false victory, then the new Iranian hardliners in charge just rebuild what we destroyed. All of this was totally foreseeable. Frankly, it's why previous presidents weren't so stupid to start a war like this. Trump has lost control of the war. His best course now is to cut his losses and end it. That's the only way to prevent an even bigger disaster. I'm done reading. Thanks.
Why don't they tell you that we bombed their drone factories and we will continue to because they're cheap? And they're not gonna, you think they're gonna win, bro? The fuck out of here.
That's very true.
Y'all not listening.
Y'all not listening. You live in the greatest country, Divine.
Go on mute. You went over there.
Who out of the country then?
Shut the front door.
We don't need people like you here. We don't need you to respond. We don't need you here.
Go on mute.
He's from here. It's people from here. Where your people from?
I moved in again. Rather, it moved on again.
I want to just give some appreciation to Lord for what he just read, because I'm working, and everything you just read is very disturbing. I don't know if people just are willfully ignoring what the world is saying, what the experts are saying, what we know is true, and will sit there and just say some dumb shit. I'm going on.
Yeah, Patty, earlier, I heard, I was doing some work, that's why I didn't come on stage, but you and brother were going back and forth, and when you talked about, like, the planning, I think, like you said, there's absolutely always a plan for everything. That's the military part. And brother can correct me if I'm wrong. I think my understanding is from the civilian aspect of things where the government, in itself, might not have planned this out. And I can make an argument for this because if you remember clearly, for any of you that pay attention to this, boring stuff, when Trump came back to power, his second term, one of the first things that happened, do y'all remember that bitch ass lady, Laura Luma, made him fire a whole bunch of NSC staffers that were in the room. They usually prepare the president and his, principals, so SecDef, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor. These were individuals that, on a day-to-day basis, you don't hear them because you never see them on the media. You don't, they're not out there talking. These individuals were gone, and under normal circumstances, irrespective of what plan the military might have, these are supposed to be the people that do the homework for their principals and then advise the president on a course of action, because they would have factored in not just the military ramifications of what's going to happen, but the economic ones, the ones that could really hurt Americans, irrespective of whether we're directly participating in the war or not. Unfortunately, those people are gone because some crazy lunatic on Twitter had the ears of the president and individuals who were taken out. If you all remember when Obama came to power, however you feel about Barack Obama, one of the first things he did, he talks about this himself, was the first meeting he had after it was confirmed he won, was Bob Gates. However you feel about Bob Gates being SecDef at the time, Obama knew the war in Iraq was a mess. And rather than just come in and disrupt, he's a rookie. Why not keep some continuity for the time being, and then we can move forward with a different, Secretary of Defense. When Bush came into power under Clinton, there's always holdovers, people that don't necessarily work directly in the White House, but they come in from these institutions. When you had Doge come in and they said all of this was a bunch of bullshit, you had Laura Loomer getting the president's ear, and then individuals were being fired. So now Donald Trump literally is relying on things being told to him by Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and then his own instincts. That's how the United States of America, the country that we all love, is operating right now. The instincts of Donald Trump. Good luck. I'm done.
It is not instincts. You're wrong.
You heard it? You're wrong.
Yeah, I'm always wrong.
At this point, I hate you. I don't always hear you.
Why is he wrong?
Because
let's leave it there.
Because this woman because Iran too. If you see the track of history during the last 2-3 decades, Iranian people have explicitly demonstrated their needs and their what they want and how they want to lead their country and how they want their country to be managed. I think that after it is for a long time that mullahs are after it. They are too dumb to handle the intelligence of the country. They are too dumb to handle technology and the processes even in their mind. How can they handle the strategic process of our country in magnitude of Iran? You see this, they are too simple. This level of simplicity in the mind, they think linear. They don't understand any mathematical equation. They are not on the level of even second level of the elite of the country. For example, there are minds that are top level of the elite level of
30 seconds.
But Iran is being led by two dumb people.
Low IQ?
Low or it is me.
You just have to do it, Kitover. You couldn't help yourself.
They cannot even solve a simple mathematical equation.
Okay. Well, I'm sure Peter clarified why you were wrong, my lord. That was very convincing.
Quite eloquent.
Yes, you're wrong. That's it.
That's okay. I can admit when I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
I think that there is no need to discuss about the necessity of kicking out more.
Who did that?
I That's crazy. You're a piece of shit. No, you're a piece of shit, Neil. Don't ever cross paths with me in real life.
I mean, do you want to fly around? I'll buy you a ticket. I'll buy you a ticket.
I'll buy your whole fucking house just so you can be.
Why is she so easily triggered?
Nia, what did you do?
Go ahead, Nia, you were talking about health.
I'm distracted. He's saying I'm a hoe, which is true. But moving on.
Neoliberal, out of all the things that I thought today you were going to admit to, being a guardian tool was not one of them.
Yeah, I think he's doing great, actually. I think, well, maybe not only Raji, but all of them. Then you've seen the videos. We were watching them, I think, the day before yesterday on their march.
Oh, I saw it.
That's insane.
Yeah. I mean, did you see the one where one of the, I think he's from the judiciary, was doing an interview and then Israel bombed and he didn't even flinch. Basically, he just kept going with the conversation. And then, yeah, I think another thing they're doing a great job at is, from an optics standpoint, being able to kind of come out there and capitalize on showing their people that, listen, we're not running away or hiding.
Lord, the young ones will say he's got aura.
You sure do it?
Yeah, but nobody comes close to the first Ayatollah. That guy knew how to do aura maxing.
Really?
Hey, yo, when at first I told him when he got off of that plane, and that's aura right there, man. It's like, at 79, at neoliberal.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's a little tough buying people's homes, but they get to keep them. If Liberal is too good for that deal, I'll take it. God bless.
Wait, which house, brother?
My van down by the river.
He offered to buy my whole house, which, I mean, even the real estate prices here skyrocketed. Maybe I should sell.
Like, I don't know why he thinks he can afford your house. As much as you read, you clearly are elite. What's going on? You might be able to buy my house. In fact, I'm quite sure that you already know what my mortgage is. So just, slide a baby in and go. And pay for it. More than lazy. Paul. I appreciate it.
Hey, brother Messi, they said you're a big bag. Is that true?
The biggest the bag. If I get all that.
Hey, I got a quick question. It was early in the room. We were talking about it, but does anybody on the stage, you guys actually believe in luck?
Bad luck.
What'd you say, brother? I hear you.
Bad luck. Yeah, look, I think luck definitely can happen.
Yeah, no, I don't believe in luck, man. I just don't. Like, it's just opportunity, preparation,
seen as what we call luck. We just don't really see like the chain of events that happen. It's just when you're prepared, opportunity presents itself. It's perfect timing, and it just happens. I feel like luck is like it's a phrase we use, like, right? It's to explain things that we can't explain. You know what I mean? Like, you avoid a really bad accident. It's like, oh God, I was lucky. It's like, nah. You know, like the chain of events in an accident, right? You may have done something right, or it may have been something in the chain of events that just stopped you from getting into the accident, right? It's just, and what we use luck is just an easy way to explain things, you know?
You know what they say, luck is opportunity meets preparation, man. I do believe in some of that, for sure.
I mean, I 100% believe in it, right? Some scenario where you feel like you're lucky.
Hey, Meech, you know how lucky it is to be like a professional athlete? Like, for example, you know, if you put it like in sports, I know we go to the sports context, but you know how much luck that is, bro? It's like you gotta prepare, then it's your opportunity, and there's so much luck involved in that, yo.
You know, the fact that I knew a professional athlete, bro, it's a lot of hard work that goes into it, you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. You're preparing yourself. Like, look at a politician, right? Because it's a political room, right? Like, let's take Barack Obama, for example, right? Even though he prepared, like, parts of his life, he went to Harvard, but you know how lucky he was also during that term? Like, everything had to fall in place, right? The land up in Chicago, meet the right mentors, you know what I'm saying? So I think it is part luck, like this shit, you know what I mean?
Nah, I mean, Obama's a different case. His family had connections. They really did. If you dive into his maternal side of his family, they had some connections.
But that's pseudo. That's kind of pseudo right there. That's pseudo. The man was from a white single mom, bro. And Hawaii, ended up, coming out of Hawaii. He goes to Harvard, right? He has the right professors, the right mentors. Then he lands in Chicago, to meet some of the brightest minds. That's a lot of luck, bro. All that maternal line stuff don't work, man, in Chicago. Come on, man, what's going on? Each person had its luck. I think each person had. He was brilliant.
Obama had a little rough spot too growing up, man. He was living in the Philippines. It was tough out there for him, so. But yeah, so like, I just think Obama was prepared. Like, he's a very intelligent guy, like super intelligent guy. And he has the charisma. I think those things that his family instilled in him, at a young age, growing up in a good family. Even though you say he had a single mother, like his maternal grandfather was very influential in his life, and they prepared him. And then his stepfather came in, and he put that toughness in Obama.
But I'm saying, Meech, coming out of Chicago, right? If he don't get with like grassroots organizations, right? Certain elements of black, let's just say black Chicago, right? The guy don't have a chance to get out of Chicago, bro. Like a lot of it is luck, bro. Like, and once you get into Chicago, that maternal line, that ain't got nothing to do with what's going on in Chicago. They don't care about the maternal line shit in Chicago. Political wise, you know?
Well, no, I'm not saying his maternal side had any influence in his community organization activities in Chicago, but the preparation of his earlier years equipped him to be in the spot he's in. Now, that's what I'm saying. Like, you raise a child a certain way, and then when they go out into the world, they do amazing things. So,
like me, if Obama don't go to the church Jeremiah Wright is the pastor at, right? If he don't get some of that, grounding in his approach, you think he become president? Some of it is, you do need some luck, bro. different level of politicians in front of each other. I think Mullah was much lucky.
So, Meech, you think it's only 10,000 hours you need? That's all you saying, Meech?
Maybe 12,000.
You know how many artists, let's say music-wise, how many artists that have put in 12,000 hours but ain't had the luck? Cause y'all love music in here. I know y'all love music on Clubhouse. You know what I mean?
I don't believe in luck. I think it does come with the work and the preparation. I think luck is one of those things we tell ourselves and have conditioned people to believe in, so that they don't put in the actual work and they don't, and they find themselves expecting one day I might be the lucky one. I get the concept because I mean it's just like in my eyes, and I'm only gonna say this, in my eyes, religion doesn't need some hope. The unnatural to something that really is probably done better with just putting in the efforts and work. It leaves a little hope for the people that are lazy, because most people, hell, the majority of people are lazy, won't put in that work, won't go through that pain for that pleasure, or that pain for nothing. Because like you just said, some people say it takes 10,000 hours, and some people that has 20,000 hours and still are in the same spot or a little bit better, but not where they believe they should be. I think that's true too by nature. We just don't want to put the actual time in. So a lot of people use luck as just a scapegoat to say, oh, that person who worked very hard, who did 5 o'clock workouts, who trained after practice in high school, who used to play AAU, who put a lot of time in the AAU programs, and actually put themselves in position financially, and with the skill that they actually put into the craft. That's why they're in the NBA. It was luck. I mean, I went to high school with him. He wasn't that good, but you forgot about the fact that he ran 3 miles before he ever walked into that school to get that education. You forgot that his parents actually spent money on him to have training outside of the actual basketball practice, and you forgot that just because y'all played high school basketball, y'all didn't play on the same AAU team or in the same leagues. So I mean, I believe that luck is, or at least the saying and the belief of luck is useful for the American people, for all people actually, but I truly don't believe luck is the deciding factor. And when somebody else's life has explored bigger and better things, it's normally because that's the work they put in. I mean, some people grew up in rich families, and I don't think that's luck either. I just think that's, again, how the ball drops in certain cases. Some people put that extra work in to have a rich family and put them family in a position to have things, and that's normally the case. It's normally not like, oh, yeah, he worked up because he had a rich uncle. It's like, well, rich uncle put a lot of work in to make sure his family was good. And so it happened that he was the person that fell upon. But somebody put the work in. I don't think that's luck either. Thank you.
Choosing the work is very important because, for example, in my case, I was very unlucky to be born in Iran in comparison to United States and other countries that give more opportunities to their children. But my mom did her best for me to compare myself with the children of other countries for my mindset and to think out of the picture. I think that this can help the situation when you don't have enough luck, you can still fight. Make a good fight for it.
So I got some news, because that's what we do around here. Someone mentioned it, but I'm going to try to get more information. There's been an explosion
it as a deliberate and targeted attack. In sport, Wales ended a 3. Oh, we don't care about that. And then in Asia, in Nepal, early election counts show a party led by a former rapper ahead and signaling a potential shift toward youth-led politics. So we got a rapper.
Hey, why would you care about that, Divine? Because he's a rapper? What's going on here?
Don't start, Omar.
Nah, I'm messing with you, Divine.
I know how you do. We got some science and technology news. AI is reportedly planning a sweeping layoffs affecting only 20% of its workforce as it shifts resources toward rising AI infrastructure costs. I mentioned this earlier. They're going back to the moon. I don't know why. We got issues down here on Earth. I do not give two sweats about going to the moon. We spoke about the weather. But there's some here. Prime Minister Mark Carney is traveling to the UK to meet with King Charles III. But I'm going to try to get more on this bombing in Amsterdam. And yeah, I do want to know about this rapper in Nepal.
I'm not gonna lie. Could you get more on the more? I get the relevance of the bombing. Let's not skip over that moon topic.
The reason we're going back to the moon is because the Chinese in a couple of years will land on the far side of the moon. The idea for the U.S. space project is if we can go to the moon, we could use the moon at some later date to launch into deep space. That's the overall map NASA's working on.
Also, don't expect us not to want to go to the moon, brother. We spent money on Space Force this time. This is what we've been waiting on. Taking the war to the next frontier, bro.
We got kids in high school reading on a 3rd grade level. That's my priority. I could give two shit.
That iPad gonna show them the moon in 1080p or 4K, bro. We gotta think beyond that. The kids won't need to read when they make it to the moon. They'll be speaking a different language.
Is it the schools or is it the parents, though? Sometimes we have to ask that, too, man.
Now we having a real conversation.
For real, man, because I got 3 cousins that's teachers and brother stuff they tell me, and these are passionate sisters, graduated from UGA, 2 of them, and the other one went to Clinton State, but they just tell me it's just the kids that come in, and it's the parents, bro, it's the areas, it's the communities, it's a lot, but we can't put all that on the students, right? Yes, we do need to figure out how we can get all kids to like a decent reading level, right? They're 8th grade, right? If they're in the 8th, they need to be reading on 8th grade reading level, but you can't be in everybody's homes.
Another news, Somalia warns against the military base in Somaliland. Somalia's government warned Thursday that its territory cannot be used for foreign military operations after reports that Israel is considering establishing a base in the breakaway region of Somaliland, near the strategic port of Berbera in Gulf of Aden. State Minister of Foreign Affairs Ali Omar told Al Jazeera that only Somalia's federal government has the authority to approve foreign military arrangements. For context, Israel recognized Somaliland earlier.
How important is the position of government of Somalia in the war between United States and Moldova?
My brain broke from that sentence. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
How important is the position of government of Somalia in the war between United States and Moldova?
Well, the Gulf of Aden is strategically important, right? And Somaliland, which is a breakaway territory not recognized by, let me actually look it up, Israel and the UAE recognize Somaliland?
I think that United States can manage Somalia. I think they are able to manage Somalia. Yeah?
We're talking about Somaliland, not Somalia. Okay, I'm just gonna stop.
Okay, I think that United States is capable enough to manage that land.
Yes, that's why they have a breakaway territory which is recognized by Israel. United States is doing a great job of managing Somalia. Yeah, the only recognition is
But yeah, we should still be able to go to the moon. I mean, yeah, we're gonna have some kids down here that can't read, but yeah, I don't think we should all like stop trying to go to the moon because you got a couple kids that can't read.
I also seen somebody in the chat say, I can't read. That would be a lie. And that would be slanderous on my name. So you better lawyer the fuck up, buddy.
Yeah, what is this high school? So-and-so can't read. This is crazy. Like elementary school stuff.
By the way, I was being sarcastic. However, I also agree. They told us they went to the moon in the 60s, right? And that was in like color TV. And as a person who wants to believe space and history and science, give me that AK. Take a red up there. Take some competent people. Take some people who don't mind not coming back if it don't work. And let's go ahead and get that done. You know what I'm saying? We got money for wars. We better have money for space travel. Oh, and no money for healthcare. So we definitely don't have money for healthcare. At least entertain me with some quality space travel.
Well, a big part of our problem is we spend the majority of the money we take in taxes every year on ourselves. We spend at least a third of it on entitlements, which is what the government calls them, Social Security, disability insurance, and Medicare. We then pay interest on the debt. We then pay for the military, and we then pay for everything else, right? So the military absorbs, yes, about $900 billion sometimes, close to $1 trillion. But we truly spend the vast majority of tax dollars we take in on ourselves. And the programs like Social Security and disability insurance are only expected to grow over time. And Social Security is supposed to be at a point where it goes from a one-to-one payee system to a one-to-two payee system in 2034, right? Without raising retirement age and raising the FICA cap, Social Security won't be solvent. And Social Security is having a lot of its money drained by Social Security disability insurance. Social Security disability insurance out of those mandatory entitlements is the largest growing basket of federal dollars. So I'm not suggesting you take them away or do whatever you want. I'm just trying to outline like where we put our cash.
Hey Marshall, I knew I would spark your interest with that. And how you been, buddy? I'm glad to see you.
Good, man. Good. You too.
You know, I got kicked out the last place because I was air quote anti-Semitic, but this place, we don't really have to have this conversation. It'll make me have to speak badly against that place. But I do have a question because you did mention our entitlements are normally where we spend our money. Are our entitlements also a part of the military?
No, the military is not counted as a mandatory entitlement.
But how much more do we spend on the military than we do air quote our entitlements?
We don't. Social Security, Social Security itself, and then Medicare absorb something like $2.5 or $2.75 trillion every year. And the military, over the last decade and a half or 2 decades, has fluctuated anywhere between $575 billion and about $950 billion.
Hey, but Marshall, do we really spend it on ourselves? What about infrastructure? How much are we investing in infrastructure, Marshall? You know, that's catering to ourselves. That's paying for ourselves. We don't spend much on infrastructure.
in spending after the mandatory entitlements, after the interest on the debt, after the military, right? Military spending is counted as discretionary. Now, there are two ways you can look at federal spending. I choose year by year because I like year by year is more compact for me, but you could also do it quarter by quarter. If you do it quarter by quarter, military spending makes up 50% of overall discretionary spending. But if you do it year by year, the military comes in third. And I don't choose the year long to deflate the military cost. A year is a nice round number, and it's just easier for me to kind of calculate and remember in my head.
And also, I don't want this to seem like we're jumping you, but okay, go right ahead. Cause, I mean, the mind is going to continue on with the topic.
Yeah, just want to get back to facts. Marshall, did you say that disability insurance is the largest portion of Social Security?
It's the largest growing portion of the quote mandatory entitlements, or so that's what I found on the CBO.
Yeah, it's like about a quarter of our budget. Yeah.
I looked at the CBO, got a couple of months, so the figures could have changed, but yeah, from my understanding, it's the largest growing portion of mandatory entitlements. Social Security itself is not growing as fast as Social Security disability insurance.
All right, two questions. Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong,
I don't think that's true.
Okay. Then
I think both.
I think it is the largest portion.
I think DI is much smaller than, first of all, than OASI, and OASI is also growing faster.
Okay, but thank you for the correction. I was wrong.
All right, my two questions will be followed up with that is, are paying for those entitlements better off for the American citizens that are actually here? And do you think, and maybe this is not a do you think, but maybe a matter of fact, are those entitlements that high because of the amount of people we have in this country?
Who else is getting those entitlements other than Americans? Well, I mean, if they're abroad, they can get it abroad.
So they're basically help benefit the health and the well-being of the American citizens.
Yeah.
I think those are good entitlements to take care of for what we would call a country we want to make sure is the biggest, the baddest, and the strongest. I think those should be things we shouldn't look as, air quote, as the government made claim that they are as entitlements, and more things we want to do for the people so they are in better states, better health, and better care. If we're going to continue to claim we're the greatest.
Hey, but Chris, what is the use of I'm getting all these benefits at 70 years old when, the infrastructure is crumbling? What is the use of me 70, 80 years old getting this infrastructure, right? If I'm not educating the young populace, right? And I'm walking down the store and I get clocked in the head from an uneducated person, right? You know what I mean? How does this benefit me at 80? You know what I mean, Chris? I need more in my infrastructure. I need more resources in my education, Chris.
Didn't Joe Biden just try to help with the infrastructure bill? Is that what infrastructure we're talking about? Making sure that our cities don't collapse within themselves, the roads aren't terrible, the bridges work properly. Like Joe Biden just did that. So I get it. Maybe we should add a little more, but I think we shouldn't take that from the well-being of our American citizens in our future, especially when it's becoming, as they try to make it out to be, a now problem when it probably was a problem 30 years ago. I don't want it to be on my generation that we're like, hey, let's cut Social Security because we're just spending too much on it. And we literally given every generation prior to us the opportunity to have a livelihood after they reach the age that they should not be actively working hard in. Just realistically, I get what you're saying, though. I want the kids to be educated too. I think we should ask corporations and our government to try to force in a way to make sure that not only that teachers get better pay, but these corporations who make these mass profits for their shareholders, which I respect the hustle, but I think they should force these people to actually pay livable wages so American people can actually try to take on some of that responsibility ourselves. because everybody has to work, and majority of us will work for someone. And I think that should be probably the biggest argument, and shouldn't the government make us work harder, but also not pressure the companies we work for because of free market to not have to do their part on making sure we have that livelihood. Like, I don't think we should be squeezed while the government says, well, it's not our business, but also help out those corporations with their laws and their lobbying, making sure they get what they want. Like, it's a fine line, but I truly believe that that's a benefit that American people should be able to get, at least out of our government. We shouldn't be looked at as wasteful spending if they're not going to press down on corporations to make sure they're not only handling their business, so making sure the government does not have to be wasteful spending, but can actually benefit the people that those companies work for those companies. Like I said, I get what you're saying. Though. I want better education for my youth too. I want a better programming for my youth too. I want better understanding and better comprehension skills out of my youth too. But I truly think I think the guy said that the reading skills might be depleting or falling apart because of the parents. And I see that as possible too, 100% actually. I normally try to blame the parents for the fact that their kids are lacking. But the truth of the matter is a lot of parents have to go work a lot of hours just to make sure those kids have food on their plate, gas in their cars, and a roof over their head. And if we're forcing these parents to do that in this generation, somebody will have to lack, and more than likely it will have to be the youth. Which is fucked up to say out loud, but the reality of all this is that's normally how the ball drops. The things closer to you end up being the least important, especially when it comes to your livelihood, especially when it comes to your children's livelihood. You kind of expect the school to handle those things, but again, like I said, that's another squeeze. The schools aren't paying the teachers enough. We're not really forcing or pushing education in a manner of getting people to open their minds and push a brand of education that'll make us forward thinkers instead of just workers. And when you're making these kids workers, you're forcing them into a work environment that does not pay a livable wage or a reasonable pay, who gives them the next ability for their future to get the type of respect and love and care and dedication that they need to be even open-minded thinkers too, brighter individuals. So it's a tug of war game, but I don't think the government should look at us as wasteful spending, and I don't think the American people should look at the government's definition of wasteful spending and being the people in the social securities and the health care and all those things is something that we shouldn't be benefiting from, especially when they're not going to force down on the companies to make all those things a little more attainable. I'm going circular, so I'm going to let you.
Hey, baby.
Oh my God!
That was like
What is going on with the liberal today?
I ain't gonna lie to you, that was some funny shit I ever heard.
I had to scroll and look to see who he was talking to.
I went straight to the bottom. I said, Trent got to be here because he went. Oh, man, it's always good to have a good laugh. Appreciate you, dear.
Somebody play Lovers and Friends, quick.
So, I don't see much more about it. We had two hot topics. One, the Jewish school in Amsterdam. Shout out to the brother. I think Chris was intrigued by us revisiting the moon. I mean, some of us are for it, some of us are against it. I'm against it. We got a lot going on down here on planet Earth. I see, I guess using the moon as a launch pad. Cool, go ahead. That's what y'all want to do. But can we please fix what's going on down here? It's a lot going on that we should be handling, and we're gonna spend a lot of money going back to the moon. I don't see the immediate benefit. And I had another news story that I just lost it, but whatever you guys got, let's go. Trent, is he still here? He ran away? Dang, I was gonna talk to the Trent. Some new Igor, what you got? Let's go, brother.
Oh no,
schematic. I didn't understand about the moon. What they want to do on the moon?
Yeah, the U.S. They want to go back to the moon in April. Yeah.
Wait, we talking this April or next year's April?
Let me pull it up again. Hold on.
Man, because it's this April. I'm like,
Hey, Divine, what company is going up? Is it NASA or the SpaceX going up?
Please send Wallah to the moon too. Instead of monkey, put Wallah inside.
Yes, it's this year. NASA is targeting April 1st, 2026 for a launch of the Artemis 2, a 10-day crewed mission that will fly 4 astronauts around the moon and back. Oh, they're not landing. They want to fly around the moon and back, making their first human deep space mission in over 50 years. So, there you have it.
oh yeah, I'm marking my calendar. I told you I want to see him land on the moon, but I mean, you gotta be expecting not to go if you land on the moon. Like, there is no exit. There is no off ramp for the moon.
I don't think we went the first time.
I'm stuttering trying to say hell no with some emphasis. Not at all.
Interesting.
Not
Come
at
on,
all.
come on, Chris. We got the photos, man, the video. What's going on?
Man, I will put my 10 foil 5950 on. Don't do this. There is no way we went to the moon in the 1960s and did not go back.
Now they got a good documentary on Netflix. And it's pretty good with Neil Armstrong and went up there. It's a pretty good doc. You should check it out.
Give me some synopsis before I even.
Hey, listen, and it was some black people at NASA too, man. You gonna see the drawing, you be like, oh shit, got some brothers in there behind the boards.
Hey, nah, it's some agents that are black too. I don't believe everybody black. Everybody that skin folk ain't kin folk. That's the one thing white people need to learn, but hey, that ain't my business. That's their business.
Hey Chris, I saw the brother behind the board. I was like, okay, got the brothers behind the board. Okay.
Got him. They knew that when they did the production.
How are we going to go to the moon? We're bankrupting the country on useless war.
My boy's trying not to be that deep, but you know.
He's on my team. He's on my team. We have a lot of issues here. I don't think we should be. Well, they're not going. They just want to fly around and come back. There's a difference. It's still expensive, though. Yeah, it's still expensive, though.
My scare is this. What the hell use is Elon if he got all this money? Y'all give him some contracts with SpaceX, and he not the one burning holes in his pocket trying to make this trip happen. Like, don't use NASA funding. Like, find a way to make him spend his damn money.
Man, everybody was shopping today, and we're about to get a foot of snow. Everybody's prepping.
What's the region?
Upper Midwest. Where I am, it's gonna be like 10 to 14 inches, but like a little bit east, and they're gonna get like 2 feet, and some places will get 3 feet of snow in one store.
Well, that's shitty.
That's the new normal with climate change. Everything is more extreme.
Climate change in Iran is really tolerant any other places in the world because of the existence of Mullah.
I'm going to put 2 pieces of the pot. Details, you're going to talk about it.
I am leaving. I can't do it, Ted.
somebody still owes us 28 minutes, so waiting patiently. Was that gonna be today? No, he said he was adding.
Okay.
It was actually 20 and left on the clock, but some additional time got added. Hey, Michael Bigfoot. Hey, Dr. Particular. What are you trying
He
to
knows they got stuff that he can take with his hands on, right?
Oh, wait a minute, Meech. What do you mean?
I'm just like,
What did you say, Meech? Can't perform what? His speech?
Whatever he got going on. It's something inside nigga.
Wow. Okay. Dr. Particular, did you want to say something?
Dr. Particular left, came up, and I don't know, maybe it was by accident.
Yeah, because Dr. Particular really doesn't come on stage.
Yeah, he says, or she says, hey everyone.
Hey, Lord Nas, my lord.
Hi, First Lady.
How are you?
Pretty good. How's your Saturday going?
It's wonderful. It's been great.
I'm back. 6 o'clock already, damn.
And it's so bright outside. It's beautiful.
Right. Appreciate that for sure.
I haven't heard from Peter. Peter, are you there? Oh, sorry, Peter. Sorry to disturb you. Sorry to disturb.
Lord, no parade?
Yeah, I grew up there.
Yeah, man. Your boy was out there, letting everybody know not to forget about him, setting off the ballistic missiles to the, let's see it, Japan.
Japan, yeah. We did.
That was really wild. He's like, don't forget about me, y'all. I got this. I'm good.
I'm just messing with you. I'm not from North Korea. Anyone else, I would have gone further with this bullshit, but I'm not. Well, yeah, he was flexing his muscles, you know. He has to. Actually, he'd be more than happy when the United States moves any of their critical assets in that region and redeploy them to the Middle East. I'm sure he won't mind that at all.
Oh.
Yeah, but he is itching to get involved.
Brother Kim.
Oh, I heard him.
Yeah, I don't think he would do anything, but what I'm saying is, for example, you know, they were talking about, was it Patriot batteries that they were deploying from South Korea over to the Middle East?
I thought they were redeploying that.
Yep, so
For someone like him, aren't they redeploying THAADs too?
Yep. So yeah, for someone like Kim, you know, the less America has the capability to defend the Koreans if shit were to happen, the better for them.
Well,
and more strategic.
And not only that, but like, you know, South Korea could be like, hey, America can attack it without any reason, we could do it too.
South Korea has a lot of opportunities in the future of Iran, and they don't want to coverage.
Formula One is cancelled. I mean, obviously, but now
Dark humor here, like, I mean, wouldn't that just make it more like dramatic to like be racing through explosions? What about MotoGP? Because that's my stuff. cares about that shit. Watch it on YouTube.
No. What cares?
So I was listening for the last, 2 hours I was working. So we've tackled things like we never went to the moon, and what other things? So we all agree we didn't go to the moon, apparently.
The kid can't read.
Got it. And then some little Trump maniac coming in here and attacking everybody, and crashing out really hard. So I saw that. What else? We don't have money for school, so why do we go into space? Things like that. What else? Other stuff?
I think you're just getting yourself happy by protesting for the president. You're just making positions, not factual.
What are you saying?
United States does not have money for the schools of United States, right? As you said, it is not enough, and it is a problem for the world. I think that you're kidding.
All right, we had the Crockett secret spy. She planned the death of her security guard. She was in on it. Oh yeah, I forgot about all that. It's been quite an afternoon here.
That was a weird take on it.
I mean, it's crazy what I've heard in the last couple of hours. I was going to write it down, but then I was like, you know what? Let me go back to work.
But it goes to show you how different we all think and how apart we really are, right? No? I mean, because
you can say that. I can spin it in other directions, but what you're saying is true.
Yeah. I think that's why we have so much fire that's brewing. Because people just see things so differently now.
I think it can come down to the lack of education or curiosity about things, so that you don't develop this discernment later in life where you can say, oh my God, you know what, maybe I was wrong about the fact that they didn't land on the moon, because I did more research instead of clicking on some influencer YouTube thing and going down that rabbit hole and getting all the disinformation from those crackheads all over the internet. So I don't know. It's been interesting. Yes, we all have different thoughts and beliefs, and it's great to have all this intellectual, quote unquote, diversity. But it'd be really great if people were just, using discernment, reading a bunch of different sources, and not just going down rabbit holes on the internet and listening to fucking morons on Clubhouse.
And also with those differing thoughts, it'd be nice for people to remember that even though we are different and diversity of thought, everything is good, we have to remember that we're all connected.
Well, Maya says that the people are presenting it as facts, but they can present it as facts all they want to. How are you perceiving it? If you know it's not facts, then you don't perceive it as such. And just know that this is this person's thoughts. I mean, that's how it works for me in my brain. Immediately when I know that somebody's completely off, and I ask, qualifying, clarifying questions, and they're not able to respond to those, then immediately I just automatically say, okay, this is this person's opinion. It's not built on facts at all. That's how I do it. Could be wrong.
And then you have the contingent of people who actually don't have any interpersonal skills,
They have no social pragmatism, so they come into spaces, and in spite of whatever the convo is, they have their list of things they want to say. A good case in point would be the guy who we really, really liked the other night, who did a whole dissertation on Iran and the history, and it was beautiful. And it was like an hour and a half or whatever. Well, that's all great, but you can't do the same thing, even if it's in the same house, in a different convo on a different day, and expect it to hit. Like you have to understand what's going on in the convo, what the tenor is in the convo, and then understand, is this worth it, or can I make a different point that actually goes with the conversation that's happening, instead of going into freaking history of whatever that nobody asked for that we already heard. And on the other end, you have the others like Little Trump, who can't even seem to get into a conversation and just throws in, little jabs at people along the way that actually doesn't educate anybody and just frustrates the conversation. So we also have that as well going on in the app. And yes, I'm never satisfied.
So you think you will never be satisfied?
Yeah, well, the gentleman that came in, it was and this is what happens a lot I see. People aren't able to see, well, maybe that's not the vibe right now, and maybe a little later. Instead, they want to force you to receive what they're trying to get.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that was the part that was just kind of like little turn off, because he started going off in the chat. Like, you don't want to listen to me, and I'm the one. It's like,
How can we force you? You're not forcing me into it. You're just talking about our plans and our intentions. This is our plan. We talk about that. You don't talk about that.
It's good.
I understand. I have subtitles on, and it still doesn't make sense. Reading it, it doesn't make sense.
Maya, people are going. You can't save people. People gonna believe what they believe. Like, I'm not responsible for what people believe. If you hear it and then you think that that's true, then okay, then fine, let them believe that. If they don't want to believe we went to the moon, okay. Like, I think it was pretty much skimmed over and everybody just kept on going along with their day.
You know why they don't want to believe that we went to the moon? It's because black women...
Just like you're commenting, I'm commenting. I'm responding to your comment. I'm not being defensive. So why is it that you're able to provide your commentation, but I'm not able to provide mine? What's going on? Go ahead, Michael.
I was just saying that people don't want to believe we went to the moon because then they have to realize that black women got us there.
That's a fact. No, I'm not. I didn't say that you were attacking. What's going on? I didn't say that you were attacking me.
I said, wait, what?
Girl.
Hidden Figures. There was a movie about the mathematicians that created the trajectory formulas that allowed the moon landing. Yeah, done.
That's not why. Generally speaking, it's because people don't want to fucking believe in science. That's why.
To be honest with you, I didn't even want to ask questions to try to figure out what possibly they saw, heard, to make them believe what they believe. It's like, oh, okay, all right, cool.
Well, I think it shows the evolution where somebody can come on stage and say, we didn't land on the moon, and everyone's like, okay, what do y'all having for lunch?
Exactly.
Because, otherwise we know what's ahead. Then we can go back and forth off topic about whether we did or not, and nobody's mind is going to change. That's the game.
Thanks. That's it. That's all That's why I don't entertain it. I was just like, okay. But it was an answer to Divine's question, because Divine, if I'm not mistaken, asked, well, why would we want to go again? Or who asked that question? Why would we want to go again? Who asked that question? Because I thought that was his response.
Yeah, I think I said we have a lot of problems down here. Why should we go back? But then I learned that they're not even going back. They're just gonna fly around the moon and come back, which again to me is a waste. If you're gonna go, at least land, right? And do something like you want to do deep space exploration. Okay, if you're gonna go, you can spend all this money, land, and set up whatever it is you need to set up to expand. The so-called deep space travel, and they want to go to Mars and all. So yeah, fine, have at it. But don't forget about the issues that we have here. And I brought up the fact that we have we have high schoolers reading on a second and third grade level right here in my city. This is a problem.
Right, but here's the thing. This is not.
Okay, go ahead. Some people want to blame the parents. I do not put the total blame. There's no one cause to why our children are not reading on grade level. There are a lot of issues going on within our society. You have students with learning disabilities that aren't recognized or diagnosed. You have teachers that don't even care about students that have learning disabilities and think that it's non-existent. I mean, there's so many things. Go ahead, Spurs.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we could pay for. But it's just not all coming from one pot. And I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, we should be focused on that stuff. But it's not like saying, we have X amount of money from one pot, and, if we put it on space, we can't do it on, kids reading in the Bronx. Because senators and representatives elsewhere, they're not going to fund that anyway. So they're going to use some of the used money and put it towards, whatever the Trump administration wants or whatever it is. My concern with all of that is I don't trust this government to spend this money wisely, to not put it on with like a SpaceX joint thing where it propels SpaceX into getting more credibility or whatever it is. There's going to be some nefarious thing coming out of it that isn't rooted, to my mind, in the thing that is, I think, the most beneficial from actually doing space travel to, say, the moon or something that's tangible for people to understand, which is doing something like that, doing a NASA expedition that gets everybody excited. It gets kids excited. It gets kids excited for science, for space exploration, for the stuff that is hard to get them excited about because generally science is so abstract. But then you have something like a moon landing, or hey, we're doing this thing which you can understand, which is circling the moon, and we're doing these things to try to discover X, Y, or Z, or try to find, here's what we've discovered in the past with space exploration and why it's important. And that gets young people very excited for that and to go into those fields. So I would say that is a benefit of doing that. And not doing it, science and space travel becomes like abstract, and why do we need to do it at all? The inspiration, I think, is really important.
Okay. So your thing is, you think that just going around and flying around is an inspiration of people or kids possibly wanting to get into STEM kind of thing, science? And
I think that's one of the benefits. I'm not saying we shouldn't be funding, schools and funding food programs and all of that stuff, but I'm saying that is a benefit of doing this. It's not just the scientific discoveries, but it's also inspiring younger generations to get into science and fields connected with science. That's
okay. That's the idea. But I still just want to know, what is their mission? Do they have a mission? What is their idea?
Right,
what is
that's
their
what I
vision
wanted to say.
of wanting to go to space and just drive around the moon just to say that you have the equipment, we are on the top with our, speculation.
I just think I will land with this. I will land on the moon with this. I think it's important to have like clear goals and to be able to telegraph that to people. Like, we're doing X, Y, and Z. We're doing this for this. This has been discovered before with space travel. These are the benefits of, when we did, this type of mission here, and these things and these breakthroughs can come out of it. And I think if that is explained up front, hey, we're circling the moon because of this, not to just show that we're fucking, great and, America is big and bad, but to hey, we're doing this, and that effect ends up inspiring young people. That's what I would let of it. But I think it has to be clear, not just, American bravado.
Can I add something just quickly?
Sure. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, Andrew.
Yeah, this is like when the Americans went to the moon originally, they didn't land on it right away. They had to prove the concepts, they had to prove the equipment. So this is that step right now. They're proving the concept, they're proving the equipment. And then going forward, that's when they'll be landing on the moon, and whatever happens after that, I don't know exactly what their plans are either. I haven't really looked into it, but that's what this particular launch is. It's just to prove the equipment, to ensure that things work the way that they're supposed to, and iron out any crinkles and problems that could occur. So it's not just a one and done. That's not how it works.
That makes sense. Okay. All right. See, that was one of my guess. Is it to show or to, take a look at the equipment that we actually have? Because we spend money on that, right? Like, there's a budget for that. Yes? No. Shush.
It's not the same budget as like feeding kids, unfortunately, for better or worse.
I'm not doing a comparison. I'm just sticking to one thing at a time.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there is a budget for space and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, it will increase or decrease. Yeah. There's no budget though, in case you're wondering, for wars. Like, there'll always be money for that.
Okay. That was interesting. Thank you. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, how you doing?
First
lady, I'm sorry.
How are you?
I'm well.
Good.
Very well. And how are you?
I am wonderful. Can't complain.
Good. It's always nice to hear your voice. That's why I come to this room.
Always good to hear you as well. Andrea?
Hello, good evening or afternoon, everybody.
Good day, good now.
Good day. Checking in from NYC.
Okay.
Spirit is a pal. Elle and Andrew and everybody. I love your space. Thank you for hosting it. I just on the space talk, I was just thinking that it's also, I don't know what the specifics of this mission are, but I just know that the race for space, the market, and from satellites to minerals to building stations where they can actually manufacture and do stuff out there that might reduce the need for energy use on Earth. At least that's what some of the folks at Google have been talking about. But I would rather see a good big. I love the idea of space exploration, dreaming, innovation, giving kids especially something to look forward to reach for the stars, literally. But I would really like us to be reaching for the stars if we were feeding our kids first and making sure that we could all afford healthcare, one of the wealthiest nations in the company, and that our insurance premiums weren't going up 114%. But that we were supporting science all around. So that's my thought on that one.
energy or just anything, we might go find a cure to cancer. Like that's what I look forward to, the minerals one. Glad you brought it up.
Yeah, I haven't had time to go through it, but I did put a link. There's some business school analysis of the space economy, but it's from 2024, so it's probably a bit dated at this point, given how quickly they're doing stuff. Also, I just feel that Elon Musk should be reined in up there. I don't know what all he's doing. He shouldn't have all the satellite.
I should be sent up there.
Well, yeah, one-way ticket, or?
Absolutely.
Okay, we should be throwing shade on Elon, maybe.
Yeah, he's definitely listening.
Oh, yeah, well, he actually comes in from time to time.
Oh yeah, how many of you been followed by Elon on this app? It is hilarious, isn't it? Although he did talk on here once, right? Remember when he did that?
Yeah, I've had a couple different accounts of people saying that they're Elon. I'm not sure if it's the one that has spoken on the app, but, still some wannabe bots here. Elon must go to Mars and tell how it feels being up there. Okay. Elon gonna get y'all. Y'all better stop.
I don't know.
Maybe he can buy some elections up there, huh, Andrew?
Ooh.
Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but there is a Canadian on board this mission. And I think that's in the event if something, whatever goes wrong a little bit, there's somebody there to say sorry.
Yo.
That's funny, but I do think the amazing thing of when people go to space is how they really get some perspective, and see the big blue marble, and when they're up there with other people, even with the Russian astronauts and the space station, all that scientific collaboration amongst people who have, you have to be fit to go to space, and then you have to know how to work that thing that you're floating in. And I don't think I could do it, but it's just the amazing perspective that it gives, that we are all together on this one blue marble or dot in the sky with a lot of debris up there and solar flares and solar storms and all sorts of stuff going on out there. So it's like a miracle, and what a beautiful place it is.
So does this trip to the moon indicate that the war with Iran is pretty much going to be over soon?
I think that the United States is perfect, and you need to help us to make it like United States, so you can come and. First come to Iran, then to move.
My father came and went to.
I'm sorry, I had to entertain that. What did you say? You said your father came and went? What happened?
Yeah.
Went where? Left. Oh, okay. I got you.
I think my father wasn't there, but that's just he said came and go. I was like,
I thought you were saying your father went to the moon. I was like, wow. Okay.
oh, that's what he did this whole time? Damn, I never thought of it.
Okay. Look at Mike P. Where you come from, Mike P? I haven't seen you in years. At least since last year. Or at least it feels like it, I'll say. Yeah, so, the space situation, I definitely, I don't think that, I know people see it and we kind of put things all in the same pot, but the way the government, in my mind, was designed is compartmentalized, and they separate things. So funds go into this bucket, funds go into that bucket. But lately, it just seems like, things are kind of melting together, and pulling from one pot to put into another. I don't know.
Maybe it's no longer a bucket, maybe it's just a trough.
Maybe someone just has a checkbook.
One person. I don't know.
Now, somebody earlier in the space said correctly about China's and traveling up there on the other side of the moon. And I don't know if people don't understand how we're in a, how do I say, it's not a Cold War, but we're just in a race with China right now, man. So we gotta keep up. So I think that's what this is about.
Gotta keep up.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that China passed us. I'm saying that they're on our tails. I was reading an article about like if China shut down all the manufacturing, right? Like it would be catastrophic for the world. And that's scary. You know what I mean? Like, and in most of the other places that we go for things, right? To be manufacturers, they rely on the parts and the manufacturing equipment from China. So we try to buy things China go to Vietnam or some other country, right? Like they rely on China for the rare earth metals, for the rare earth materials, for the manufacturing material. Like China is a big business. And right now, everything that's going on, I think, has to go with America keeping their dominance in the world right now.
That's all I got for you. I think that in order to stay abreast and stay forward, you had to do what your opponents are doing and continuously do it better. When we start cutting out school programs, when we start cutting back on higher education, higher learning, we kind of play into not staying on the forefront because that's what they do. They go to school like, they have a whole different way of being in the process. So, I think the United States of America is great, and I'm grateful that I'm here. I think people have a different way of knowing how to stay number one. That's just my thoughts to respond to your statement. Hey, Kenny.
Yeah, I hear you. And I understand. Nobody has all the right answers, but you just have to try. I'm not saying that everything has to be right, but I'm not saying it's wrong either because I was on social media today and this lady just talking so bad about America. She said, yeah, our man's whooping her ass. She's just home, comfortably in the house, bad about the country that's around her to speak freely. Banana. I can't describe that moment, but it was like, I was just so perplexed. Like, you're living in a country, and her background has a decent life, nice, background. She's just talking mad mess about the country that she lives in, where she can literally go on this app and talk shit about the country. It was crazy. Because if she was on Rand, like, that would not be happening.
Right. Well, that comes from people not being able to appreciate and have gratitude and recognizing the gifts that they already have. At least that's how I see that.
But why should we care
I mean, why should we care what other people think and how they, like, why does it bother us what other people's opinion of their own country is? That's what I don't understand.
Well, it bothered me because, like, just frankly, right? Like, she could not do that in Iraq. She was just on her. She had her palm on.
Yeah, but so what? They can do it here. So.
And I get it. And that's her First Amendment right? Three of us each, and I understand that. I don't even try to step on her First Amendment rights. It just, to me, it was wild. You're rooting on the country that would probably lash you or hate you for talking like that on social media. You know? It's like you're going against the country that's allowing you to say these things. I don't know. Maybe, everybody has a different opinion on it, right? That was my opinion. I was like, man, wow.
I think it's fair to appreciate the country that you live in and the benefits thereof. But I think it's also fair that you have the ability to look at your country with a critical eye, and point things out and say, this is not working well. This is not working well. This could work better. And where are the people that are this with our help? Or how can we help them do it? Or are there people that are doing that? Are these people that are in places of power in my country, in your country, in all these little countries? Are they really putting their best efforts forward? I'm sure there are many that are, but I think there are many that aren't. And I think that's, and you should be able to discuss it and look into it. I mean, I look at my own country, I live in Canada. You know, our past is, we have myths about our past. And we've seen those myths exploded in our faces lately. And that's a good thing. And yet, but there is resistance to it. You know, it doesn't mean that we're evil, quote unquote, but it sure means that we've done some nasty things to some people. And we should recognize that and make efforts to rectify these things and not repeat them.
Well, and Andrew, that you can actually do that kind of critical analysis or opining or thinking out loud without it being, and it's constructive and it's not considered to be a terrible thing, or it doesn't make you unpatriotic, or, it doesn't make you an enemy of the state for sure.
Meech, are you there? Does that make sense, Meech?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, I understand. I get it. This is America. I just get it. It's just still wild, though. Like, I don't know. I just appreciate my country, man. And, a lot of people find it so odd and sad in my life and what I've been through. But, I mean, I just appreciate my country. I have nothing against the lady that spoke or several other people that's on this app or that I meet that speak badly about the country we live in, right? It's just shocking because that's many places that I see how other places are, and I see the people and how they live. I don't know, I'm just very appreciative of my country. I know we're not perfect, we don't get it in the right way, right? But sometimes, you can't be perfect. You can't have it all the way your way, right? Or we're just not gonna hurt anybody because you're gonna treat everybody well, and it's continued state of dominant force in the world. It's just not gonna work with that. So it's like I'm willing to accept the bad with the good. If that makes sense.
Until the bad is perpetrated upon you.
Talk that talk.
But the bad has been perpetrated upon me and my people. But that's for me too, and my people. I'm still saying that. So, and I get where you're coming from, right? But I'm still gonna say that it's still a good country. I know America has done a lot for the black people. It's a whole lot.
But why is it so hard for people to understand that more than one thing can exist at the same time? One doesn't have to be an absolute for another thing to exist. meaning that you can appreciate living and being grateful for living in America and having the freedom that you do have, and also being able to see where somebody else, from their perspective, maybe it's not your perspective, but this person saying, hey, listen, this is what America was built on, and being able to speak freely about it, because that is what America was built on. And based off of what you described, that's what it sounds like to me, that the young lady, and what you might have a little disdain for her expressing herself and about how she feels. Is it because I don't even know. Is she American? Just might have family that was from there. Like,
No. It was an American lady. Like it was.
Oh my.
An African American lady. I'm assuming maybe she might.
Oh, she was an African American lady.
Maybe she might have influenced. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, you African American.
The thing is like, I just don't care. It's like, I wouldn't have that opinion that she has. I'm not rooting for the destruction of anybody. I'm very grateful for, yes, the quote-unquote freedoms that we have here. And I do not take that for granted one bit. I wouldn't choose, maybe, I don't know what she said exactly, I wouldn't necessarily choose the things that she says, but I'm also not going to be defensive about my country and take it as a personal attack on me and say, how dare she say that about this country? I don't really care. We have that free speech and the free thought here, and that's a blessing, but it just doesn't bother me that you would say that, because I don't have that kind of nationalism, and that kind of pride in this country where I feel like I have to prove a point or to prove my allegiance to this country. I am grateful here. I would disagree with what she said, and I wouldn't say it that way, but I also don't care, and she has every right to say it, and I would leave it at that for me.
Right. So way to look at it.
Yeah, that's a good one. I feel you. I mean, sure, I didn't even sleep over it. It was like, I don't know, just a wild moment.
Well, you may not have lost sleep over it, but you have said it several times on the stage.
Yeah, because I'm like, man,
So it does talk to you.
It was just more so like my heart was straight to like if she was in Iran, talking about Iran, she gonna do it. You know what I mean? And
That's the reason why I thought that maybe she was Iranian, because you said that. Like, she wouldn't be able to, but she's not. So that whataboutism stuff is just, I don't know. I don't think that's a good way to do business, but that's just my opinion. I don't know. I had this clip. CNN host gets in testy back and forth with Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan is part of the chair Judiciary Committee. He's a Republican chair, and he's speaking on the Iran escalates the attacks on the key oil routes as Trump claims we won. Would you guys like to listen in, or you guys just want to continue to?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Y'all sure? Y'all done? TT, you sleep?
Oh, I'm here. I was being a pop-up. I'm sorry.
I'm from Canada. I don't get to vote in your country.
How do I do this? Which one is it? Oh, that's not that. How do you turn on music mode?
So you hit the three dots.
Yeah.
And then you scroll all the way down to audio quality. And then click on it.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Audio quality.
Is Republican Congressman from Ohio, Jim Jordan. He is the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for being here in the arena. Always. What does soon mean to you?
Well, I don't know for sure, but look, we want all the above. We want low gas prices. We want Iran not to have resolved as soon as possible. But I think the American people have common sense, and they understand to stop this regime that for 47 years has killed Americans, killed Israelis, killed others, and killed a number of their own people, to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon is a worthwhile objective. And President Trump is committed to achieving that goal. And if that means prices go up for a short time, I think Americans understand we can live with that. But in the end, we want all that to happen. We want it all to happen in as quick a time as it possibly can.
So you say we should be willing to live with higher prices. Would you say to your constituents in Ohio that this is worth sending their sons and daughters to the Middle East, potentially put their lives on the line to achieve what you just laid out?
Do we want this regime and all they've done, the killing of American servicemen over the last 47 years, the killing of Israelis, the killing of others, the taking of thousands of lives of their own, do we want them to have a nuclear weapon? I mean, I think the Americans say that is something we need to stop. President Trump, you can go listen to
American boots on the ground in Iran to stop it?
We need, again, no one's talking about that. What they're talking about is reaching the objective of making sure this regime doesn't get nuclear weapons. President Trump makes decisions that are in the best interest of our country. President Trump does what he said he would do. He told the American people he'd secure the border, he did. He told them he'd cut taxes, he did.
He told them he would start a new war.
He made sure this regime didn't get nuclear capability, and he's making sure that is going to happen, that they do not get that capability in any way, shape, or form, because that would be, as Senator Graham said, I think would be devastating for the price of oil and for all kinds of other reasons. That would be a bad outcome.
So you talked a little bit there about what the president said. I want to show you some of the things he said on the campaign trail and even before he ended up on the presidential campaign trail. Let's watch.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East. More and more are not wanting to be the policemen of the world. We'll expel the warmongers from our national security state. We're going to end these endless wars. They're drafting you to go and fight in some country that I've never heard. They say that he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. How is that an example of President Trump doing what he said he was going to do?
Casey, he tried to. Go listen to the interview Mark Levin had with Steve Witkoff. They tried to negotiate with Iran, with the largest state sponsor of terrorism. They were willing to sit down with him, try to figure this out, try to negotiate. And they could tell from those negotiations that Iran was committed to pursuing and getting a nuclear weapon. And they said there was no other alternative. Listen to that interview from the guy who was in the room with the people who run that country or who did run that country. So that is what President Trump has done more than all the presidents combined. So, Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Biden, Obama, all the presidents combined in stopping. He's done more to stop Iran from getting this capability than all those other presidents combined. And he is also doing what he said.
Is he not failing by his own measure?
He said when Obama was president to get a nuclear weapon.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. That is what he said about Barack Obama. And he comes off as you're saying, well, they tried to negotiate. He failed to negotiate, so he had to do the war that he said that he wouldn't do.
No, no, Casey, he said he wasn't going to let Iran, the largest state sponsor of terrorism, get a nuclear weapon. And that's what he's determined to do. And that is the objective, that is the goal. And I think the American people understand that goal. We don't want higher gas prices. We don't want to have boots on the, we don't want all these things, but we also don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon.
How long do you think we should be willing to let this go on?
I think until we reach the objective, reach the goal. I mean, well, I'm asking in the alternative. Do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? I don't think the American people do. Not when you see what this regime is capable of doing. All the proxy terrorist groups they sponsor, Hezbollah, all the others they sponsor around the Mideast and around the world. I don't think we want them getting a nuclear weapon. So that is the goal.
No one is arguing here that Iran is a good actor on the world stage. I think the question, and part of the question about the nuclear weapon situation as well, is that, of course, there was a very successful operation earlier in the president's term, but they then said got rid of the weapons. Hold on, I want to read this to you from the editorial board of the New York Post. It's not this is
then say the alternative, oh, what, we shouldn't do anything. That's just like, no, you just like to say
I'm just saying that as we're having this conversation, it is entirely, you were saying to me, Iran does all these bad things on the world stage. I'm saying, acknowledge, right? They have been a very bad actor in so many ways on the world stage. The question is, what should America be doing about it? Because obviously Democratic and Republican presidents have made different decisions than the president made. Many of them have had this war plan, right, in the books at the Pentagon. Here's what the New York Post wrote on March 11th. They said this, quote, somewhere between the White House and the Pentagon, the nation's leaders need to start giving the public a regular, clear, concrete sense of how Operation Epic Fury is proceeding. It's as if the administration expects the public to think the occasional high-gloss social media video is enough. Do you think this administration is doing enough to explain why they're doing what they're doing, how it's going, and how it ends? The New York Post is not a liberal institution necessarily.
I do. Again, you do not want this country, this regime to have the capability to have a nuclear weapon. We just don't want that to happen. And all the things they were doing to create an environment where they can get to a nuclear weapon with the missile sites, the launch sites, the drones, everything else they were doing was to enable them to get to that. We tried to negotiate, and they weren't even willing to do that. That's how committed they are to getting this. And this is the one president who said, we are not going to let that happen because it's in the best interest of America, the best interest of our ally Israel and our other allies, the best interest of the world. And frankly, in the end, I think it's in the best interest of the Iranian people. That is the decision the president made, and he was willing to do it. And previous administrations were entering into all kinds of agreements where they Obama gave cash to the Iranians, for goodness sake. So we saw how that didn't work. Here's a guy who, as commander-in-chief, said, I'm going to protect America. I'm going to step forward and do what has to be done, even though it's tough, even though there will be some tough times as we reach the objective. But I think the American people.
All right, Congressman Jim Jordan, thank you very much for being here. I always appreciate the conversation.
Thanks, Casey.
That was good. Y'all got it?
No, that was really good.
It did seem like he wanted to stick to the one talking point, but not address the large that have been created by us pursuing this. What are we supposed to call it? Operation?
Yeah, it's the period, right? It's the third
Relationship.
The operation of taking out of Mullah.
He stuck to the they may have nuclear weapons kind of thing. And, we're all told forever, it is imminent, this threat. They've been saying that for 40 years as well. I thought last summer or whatever, they took out all that stuff with the strikes. I thought they did that then. But this guy couldn't address any of the other issues as well. And we should also understand how depraved Jim Jordan is. This is the same guy, lest we forget, that looked the other way while a massive sexual scandal was going on in, I believe it was Ohio State, where he was an assistant wrestling coach, and he looked the other way while it was a wrestling coach, I forget exactly. But he looked the other way while people were being sexually assaulted and abused. So that's that guy. So just so we're clear, and yes, he is full tilt MAGA.
And the manager of the Wrestling Federation of Iran it has a very strong federation of wrestling, is the person who had a gay relationship with the supreme leader. Ali Reza Daveh had a gay relationship with Ali Khamenei before. It is authentic, you can check it to it.
Did you catch that?
I thought it was just
The manager of Risk Federation of the Law.
Are you talking about the Iron Sheik? Are you talking about the Iron Sheik, Peter?
You talked about the person and discredited him because he was sexually ignored some sexual assault allegations. I want to say he was in front of some other people who were truly inside a very informal kind of relationship between the Assad Supreme Leader and the founder of the federation, the manager of the Wrestling Federation. He sees something like you are playing politics here. You don't know who is in front of who. He is ignoring somebody who is, for example, there are gossips behind, but the other side, Mullah, is deep inside the shit. You know what I mean? It is not comparable.
Peter, can you write it in the chat? Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. The conversation was about the segment that was played. Why am I doing it?
I think that you know what I mean. The congressman was talking now.
We don't, because your mic is not the best, and you're yelling on basically.
I'm not yelling.
It's raggedy. Like, we can't hear you. We don't understand what you're saying. Like, it is not coming across very clearly.
I'm just teaching. Let me explain then, please. I am not yelling. My energy is higher. I want to explain talking loudly. I'm sorry.
Your background noise is very
I was saying that.
Okay, I'm not trying I'm not trying to talk over you, but I'm just trying to explain. It is your mic. And because of your background noise right now, you're not hearing us say, it is your mic. We cannot understand what you're saying. We don't know.
Okay, I will listen quiet for them.
That would be best. Or use the chat.
Yeah, just write it in the chat. Like, we want to hear your perspective, but we can't hear you, actually.
Or sign language and braille.
Please don't. Hey, Gina.
At the end, I wanted to say that they are credible. The people who want to front in front of Mullah, they are more credible.
Right? It's...
Okay.
Just write it in the chat.
All right, you think they're credible. That's fine. Nobody said that is a fake.
More credible than Mullah. Mullah is people
Okay. Okay, Peter. I'm gonna have to get Paul if you don't stop it.
And I'm gonna get Mary.
Not Mary.
I'm just trying to communicate. I'm start communicating in gang signs.
I could be able to get through the water in the line.
Oh, Lord. So about the clip. Okay. So his thing is simple. They didn't Iran to get these nuclear weapons. Now, if in fact this administration knew or had that idea ahead of time, at what part of the campaign did they know they was going to do this? Like, this isn't a secret that Iran has had this, possibility of creating a nuclear weapon for years, right? So, I'm just trying to figure out what changed from the campaign to that they decided, hey, let me get on this, let me take them.
First lady, are we still at the point where the majority of people think they just decided this?
I don't know. We just listened to the clip. I'm going by what the gentleman clearly said. They did it because they do not want Iran to get nuclear weapons. That's what it is. And they're not going to stop until that's done. But I thought it was done already. So I don't know.
capabilities, but he's talking absolutely. But yeah, that's real valid. They don't have the capabilities.
Okay, well, glad I was wrong. Some people still believe this. So, okay, I'll fall back.
No, I'm not saying I even believe it. I'm just saying to get up here and arrogantly say that, like, I mean, are you saying like they don't have
No. Maybe you misunderstood me. I'm saying that no one actually believes that this is the reason why they attacked Iran, and no one actually believes that Iran suddenly or really close to having a nuclear weapon. I mean, all of a sudden right now. Iran has been at this point since before the first administration. Iran has been going down this pathway for a long time. And what they're doing now doesn't even affect that. So, I mean, that's the story that they're selling. I just was curious whether anybody's buying it because none of it makes any sense. And what they're really doing is really blatant for everybody to see, but most people don't go that deep.
I got a question for you. I got a question for you, Paul. So let's say you're right. We listening to you. We leave.
No, I didn't say that either.
No, I don't. But let me just finish. They don't have nuclear weapons. Like it's all a hoax. Let's just leave them alone. And then in 2 years, like Iran bombed somebody with a nuclear weapon. Like, how do we feel then?
Okay,
I'm not saying they do, and I'm not saying Trump's right. I'm not saying
to leave Iran.
That's like two possibilities.
Mitch, you're completely missing my point. Peter, can I talk to Mitch? Thank you. Mitch, I'm not saying leave Iran. I'm not saying, the point I'm making is that they are going to do it in Iran because it serves a bigger purpose that has nothing to do with nuclear weapons. And I was, like I said before, I'm no shame to people who buy that the reason why we're over there is because of nuclear weapons. If you do, that's fine. No shame to that. I mean, no shame to that whatsoever. They're going to stay until they complete what they went over there for, because it's a part of the six-point plan. And I'm not no shame to people who want to buy their reason for being there. I'm not saying they do. I don't say that they don't. I don't think they care either way, because it's a much larger purpose to actually being over there.
I have a question. So so the people that actually did the inspections, did they ever say anything about
Yes.
that there was any type of evidence that they were actually actively building a nuclear weapon? Because there's a difference between building a nuclear weapon and having the nuclear breakout the capability. So the only thing that they've been telling us is the capability, not building the actual weapon. Because there's more than just fucking having enriched uranium that's involved in fucking building a nuclear weapon. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, so Trump says a lot of these Republicans says all this shit, but then there's weapon grade enrichment, and then there's the actual building of a nuclear weapon, which there has no evidence of a weapon being built. So that's where I just be like, it be a conversation that's being had on TV, and these Republicans are talking, but where is the evidence? Because there's no evidence by anyone that's inspected that there was ever one being built. Do you understand?
One second, Peter. I don't think people for Iran have an intimate relationship with building or storage of the nuclear weapons unless you have any experience in that. But Ben, are you there? This is neoliberal shit.
Oh yeah, what's going on? I was just
is going to build atomic bomb so that we
in the 18th century, Peter, are you familiar with that? He was born in Dusseldorf, one of the great thinkers of post-war Germany, and we changed how we understood the 18th century and the rise of nation-states and deliberate democracy, Peter.
Very nice, very original.
Yes, I know. You don't like it now, do you?
I love it. I love it. Thank you.
What's going on?
Exchange of.
Well, that's all it took to get him quiet. So, Patty and Neo was going back and forth. Neo turned to ban.
Yeah, so sorry about that. Just have to break that news specifically for ban. But yeah, I agree, Patty. We also have obviously the Omani negotiator that we listened to in this room that contradicts the Steve Witkoff's account that they were sticking to their guns and wanted a nuclear weapon. That seems to be not corroborated by the mediator of those conversations that were Arab diplomats that were privy to the negotiations. Also, the nuclear experts that were non-proliferators that were following the conversation also take issue with Witkoff's account. Basically, he lied.
Who lied? Witkoff or China?
Witkoff administration.
No one's going to answer Patty's question. I was curious.
Oh, sorry. I said that Iran does not have a nuclear weapons program. And the nuclear weapons program and the enrichment program is the distinction that Patty was making. And IEA, the actual observers, monitors, say they don't have evidence of nuclear weapons program.
It is very interesting report.
It is a very interesting report.
I don't know who caused this report. I think that's important.
IAEA.
No, I mean the side of the person. I think he or she was there, for sure.
He or she was there?
Yes, Democrat. I say that with blind eyes.
Can I kick him? But this is...
No, you have to suffer those penance.
You look good for your age, I'll tell you that now.
I just still don't understand, and needs to answer like Patty's question actually refers to. Patty's question actually refers to mine because there's been no proof that they've done either. I mean, they're still looking for WMDs. So, in another country.
There's proof of them having. There's proof. There's no proof. So they have the breakout capability. So when you're talking about, or close to the breakout capability, because they said they were at what 16%, right?
Yep.
As opposed to, right, and you have to be at 90 to have. But that's just for that's we're talking about the weapons grade uranium. But to actually, there is nothing that shows that they have anything to build the bomb. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all understand?
Yes, but my understanding is that if they're getting on the 90%, it's pretty easy to make the bomb after that. So the hardest part is to get to that 90%. But like Ania said, the IAEA said they're not trying to make the bomb anyway. So,
Yeah, I mean, relates to the drones?
No, okay. I'm saying that the capabilities of making an inexpensive drone, right, that has caused damage compared to our like expensive, interceptor missiles. Prove that you have capabilities of
Even making a weapon is kind of hard. Like, it's not like it's easy.
You also have
If you're doing a gun, no. So if you're like looking at some type, have you ever, like for a nuclear bomb, they're gonna have to have some type of like. It's not that easy.
You also have to test it.
Right, and they have to test it. And then they have to have the delivery system. So, like, it's not easy. Now, if it's some type of gun type uranium thing, then that's different. But we're talking about actual, like, implosion plutonium bombs. That shit is just fucking not easy, bro. I don't know why people think that shit's easy. It's just as complex as fucking them in the enrichment. What happened?
Are you there, Patty?
Yeah.
This is do they have yellow cake?
Got chocolate cake.
What about the tubes that they need? The pipes? Remember the whole Rockford pipes thing?
Right.
For 47 years.
Ebola.
I'm just saying, don't underestimate. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying Trump right. Like, I'm on the fence with this shit. I don't want people thinking I'm MAGA or anything like that. I'm just saying, don't underestimate. That's all I'm saying. So, I don't know if that's what America on right now. Like, we don't have actual proof, but if they're 80%, 70%, hey, come on, don't underestimate. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we're right. I'm just saying, like, that's just how I look at it.
So you scared if they got one? You think they're gonna drop it on Atlanta and all the wing stops and strip clubs and all the other fun time giant?
That's pretty much what I live on.
Yeah, that was crazy. But,
what you scared of, though, brother?
I mean, I didn't want them to drop it on anybody. I didn't care if they would drop it on. I don't have family in Idaho. I wouldn't want them to drop on Idaho. I wouldn't want them to drop on Philippines. I wouldn't want them to drop on Japan. I don't want them to drop on anybody.
So that would be mutually assured destruction. So you think if they had one, they would drop it on somebody and then have it dropped on them in return? More of them with more sound and fury.
I just want to say what you said.
Well, I mean, gee, let's keep it a bean. I mean, who doesn't?
I feel like
that's on you.
Yeah.
But let's say they did have it.
Nobody, man. That's all.
But let's say they did have it. What would be the issue? What would you be afraid of?
Them using it.
On whom?
Anybody.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay.
This is the extent of non-proliferation conversation that happens. Like, first of all, they don't have ICBMs to drop it on America.
No, but they could drop it. They could hit Europe. I think you need the LBMs, right?
Yeah.
Mid-range.
They came over here to me, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say they could hit my beloved Islington, London, but they could definitely hit Igor. So,
I'll take that.
Pause.
That was nasty.
It was indeed. I don't know, man. How can I put it? Like, my sense is that now they're definitely going to have one. Like, if they didn't have one before, after when this is over, they're definitely going to get one. If anything, this pushed them towards not taking it away from themselves. But maybe y'all said that. But that's my reading of the situation. My reading of the
situation is before February 28th, they may or may not have had one. I have a slight conspiracy theory that they do. Let's say they don't, but let's say whatever. They may or may not have had one. This time in 3 years, they'll definitely have one.
Yeah, but even with the Manhattan Project, that bomb that they had then was supposed to be a simple bomb, and that bomb took forever just to build. Like, it's just not that easy. I don't know why. Like, the bombs, period, are complex. Especially one that has to carry uranium. So, like, I think, like, the American public's been fooled, and they don't freaking just do a Google search to find out, like, how long it takes to make, or even look up the Manhattan Project where this shit was back in the 80s, way back in the 80s, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. I just think people don't know, and then they just jump on and I don't know.
Their strategy makes sense. I don't think they have one. I don't think they may, I don't know how the strategy will shift, but the reason why they can strike everybody with ballistic missiles without much of is because they don't have a nuclear weapon. Right? The moment they get a nuclear weapon, the ballistic missile arsenal becomes much more riskier deterrent. Because every ballistic missile can be a nuclear weapon in the eyes of whoever they're hitting. So there is a reason to there is like the religious reason, but there's also military reason to the prohibition.
It would be odd. I mean, this is something I know in a sort of perfunctory way. So whenever I say something wrong, those who know more correct me. But it would be odd for them to have it would be more difficult, I would think, to get an ICBM than it would be to get a nuclear warhead, right? Isn't that harder to make?
Yes, I think so.
Right. So if you don't think so, Neil? Okay. Well, let's just say it is for the point. Let's make the point. So let's just say it is. You can correct me later. Because I could be wrong, and Igor could be wrong. Although I imagine me and Igor, the both of us together, are correct.
Yes.
But Trump was saying they were close to having an ICBM that could hit the U.S. So if that's the case, then they probably would have the nuclear warhead, right? That's easier to. You're saying. So what are you saying, Neil? Which one's more difficult to make? Once the uranium is enriched.
Once the uranium is enriched, it's the mechanism that is.
And the mechanism takes years.
Yes, it's the mechanism. ICBMs, I'm not saying they're easier to make. They are more straightforward to how to pull it off. The testing is less of an issue. The warhead, the scientific process, the engineering process of it is also well understood. But the challenges with the human is the testing, the safety mechanisms, and then integrating with the delivery system, right? So the integration work with the warhead, in my understanding, is much challenging, not because it's not only an engineering problem. It's also the testing becomes its own issue.
Yeah, but Mark, the fission bomb design was made like in, with the Manhattan problem, so that technology is not right.
It's not, but it doesn't mean you can buy it in the supermarket, right? You still have to test it. That's the issue.
No, I understand, but when making IBCM, you have like multi-stage of, engineers, precise guidance system, all that shit, right? That is pretty new, relatively new technology to work properly. So when you enrich uranium, I believe that it's much easier to make the nuclear warhead. But maybe we can Google, so let's see.
I can Google it too. But I would just assume that once the uranium is enriched, it would be easier to make. I know you have to do the testing and all that, but
It's harder because there's a certain lens design that has to be made for the nuclear warhead. There's a lens design. You still have to convert the uranium, like the
Like, it's just a whole bunch of shit that's involved in making these weapons.
But I mean, like,
Can I make one more point?
It's not a regular lens designed for range.
they're not numbered, though. Like, they have.
No, sorry.
You're in and out, bro. I can't understand you.
Yeah, last point. Like the little Korean guy from North Korea, he barely can hit Japan, right? And he had the nuclear warheads. So that is my assumption that it's harder to make IBCMs.
What does he have? He has NPMs, the mid-range ones, or just the short-range ones? What does he have? I thought he had a mid-range one.
Mid-range, yeah.
And how good is that? 1,500 meters?
No, wait. North Korea has ICBMs.
How they in California? Supposedly. Right.
I mean, the range is 6 to 10,000 kilometers.
Isn't it like that? They tested it. It's like a little bit behind of Japan.
Most of our companies that.
Okay. Long range to do Ayatollah, I guess.
I just want to Google. You Google that me and Ben are right, and you're wrong.
Perfect. I'm done for the night.
What? I want you to Google that me and Ben are right, and you're wrong.
So actually, right in Google, it's Ben, and you go right.
Right. That's what that correctly.
Look, what I was saying, I would agree with you if you were saying like from scratch, right? Like if they didn't have, if we're counting from what they have already, I think ICBMs are less of a challenge than the nuclear weapon. But who knows actually? I don't think either of us are right or wrong. We just don't know what the fuck we're talking.
I think that's good.
Who's ever shot an ICBM in actual action?
I've been close, man.
That's why you got other kids. But who actually shot one off? Right?
No, Russia shot
to where? From where to where?
To Ukraine. This new, what is a Russian? It's technically IBCM. So they shot two.
How far did it go?
They can hit everything, I believe.
No, but how far did they go when they shot it?
Well, I don't
1,000 kilometers or so?
Something like that, yeah.
Do y'all ready for conspiracy theory? Anybody ready for conspiracy theories? I don't think anybody has one. I think it's all poppycock. That's what I think. I mean, y'all don't know. When I get to my conspiracy theories around these weapon systems, I think a lot of it's poppycock. That's why, like, in the Iran war, it's like, oh, they did it. This stuff seemed very basic to me. I'm like, secret weapons. Yeah, I had a secret weapon too. That's how I got my third child. I thought I had a secret weapon. Man, I don't think they had any. You shot one. Have anybody ever shot a missile that's gone more than 3,000 kilometers and hit its target? No. They all lying. Y'all not ready for the real conspiratorial band. I could put on a tinfoil hat and go for a hotel.
Do you think America has been to the moon?
Yes.
We had that earlier.
Watch this. Wait, you ready for another one? I don't think we can deliver nuclear warheads on missiles. I think it can only be dropped out of planes. Has anyone ever delivered one on a missile before?
Yeah.
Who?
Where they don't ever test. You don't believe the tests?
No. Where was the test? In Nevada?
In the ocean.
I'm not ready. In the ocean.
Yes. They are nuclear detection mechanisms. Yes.
This is where the wire can prepare you for this level of Negro. It can prepare you for this level of conspiratorial Negro.
Who told you that they went in the middle of the ocean on a boat and tested it to see if it was nuclear material? Who told you that?
You can detect nuclear explosions
Korea's missile technology is beyond Europe's. For the reason you just said. Because they keep doing it.
Yep.
Well, what is Europe doing? They just, putting in an order, it goes online, and you send it to somebody in Virginia, Maryland, they ship it on a boat. Oh, that's gonna work. I believe it's those United States, Russia, North Korea. I think those are the top three. They're the only ones that do it.
Now, kind of cussing out.
What?
Now tied to the petrodollar somehow.
The petrodollar doesn't really exist. Y'all not ready for that kind of thing. It doesn't. It's all about recycling. It doesn't really exist.
After this war, it doesn't, because they have to get all of that money back to rebuild their countries.
It didn't exist before the war. It was just the recycling part was real, but the whole thing, it was just anything. But I'm not ready to go that far yet. But y'all didn't think of it. What was the one? Who was it? About the other day.
I think this is Greece cycle. Yeah.
That's fair. I might cry a little bit tonight. That's a pretty good glass of wine.
Brother, you seen the news? Wait, what happened? Jürgen Habermas is dead.
Oh no! Yeah, Habermas died earlier today. Oh, how old was he? 96. Oh my God. I know.
Wait, for us regulars, who is that, please?
Don't worry about it. Let us have a few things, okay?
All right, you can have it.
That man had a schnoz on him, boy.
Yeah, he did.
Oh my God. That schnoz was insane. But wait, why do you guys think that, so who in Europe is supposed to have these weapons? Britain and France, who else? Who else supposed to have them? Not Italy. Italy?
No,
Just Britain and France, right?
Yeah.
Y'all have seen the British. What makes y'all think the British have these weapons?
Well, the British has one of the most advanced systems. They have trident to.
Where are the trident? Where are the trident service?
Either in Ireland or in Scotland. I don't remember.
No.
Where?
Maryland.
Really?
Yeah. The tridents are serviced in America. They don't have anything. This is a Ponzi scheme to steal money from the taxpayers on defense budgets and weapon systems that never get made. And it was the F-35. Was the F-35? Is that the one, the boondoggle? That really, was the F-35? What's the one? It's been over $1 trillion and the motherfucker hasn't even get. It's the F-35. The F-35, it was like a, when the baby is born, it has that caul on its face and you have to pull it off. Back in the day, it's bad. Look, that's when I had the caul pull. I said, wait a minute. What's going on here? All this money is going here. They never use these things in any conflict, any war. You have $1 trillion every year. These people sending in. Man, I didn't know the tribes went on. I can find it. Hold on. The tribe mail. So take mail in here. Mail is talking about. Yes, that's certain. Because they don't exist. When have the British ever tested a nuclear? Watch this. When have the British ever tested a nuclear weapon?
I don't know.
Never. Y'all never understand and get woke. Nah, it's creeping. They ain't gonna find you. Gonna find you sleeping. I just stay woke. Y'all need to get woke. They are stealing people's tax dollars with these weapons. What did Trump say? Trump said, somebody's back channel. Trump said, oh God, it's a hotel. Trump said, we're gonna hit him. We're gonna hit him with a Moab and bunker busters and blah blah blah. I read the other day. There are regular mountain ranges. And I give up the world. stay woke. They did all this killing. Bomb here, bomb there. Ayatollah dead here, Ayatollah leg off here. So, and they can't close up 20 miles. Oh, I'm sorry. They can't open up 20 miles of a small waterway in the middle of the fucking desert. But they have nuclear warheads that they can put on missiles that can go from Dover, Delaware, to Dover, Ireland, to Luca's hometown, New York. Who believes that? Who believes the United States military did not open up the Strait of Hormuz, but can shoot a missile from Charleston, South Carolina, that will hit Prague? You'd have to be an idiot to believe any of that. Now that Hamas is dead, I gotta let it all out. Not too long with this.
It's engaged in deliberative practice.
Stop. Well, it's not rational, though, so it's very anti-Hamas, and that's the problem. None of y'all have any answers to these questions. We have never heard of the British testing any of their nuclear arsenal ever.
They did test it like 50
When?
times. I don't know. They did test.
Not in your lifetime. Are you over 40?
No.
Have they tested in your lifetime?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Like they were now. They have not.
So assuming back to your question, they probably got it, like, I don't know about England, but should have they got it after the World War II then? So
Yeah, they have the tridents. You know the tridents?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the tridents. Allegedly.
Okay.
The only people I believe that have anything super advanced is the United States, Russia, North Korea, and France. Anybody outside of that, like, let me, y'all really think that India and Pakistan have nuclear warheads that they can put on ICBMs? Who believes that? India.
If UK has it, it has it. Pakistan. Pakistan is a partial triad.
Wait. Say that again? If UK has it? Wait, you said if India has it, UK has it? Or if UK has it, India has it? Which one did you say?
If UK has it, Pakistan has it. But if you think UK doesn't have it, then Pakistan doesn't. Okay, I agree with you. They're both partial triads.
Y'all gotta get woke. How come we can send? Now, Brother Ed said he believes that Chatty, I'll leave China for another day. Brother Ed said he believes that the United States can shoot a missile from Charleston, South Carolina, put in a computer where it's supposed to land in Prague, in my favorite experimental opera company in Prague. They do the best version of Poulenc's dialogue of the Carmelites. Je suis tous. I've ever seen, right? He believes that they can shoot a missile from Charleston, South Carolina. It can travel over the whole ocean, go over parts of Africa, not South Africa, Northern Africa, over Western Europe, the beginning of Central Europe. Make sure you stop in Austria. Want to see our dear brother Mozart? Se vuoi ballare, signor Contino. Se vuoi ballare, signor Contino. Il chitarrino le suonerò. Stop in Vienna. Say hello to my dear brother Mozart. And land at a pinpoint spot in Prague. They can do that. But they can't open up 20 miles. Huh? Y'all need to spend more time with the brothers in prison, because while they're wrong 99%, 97% of the time, they ask the right questions. And when you find a way to make beef Wellington with beef jerky, Cheetos corn chips, and pretzel mustard,
this, right? You're going through the whole scientific positivist. What are you reading?
Well, I was reading about the concept earlier. that was something else. I think I was reading the concept.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You're post-modern.
It's just on monstrosity. I can read monstrosity. But the larger point is why do people believe that? So the UK has the trident system, but they get the service in America. Does that make sense to anybody? I tell you, if y'all wasn't already a fool, you'd fall for anything. I'm done.
Oh my God, I was that old, what?
The United States has hit, I don't know how many times has Trent come in here, 1,000 times, has hit thousands of targets. They have so-called air superiority. They have knocked out facilities and factories and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But a waterway, with some mosquito boats, some mines from the 1970s, this is old technology, and $20,000 drones has kept the whole world on edge. You went to fill your gas tank up a month ago. It was $2.80-some. You have been paying $1 trillion a year for years now for defense. Those multi-trillions of dollars cannot clear the way of a 20-mile stretch. All that money you spent, and they're letting some people through. Y'all come on through, come on in the room. This way, like a crossing guard. You think that you don't think that money is being stolen and gone somewhere? What about the F-35s? Somebody whistle blew on that. If they didn't whistle blow on that, we wouldn't know about it. Huh? Everybody knows that when you spend money, the canals are supposed to open up, huh? Do I need to get more graphic? No, some of y'all going on dates later tonight. You know, if you spend $100, you expect the canal to open up.
Oh my God.
Yeah, let's get into it. Trillions of dollars. And they can't take care of 20 miles in a relatively small gulf in the Middle East. Huh? Y'all took somebody fine to the Cheesecake Factory at Dave & Buster's 2 weeks ago. That straight up Hormuz was from ear to ear. But the United States military, huh? Not too much of Dave & Buster's. They have a nice pork chop if you eat that. I don't eat it anymore, but that used to be good. But the United States, with trillions of dollars, you go find a joint now, a fucking joint. Buy her or him 2 drinks. Let them take them to dinner where they want. You can whisper in their ear. What happens to the legs? What do they hit? Chandelier. But we've been spending trillions of dollars. Whispered in Iran's ear, legs still on the ground. But y'all that. For some reason, y'all believe that the United States is spending this money on all they have secret weapons systems that they're developing. They got nuclear. They can put up. Here go Neil Lippership. I've seen the testing if they could put the nuclear warhead accents just all started to fall apart. At a certain point, the accents just didn't go where they go. It doesn't even matter. I know, it was crazy. Like, what the hell that was. That's what it was. So you believe that the man can have a missile? Hey, look, sir, I have put in the weapons. I put in the coordinates, sir. 20 Bravo, 37 degrees latitude, 45 Charlie Omega, 17.5 longitude. So, well, that soldier that when we launch it from Houston, it's going to land early in Moscow. Great work, sir. It's all fired and ready to go. Aye, aye, sailor. Yes, sir. They can do that. They can do that. But they can't open up 20 miles. 20 miles. 20 miles. Just think about it. Money means open. And in this instance, what do we have? We had, what do we have? We had 1 trillion last year. We had, we had 1 trillion last year. We had 1 trillion the year before. Didn't we have that? I think we've had in the last 10 years over $10 trillion in not let's say $8 million in general NDAA appropriations. And in supplemental, probably took it over $10 trillion. $10 trillion. One band, 2 band, 10 bands, fuck it, man. Shout out to Drake. All these bands. And now they're in a war. And they need the French to bring a motherfucking jazz gal, Batel Cousin, the aircraft carrier, it's got the planes, it's got the Royales, and it's got all the pâté and caviar that you can put along with the pan au chocolat as we make all the gelatin in the cabin of the ship. They gotta bring the Charles de Gaulle over. And here comes the fucking British. Oh, the toothless ship. They're gonna bring over the SS Birmingham. They call it that way because it's full of trash, just like their second largest city. I want people to think about this. The British have nuclear warheads that they can put on intercontinental ballistic missiles on the one hand. But on this other hand, their second largest city, they didn't pick up the trash for 4 months. You're telling me that the British could fire an ICBM with a nuke on it? It could land in Little Naziville in Argentina. Don't cry for me, Argentina. The truth is I never on my good days, on my good night, you kept your promise. Don't keep your distance. They can hit, brother Ed, a ship. They can hit a Little Naziville I'm going to ship it from Liverpool. I'm a skills out. But I know the coordinates. 1455 longitude, 22.8 latitude, sir. Oh, Captain. Oh, good job, sir. They can shoot that from fucking Liverpool to fucking Buenos Aires and some Nazis. That's what's full of Nazis down there. But they couldn't pick up their garbage for 4 months in the second largest city in the entire United Kingdom. Hail Britannia. Britannia rules the waves. Britain will forever, ever be slaves. Oh, yes, you will. Slaves to them big-ass rats that's running around your biggest cities not picking up the trash. God save our precious King, Lord save our precious. Shut the fuck up. You didn't pick up your trash. But you people in here believe they can shoot off an ICBM and it came down in South Africa. You go to the dogs. He's got Canada boy. Are people thinking with their minds? in your feet. So you don't exercise and you can't think. Shout out to Love Jones, I broke it down so if you're gonna always be broke. Huh? That's the problem, Joe. They couldn't pick up the trash, but they can shoot a missile from the UK to hit Goa. We're getting all nine back. Fuck the run in you. We're going to hit Goa, nuclear weapon side. So what is it smelling here? Well, even though we got a try weapon systems, we can't afford to contract up. So y'all don't want me to get into my conspiratorial bag. That's the problem, because my conspiratorial bag is a conspiratorial bag like what hefty bags. Not only do my conspiracy theories smell like fresh flowers, they don't break. You see? See, I am now waking many of you up to the reality of the world in which you live that you weren't ready for, because you think, oh, go bitch ass nigga is a rationalist. This is all rational. You see? Why do people in here believe that the United States of America can't open the Strait of Hormuz, but they've had missiles that can go up in the air, go out of the atmosphere? Presence of the Lord is here. Presence of the atmosphere. Presence of the Lord is here. And then come back down from Charleston, South Carolina, and hit Prague, Czechoslovakia, hit Prague. Do you people understand how dumb that sounds? We don't have the money for Obamacare subsidies. 5 months later, oh, we have to report a preliminary report from the Pentagon. This is the ghost of Bernard Shaw coming from NCC, not CNN, but this is NCC in heaven. Judy, you'll be up there soon too. This is Bernard Shaw. It looks like that the war is costing $2 billion a day. Huh? Y'all will believe anything that the white man tells you. You'll believe anything that a black man with a mustache tells you. You'll believe anything that a white woman in a pantsuit will tell you. You'll believe anything that a black woman who can do the Dougie and says she has black girl magic can tell you. Stop believing these people. The United States does not have all these systems. Yes, they drop some bombs on you. Boom. Shout out to the Gap Band. Greenwood, Archer, and Pond. Ow, wow. Keep running, keep on running, in and out of my life. Yeah, I'll be outstanding. Keep running. I know y'all yearning for this to end, but I'm yearning for my love.
No, I'm cracking up.
And so you think that they can shoot a missile that goes up into space, has its proper coordinates, the GPS satellite systems. It can land exactly where we want it to land. If we picked a small place in Helsinki, we're gonna bomb John Sibelius' old home. You people, that's the great, he wasn't in Helsinki, but the great composer Sibelius, who we all love. Of course, the great folk songs, of course, the great Symphony No. 3 was the most fantastic. But the great Sibelius in China, Scandinavia, I would argue, the greatest artist of the 20th century to come out of Scandinavia, along with U.C. Purlin. You see, you think that the United States can shoot up in the air
harder in school.
Had I known that had I went to a decent college, I would get that kind of lecture. Sir, that was incredible.
You're welcome. I can just pay on the way out, brother. Man. Y'all believe everything. Let me tell you what's more likely, you atheists. What's more likely than the United States having these weapons, what's more likely than the British having these weapons is that my Lord and Savior on the third day rose up, and walked on water. That's more likely than the British. I think, oh, we got war here because we can hit them to Altina. They don't have a dental system and have the audacity to name it the Tridents. We all know the Trident. The British don't have a dental system, but they have nuclear weapons called Trident. What is Trident? For your fresh breath. They got yuck mouth, but Trident. Make it make sense. 20 miles. You got a bunch of backward, so-called, according to the Western perception, a bunch of backward Muslims in boats from the Darren goods with nets and stick from REI. You know, I actually pay for the REI yearly service. I get my camping gear there. I get my bikes serviced there. REI is a good deals if you're a bougie Negro like myself. You get lanterns, you get a kerosene lantern, all that. You think that I have all that and the U.S. can't open it? All these ships, all these planes, submarines, destroyers, frigates, aircraft carriers, etc., they can't do 20 miles. But you people believe that the United States can shoot a missile from Langley that'll hit Red Square. When has the United States ever fired an ICBM neoliberal? Watch this. Watch this. Never. Ever. Forever. Never. Oh, but you like the way they move, though. That's what you're saying. Hey, y'all, give them the green light. No, the green light is the money, That's the problem. You people, see, I'm in my now I have to deal with Habermas's death. Now that he's dead, I'm going to be what y'all think is irrational for a couple of weeks. They are stealing our money in with these tax dollars going to these boondoggles. Let me tell you where they're going to. Hello? Hey, how you doing, nephew? Oh, hey, you know, you're my favorite nephew, you bitch ass nigga. Oh, hey, uncle, how you doing? It's my uncle Cole. Hey, how you know I'm doing good, you know what I'm saying? I got 100% retirement from here. I got 100% retirement from next. So, you know, me and your auntie, we about to go on the boat. You trying to come, bitch ass nigga? That's where my money's going. My uncle got 8 retirements at 100%. And the motherfucker ran a marathon 2 weeks ago. He took me to Bonefish Grill, so I don't care. I'm done.
Did you get the Bang Bang one? Or Bang Bang shrimp?
No, I did not get the Bang Bang shrimp. I like to, whenever I go to the chain restaurants, you see, I try to get the halibut, you see, because, let me back up. Many of you go to these restaurants and you order what you call Chilean sea bass. Anybody familiar with Chilean sea bass?
Yes.
Yeah. The thing that you blacks don't know is that it actually is not a bass. See, look at people. What? That's what many of y'all saying. And some of you are old enough or afraid to say, I don't know, because you don't want to get slime on you. Yeah, let's take it back to the old school. I'm real for that, so cool. Y'all not ready about that, Didn't know you did it on television. television, let alone Clubhouse. Huh? It's a Patagonian toothfish. So I always get a nice piece of halibut, because it's actually halibut. A lot of the fish at these chain restaurants that you blacks think you're getting aren't the fish. And you know, girl, let me tell you something, girl. Let me tell you, girl. I was at Junior's football game, right? And I just happened to show up a little bit early. And, you know, the assistant coach was there, and I was sitting on the sideline, and I just come from work, right? So, you know, I was a little bit tired, but I just happened that day, girl, I had wore my pain suit, you know, the one with the check here. And I was just so funny. And so we ended up talking or whatever, and I took Junior home. You know, it was all good. And so we just went and got a bite to eat, girl. He took me out to the Bonefish, girl. So when I was at the Bonefish, girl, you know what I did? I just got the Chilean sea bass, girl, because, you know, you don't get it very often. Y'all go to y'all allow these chain restaurants to mark up these bottom-feeding, high cholesterol, nasty ass fish, $35. Yeah, girl, you know, I got a Chilean sea bass. I saw with the bang bang shrimp. Yeah, you know, they had the special blue wave martinis. It was the leaves on it, girl. I had a little hit of Alizé in it, girl. It was so fun, girl. And then I got $30, $80. That fucking fish they got from Target, and it was frozen. I got the halibut. I'm done speaking.
Come back to the mic, brother.
I can't be mad at that. Not the organ. I love it.
That was perfect timing. That was so good.
He played the organ, who played the organ?
It doesn't matter.
That was nice. No, you know what? You're right. It doesn't, but that was nice.
It was cheesy. Was that the 20 plus minutes that he was supposed to speak?
And here you go. See, this is the problem. See, Brother Gillespie's problem, you see, is that he's an instigator. And he's stirring up trouble because we on past the 20 minutes. But now, because you said that, I remember Michigan, who I had otherwise erased from my memory. You see. Now I'm reminded of Nietzsche. And you did that on purpose. This is what you do ever since Concrete Bump broke you.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Y'all go back to your little room. But if y'all believe that these people have nuclear weapons, they can do the nuclear weapons. The nuclear I don't even know what to say. You have people in here that believe the United States, you people fall for anything because the white man tells you, because the black man with a mustache looking like Tavis Smiley pre-Me Too tells you, because a white woman in a pantsuit tells you, because somebody with a third grade education but has a British accent say you Americans just assume he's telling the truth because it's a British accent tells you. That's the problem with you people. You just listen to anybody in here who believes the United States is spending that money on a military and doesn't have a problem with their inability to open up 20. You people should be marching on DC. You should be marching. You should have been marching for freedom and jobs since A. Philip Randolph wanted to do it in the 1930s, let alone the 1960s with Dr. King and Babe Rustin. You should have been marching. Get on the bus. Oh, you said the train is coming, babe. Well, it might be a train. Ain't got no money on it. Shout out to, what's his name, Woody Harrelson. Back then, Jennifer Lopez was fine as all outdoors. Don't be fooled by the rocks that she got. She's still Jenny from the block. people are content to go to the pump 5 cents more, 10 cents more, 30 cents more, and just take it. That's the problem. Americans in 2026, this one I say for, who was it that asked somebody for some other day? You're nothing but a bunch of bottoms. Huh? Since now straight men can use top bottom, we found out about that the other day. Well, I'm gonna start using it. Oh, God. Remember Mino White, Mino Black was talking about? Yeah, let's get into it. Americans just take it. I'm almost done. You just take it. You're spending $1 trillion, First Lady, every year, $1 trillion plus. And you can't open up 20 miles of an expanse in a waterway. You spent $1 trillion. $1 trillion. But you didn't think that a war in a region of the world where all those resources come through their power. Let me ask you a question. How come you didn't invest some of that $1 trillion, which would have been better national security, by the way, for more east-west pipeline? Huh? So they don't have to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Huh? Oh, well, Saudi Arabia has a pipeline, and, Kuwait had invested in a pipeline, and, how come you didn't prepare for that beforehand, knowing that they could choke it the way some of y'all gonna be choked later tonight? Yeah, I know y'all like to get choked. Huh? Just don't let me pass out, baby. You know what the safe word is, don't you? Caramel macchiato. Caramel, baby, let me go. I just heard the caramel part. I didn't hear macchiato. Well, if I started with caramel, then get the macchiato. Well, I'll make the safe word 8 syllables. I don't know. You could have used that money to build infrastructures, logistics, and other so-called, everybody's favorite word postcode, various dimensions of the supply chain. Why do fertilizers got to come to the French Ocean? Fertilizer? They said she was at the pyramids. A tornado around my room, that's where they got. Yeah, I'm not pink or white. Huh? But I am Pilot Jones. If you get it, you get it. Let me continue. You could have used that money to preclude, to preempt, to anticipate the very thing that's happening right now. But instead, you let your gray matter take over. You was too busy at the pyramids with Cleopatra. And now that Cleopatra working at the pyramid tonight. Working at the pyramids. Working at the pyramids tonight. Sketches of my combo. Let it be a dance plan. Let it be a miles. I got 4 hotels back. Look at my cigars. The Model T. You know, you was a super sport rich shit. Too many what in this what? We can't put what? Maids come around too much. Dads ain't around enough. Too many Jaguar what? You didn't think ahead. I'm done. I'm a motherfucking monster.
Not too much on getting choked. Just, Please do not bring up nothing we just said for at least, just give me 30 seconds.
Wait,
You must not have backed up again.
wait, but First Lady, have you ever tried Patagonian toothfish?
No, I don't eat fish.
Oh, okay.
No, that's a song, Buddy. It's the Noriega song.
Not even Solomon?
No, I definitely don't eat that. I'm not
Don't you see?
And that was CNN at the time too, wasn't no reporter.
The fact that you people are listening for musical references and allusions, filmic references and allusions, televisual references, popular cultural references and allusions, tells me all I need to know and get by.
I knew it.
About the problem. Listen, he's listening for it. He doesn't want to hear my thesis. He doesn't want to hear the actual facts. He doesn't want to hear the triple truth, Ruth. He's listening for popular cultural references. Like this is WZUP. What's up? He want to come to the crib because he think I got a swimming pool. I don't have a swimming pool out back. I got a lake. Catfish are delicious. That's what he's listening for. He's not listening for what I'm saying about the military. He's interested in the blackies. He simply wants a tour through Blackistan. Because he's a what? A niggly bear. Some opinion, Sister Sally. Oh, my God. She's coming.
Oh no, not you
Coming down that mountain when she comes.
Oh my God.
She'll be coming around that mountain when she comes. No, she'll be coming when Mars tells her she can come. That's when she's coming. Let me continue. I'm making a larger point about the illusion and the delusion, the chimerical screams. For those of you who took Intro to Philosophy, the American war machine is nothing other than a 21st century instantiation of Plato's cave. You are watching Top Gun. You're watching Bloodsport. You're watching Rocky IV. Turn the downtown! You're watching all this Cold War and late Cold War propaganda play out in the shadows. Alone, I walk in the shadows. Shout to Jean Valjean, or as y'all like to call it, 24601. You see it playing out in front of you, right? You just see it. What's going on behind you? They're taking your money. You thought you was living just enough for the city, but they're making money in the corridor behind you. We in the ghetto. They couldn't give you people $26 billion for Obamacare subsidies. We don't spend that on the war, and all we do is the gas prices going up, huh? Living the New Jack City. Shout to Gerald Levert, may that brother rest in peace. He told you he wasn't your what? Your Casanova. He said him and Romeo never been friends. Now, when I first heard that line as a boy, I thought he was talking about what? Romeo and Juliet. Shakespeare. I said, oh my God, Gerald Levert is one of the Capulets. He must be much like Tito Juliet, because if he was friends with Romeo, like Benvolio and Mercutio, who is he? But then I realized he was just a nigger rhyme. Huh? Not your Casanova. He and Romeo never been friends with Romeo and Juliet. He can sing his ass off. And sing as good as his daddy, though. Huh? That's the honor thing for these convos that people listening for the popular cultural references. They're not hearing my thesis. You're not hearing the argument. This is the argument I'm giving you. The United States has us looking over here, call it leisure de main. What does that mean? Sleight of hand. And optical illusion. See, people don't know French. You barely know English. You spend all your time on the app. I may be on the app all the time, but what I do, I close it up and I hit the books. I haven't slept in 3 weeks. You see. And the problem enough about Americans. If there's one thing Americans like more than getting money, it's giving money and getting nothing in return. Last night, many of you weren't inside of her. Last night, I was inside of you. I saw the sun, the moon. Yeah, y'all wait, I'll see none of that. You know why? Took her out, we're gonna go get drinks, a couple cocktails. Well, you know, I'm watching my figure, so I'm gonna have a Tito's and soda. Okay, so she had 3 of those. And then you took her to a restaurant. You went back to the place. You kissed her. And she said, I don't want to go out like that. And then you walked back to your car. You said, Laquita, I just want to come up and talk. Can I do that? And you thought you were Darius Lovell and Love Jones, and she was Nina Mosley. But unlike Nina Mosley, she didn't go on and put on the something, break me up. And you didn't get up to make eggs. Instead, you went home and got on the porter and get off on the couch. And then when you went to your Wells Fargo app the next morning, put your little code in, 24601-5289, you notice you spent $400 on her. And all you got in return was a dehydrated kiss because she'd been drinking all night and she had cotton mouth and no moisture on her lips. That's what you got last night. And that's exactly what you people like as Americans. Take my money and give me nothing in return for it. Back in the 70s and 80s, our parents' generation had an idiomatic figure for it. I'll close with that. They called it getting fucked in the ass with no Vaseline. I'm done speaking.
Caramel macchiato.
Pineapples.
People want to give sound effects. People want to give sound effects and applause. When one comes as a truth teller, we don't come for applause. Now, it's true, my good word might deserve an encore. Huh? But it's a shame that y'all think it's a performance, when rather it is a telling of the actual fact. Call me the Tiresias. But since we're now woke again, because the Democrats coming back in, you can call me the Cassandra. Clubhouse. We don't want the applause. We don't want the fireworks. We want the critical faculties opened up. You see? And people change accordingly. Why are we not marching on the Capitol for $1 trillion defense budget? Reporting suggests they're going to ask for another $50 billion. But 3 months ago, they couldn't give out the food stamps. 3 months ago, they're saying, well, you know, you can't use the food stamps for sugary cereal or steak, but we just found out the Pentagon, you can get motherfucking Alaska Cape crab leg. You can get ribeyes.
Don't forget the lobster tail.
But y'all don't let lobster tails and salmon. But we just let that go. That would be one thing. But now you're telling me that the big bad United States with the military that Donald J. Trump rebuilt can't stop a bunch of barbarians, so-called cowheads, so-called backwards, so-called terrorists, so-called jihadis, so-called, from clogging up 20 miles? reason, if you think about it, part of the reason why they can't crack that is because they can't crack anything. American, they can't crack the code. They can't crack crab legs. They can't crack the puzzle. The only crack they can crack is crack. Shout to reform, crackhead. That's all they can crack. Americans have lost all interest in critical thought, inquiry, and watch this, Montaigne skepticism. You don't want to go back and read the great Montaigne. What did Montaigne give us? He gave us the essay. Where does the word essay comes from? Comes from the French. L'essai. What the l'essai means to try, an attempt. You see, that's where we get the modern essay form from. These people don't want essay form because they just say they need to write and they put it in ChatGPT. Many of them, Alzheimer's are going to go down over the next couple of generations. Why? Because people's brains will be cooked before Alzheimer's can set in. That's what's going on in America. There was a time, First Lady, when you could turn on the television and watch, I mentioned Romeo and Juliet earlier, right? You could watch an updated Romeo and Juliet on television, starring Natalie Wood, starring Chica Rivera. And in that, it was called Side Story. What did they say? They said, what? I want to wear in America. Everything free in America. The guy said, I like the island of San Juan. They said, well, I know a boat you can get on. There was a time when you could sing for America, and America was what? Oh, beautiful. Spacious sky. We don't even sing anthems anymore. We don't even sing anthems anymore. There was a time when we were in school. Do you remember when we were in school, you were going to do an assembly? You learn, oh, beautiful. You learn America the Beautiful. You learn the national. We don't even do that anymore. Why? There's nothing to sing about. They was in here earlier. Nobody seemed to put this connection. The United States in 2014 was 4th in the world in livability or whatever it was. They're now 14th. They fell 10 spots in 10 years. How can you have the GDP that we had when we fall 10 spots in 10 years and people here just took it? They took it like they just took it after 3 bourbons. I don't care what she look like, I'll take it. Taking her back to the hotel. After 3 bourbons, it's all like popcorn, like motherfucking Donkey Kong. After about 3-4 bourbons, you don't really care what she looks like. At that point, it doesn't matter. You need to rub up on something. You need to feel good. You need to feel good all over. Stay focused. I am focused. After about 3-4 bourbons, all I can think about is home. I think of home. I think of a place where there's overflowing. That's why you're the thick girl. Because a thick girl, the love always overflows. She can smell you with a case. Let me just continue what I was saying. From 4 to 14, nobody batted an eye. It was as if somebody took Botox and injected it on the stage. Nobody could bat an eye. The eyes was wide open. Nobody gave a fuck. Nobody said, how do we move from 4 to 14? From 4 to 14? The richest country in the history of the world, with the strongest military in history of the world. Do we still think that? When you analyze things, mutandi, in context, pari passu, do we really think this military is stronger than the Romans? No, we don't. Huh? Than the French in the 11th century? No. Your military is so strong you can't open up 20 miles. My 20 minutes are done.
I have a PSA. Please do not threaten people in the chat. That's not okay. You will be removed and possibly blocked for life. Back to you, Ben.
was saying exactly what you were saying. Just
right.
It
What
was.
changed?
No, he was. Though I will say,
Last thing,
what you say?
bust you, say anything.
Oh, you want me to fuck up?
Okay, thank you.
He refused to start a podcast. Can't talk him into it. Crazy.
And see, I don't need people, and this is the other problem. You want me to labor. You start a podcast.
I'm not as smart or entertaining as you with that.
I'm busy. I don't want to have a podcast. Don't put more work on me. You see, if you're interested in podcasts, go find your podcast. I don't want a podcast. I think podcasts are the worst thing that has happened to the black man since the crack era.
Yeah.
Damn.
None of you have to say anything about that?
What's going on?
Now, I got a question. Are you agreeing with me that the spend on defense over the past, let's just say 50 years, has been incredibly, I'll go 40 years, 1980, has been incredibly stupid?
It's all boondoggle on top of boondoggle, theft on top of theft. And it comes into relief in these moments. You are testing, you have all these boys in air and sea, but you know that many of your objectives can't be accomplished without throwing bodies at it. Why are we spending $1 trillion on F-35s we're never going to use?
Yes. Look, we've used the shit out of them. We've used them now. And I'm with you. But I think what is coming now, based upon all the reports, I think this assault, the San Antonio assault team, I think they're going to try to make a landing on Cargo Island. I don't know about the strait, but I think that's what this is coming for. I think they're going to use it.
notice all the mountains on the map?
Cargo Island?
Well,
No, I said on Cargo Island. I think this assault team that's on the way is just, I don't know no other reason why the other than to do that.
The thing is, Trump, I don't think anybody in this room disagreed with you on the size of the military budget. And you're positioning it in that way. As if you were telling the truth. Ben in his sermon was making your point much better than you did. And all of this disagreed.
See, what you're trying to do by calling it a sermon is you made it an hyperbolic categorization. And so you were using irony to undercut my message because you don't want me to wake it up. And so what people do is, instead of taking anything as it is, in itself, you ironize it as a way of undercutting it. There was nothing sermonic about this.
That shit was classic.
Damn.
That was like early. Man, it was like 07.
Oh shit.
I know he didn't like him, but I didn't know he told him he was gonna cut it.
No, that was early.
Wait, that's actually what he said?
He said he was
Oh,
talking
that's
about
a fact. That's not even no sauce on it. That's actually what he said.
So, yeah, that's what he's heard all about his nuts off because he's talking down to black people.
It was crazy. We actually underselling it because he paused. Remember that? He was like, "You make me so mad. I just wanna cut that no salt."
Well, I remember the talking down to black people because Obama had a lot of hate in the beginning. I remember Tavis Smiley. I was listening to that on a day-to-day basis, and I watched that happen in real time because, what's his name, y'all? Tom Joyner was not fucking having it. And I remember saying that, like, when he confronted him and then he pretty much booted Tavis from the show because Tavis was going there about Obama. And Tom Joyner was like, Negro, watch your damn mind. I was wondering if it's because Obama came so far and Jesse Jackson thought he was going to be the first black president or something, but I did not realize that he said that he was going to do that. Oh my God.
The fact that he felt the need to tell somebody too. My boy David's new to the app. He put in the comments he had a question. Can he come up? Oh, he's on the stage.
Yeah, David, what's up?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for letting me up on the stage. I just had a quick question for y'all, especially Van. Again.
Are you waiting?
Bro, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Hello?
Oh, you slipped into the matrix.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Oh, it's not. Damn it, it's not working. Base wanted to ask, do you think, because it seems like the through with this, I think what you're getting to is that Americans kind of brought this on ourselves by not asking, well, where does our money go? Not being as civically engaged as we're supposed to be. And so what we have is a government that spends more than the next 10 countries combined on defense, but cannot open up the Strait of Hormuz, right? And I do understand, there's a lot of frustration about people not being able to organize and actually mount some form of organized resistance against this government. So I guess the question is, how should we go about that? In my opinion, on apps like this that are highly monitored, do you think we need our own sovereign infrastructure where we can actually work together, organize, plot, plan, strategize, and organize to actually make this government actually somewhat accountable to the people? That was my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't do politics. I am simply a gadfly of sorts. I'm not interested in politics. If you people want to organize, you want to think about organization, get off the weed. Get a wife, have a child, get a mortgage, be normal, be normative. Now the gays can do that too. You can't organize with people who spend all of their time hot the weed. People who don't even cook for themselves, get the door dashes and the grub hubs and then Uber Eats all the time. We're not even at the organization phase. We're at the human again phase. Learn how to take a joke.
Real shit. Real shit.
No. You being cynical. But I hear you. I think you just don't want the responsibility because you got enough of a sharp mind to realize how useful you'd be to a movement, just realistically speaking. But it's easier to go, these niggas not ready. Come on, old turtle. Come on out the cave.
Yeah, I'm not interested in movements. The reason why I'm not interested in movements is because people are involved. That's people.
What do you mean?
In regards to what I just said. Well, no, he's like, something tells me he would
useful in a strategical setting, like organization. He could be one of them thought leaders. So, you know.
Yeah. Again, it's hard to lead thought when people don't think.
Yeah, sure. You underestimate that thinking part. I do. And also, we do have a track record, at least in the Black community, about whenever we do have leaders, they're automatically targeted and dismantled. So the moment you have a centralized figure, it's a problem.
We can't take two tracks. Y'all are gonna have to tap in. One of y'all thing to go, one on stage. I'm just saying that's a lot. That's a lot.
I was with you in the beginning until you said that last shit about whatever you said about blacks and police. That didn't sound like a trip. But the other shit did. I want to go back to one thing that Go Dig said about listening to the lady in the pantsuit. And man, I hope somebody recorded that. That was brilliant. Listening to the lady in the pantsuit and the black man in the mustache. Was the black man in the mustache? I don't ask who the lady was. Was the black man in the mustache Colin Powell? In that reference? You were talking about, just to remind me, you were talking about when you were talking about basically when saying it's okay to go to war. Or okay to spend this money on the military. You remember who we were referencing?
Colin Powell didn't have a mustache. I think you're thinking Billy D. William.
No. Maybe I didn't know who he was referencing there. That's all I'm trying to figure out. I'll just leave y'all with just really cool musical references. Styles P, 2002. That's what gas prices is going to look like on Wednesday. If it continues, if they don't get the straight up. Song title is actually Good Times, but that's not the chorus that everybody has.
I picked the wrong week to quit drinking.
Oh, David, XRP, of course. Not the AI, not the.
Did you say you took the wrong week to start drinking?
The wrong favorite puff and pill. First Lady, you doing an Oscars room tomorrow night?
What happened? Whose room?
The Oscars.
Oh, that's tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Yeah, supposedly. Okay. Well. Okay. Oh, I had a glass of wine tonight, but then I don't drink every night, so there's that. Hey, I ain't gonna look at all. You drink 4 Locos, Miss Sherry? No, I had a glass of wine with my dinner. That's what I did. Did you say 4 Locos? You gotta have 4 Locos with your dinner next. Oh, wow. I don't know about that, but okay. Hey, I know, promoting alcohol. A cut water. Cut water.
It is the Atlas
sick of it. There's nothing wrong with everybody can do their drugs equally, you feel me? Like, you know, you want to do your drugs, they can do their drugs for dinner. You do your drugs in the morning and see how it's different, but nobody say nothing. Nah, somebody told me pious was the devil. I said, what? Y'all are low key. Wait, now, DLC, you cannot say stuff like that. What is going on here? If the devil was real, he'd be a fuck. Nah, because the way it was in the Bible, now you got me fucked up. I heard
You don't engage in herbal actions.
when they was burning the bush, that was weed, okay? It wasn't bad in the Bible. It ain't bad now. There's that. Wait, brother, that's what the Christian Father Club be telling them stuff.
Hey, brother, who was the professor? What's the professor? Was it at Columbia was he doing heroin or something? Heroin something?
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
But what was the I forget what was the reason though. Like, I forget. No, he was doing cocaine. He was doing cocaine.
No, he was doing heroin. It was heroin.
He was doing heroin as well?
Yes, it was heroin. I specifically remember it was heroin.
But there was a reason. There was like a rationale.
Well, you have to come up and down enough.
He probably did. I just believe that all drugs should be legal. I think people should be able to do what they want to do with their lives.
Right. I got a nasty one for y'all. It's not drugs, but this week an assistant principal here in the city was pimping out the students. Shit's nasty work.
What do you mean by pimping them out?
He had the girls in the high school sexually exploiting themselves for money.
Bro.
I heard it was guys. Must be a different one.
Yeah, it was some high school in Queens. Madness.
Yeah, it's fucking Queens.
In a school in Houston, it was actually another student. It was like a 16-year-old that had a whole little thing going. I can't remember how they finally caught her. I think one of the parents found out. Yeah, it's like a 16-year-old girl. I think it was Lamar High School. It's crazy.
Dr. Library Card, are you there? She must not be there. Perform. You there?
Yeah.
Okay. Guess who apologized to me today?
Who apologized?
Al.
You said Al? Did you say Al?
Did I say Al? What does he call him? Something things, Dr. Connie? Yes. He apologized to me.
You mean no one doesn't like a never mind.
No, he said I'm sorry.
That's nice.
And that's why spring is coming early.
I'm over to apologies too, though.
Yes. I mean, I did not have to fight over
What
it.
did you apologize to me for, Sherry?
Huh? Well, you know how he usually says when you say something, he tells you don't know what you're talking about. He said that to me, and I waited for it now, because like you said, you don't know what you're talking about, and I said, well, hello to you too. How are you? And then I waited long enough, and then I said I need an apology, because I was correct.
About?
Yeah, like I don't know the time.
Like we're all sitting there like, and?
On the edge of our seat, trying to
Because
figure out
he was talking about Rwanda and the causes of Rwanda. And I told him, I said, well, part of it had a lot to do with propaganda. Well, it was propaganda. And it was about hierarchy by phenotype. white supremacy without white people. That's what I told him. So I was right about that, and then I said I need an apology, and he started to worm out of it, and I said, now, Al, and he said, okay, I'm sorry, and I said, thank you. So that's what happened. Because I don't argue with people. I try not to anyway.
Hey, what are you listening to?
I'm listening to Sam Cooke. Well, it was good to hear Al gave you an apology. Definitely when it's absolutely deserved.
Where apology, First Lady?
I'm sorry?
That clearing of the throat was unnecessary.
Reform. Did you hear about Jasmine Crockett's security guard?
I did. And it's like, I've been trying to peel through the narratives and the whatever, but there's something with these attacks that are going on, because a lot of what's being called out in Dallas is that like this is some kind of hit job on her, because they're like, how is he cosplaying if that's actually what he was? And then how did he end up being dead because there was a warrant out for him in person? Like, what did the shootout happen? Like, that's just crazy.
Right.
It's like, this is getting scary. I just put something in the chat that the head of the FCC chair is threatening broadcast licenses as Trump criticizes Iran war coverage because they're not falling in line. And Trump has been saying on True Social that these people are not giving the accurate picture because they want the controlled media. So we never used to think it happened in this country, like in other countries where they take people out. But First Lady, that is highly suspicious when you look at the facts. If you looked at, like, that's crazy. Like, how, what? And then he was killed? That don't sound right at all. And they've shown him, right? It's the really, really, really tall dude. He looks like a security guard or a bodyguard or whatever. Like, that shit is just crazy.
Right, I was trying to figure out, is he really the king, whatever his name is? What's his name? King Mark King? I don't know.
Michael.
But Mike King, but TMZ has his alleged real name. Now, okay. They didn't have it before. Okay. But I mean, TMZ got all the tea. What's going on? Why does TMZ get all the tea? Did they ever find that lady's mother? Did they ever find that lady's mother? No. That mean that they have not found.
And keep releasing more footage here and more. That bless her heart, that lady is probably expired by now.
Yeah, he got it.
It's just her.
I mean, they were the ones, TMZ was the one that broke the story that Michael Jackson died before any other outlet did.
On the Jasmine Crockett thing, can somebody just give me the TLDR? So the bodyguard was killed? Because the first time I heard of it was when I came in here. Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
But say what you gotta say while
Okay, yeah, because the first time I heard about it was when I came in here this afternoon, and somebody on stage said he thought it was an inside job with Crockett being responsible. But that's Clubhouse for you.
Yeah, that's just, some of these people are definitely paid ops. It just sounds like it's a hit and make her because it's like Jasmine Crockett, but yeah, play the clip, First Lady.
I'm looking for it. 1 second.
Oh Lord, this Houston weather is gonna be the death of me. Hot, cold, Jesus.
Hot damn. Where is it? I told you I keep talking. I lost it.
Here in New York, Reform, it's winter at 8 a.m. It's spring at around noon. It might hit summer by 5, and then it's fall, winter again by the time you go to bed.
That's not. It was 80 degrees on one day, and then the next day in DC it was 90 and snow.
Yeah.
That was crazy. It was 85 and sunny to
dropped down to 40, and then it rained and snowed, to Dr. Library's point.
We're getting 12 to 18 inches tonight, overnight.
That's what she said.
Your blizzard going on.
Hey, we're looking at I heard nothing. I was going to say, normally
careful when eating this bariatric gelatin with lemon, okay? I ate it for just 3 nights before bed and already lost 38 pounds. Even my belly went completely flat.
Placing law enforcement officers in off-duty jobs, and apparently he was also part of the security detail for Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Virginia Miles tonight investigating how he, apparently using aliases, was able to become such a prominent figure in the public safety community.
To North Texas law enforcement officers and U.S. Capitol Police, he was known as Mike King, but sources tell us that's not the name of the man shot and killed by Dallas police on Wednesday night during an investigation into his alleged double life as a suspected criminal, also working as a security officer for a local U.S. Congresswoman. These images of Mike King standing close to Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett shows how trusted he was as part of her security detail while she's been in office and while on the campaign trail during her recent run for a U.S. Senate seat. Multiple law enforcement sources say King was the man shot and killed after a standoff with Dallas police SWAT officers on Wednesday night. Police say he was chased into a hospital parking garage where he barricaded himself inside a vehicle before he was forced out by tear gas and pulled a gun on officers. Sources say he was wanted for impersonating a law enforcement officer. Sources say he claimed to be one while operating a business called Off-Duty Police Services, an online platform to connect North Texas law enforcement officers with off-duty jobs. Authorities have yet to reveal King's real name, but sources also tell us King oversaw a team of security officers at several downtown Dallas hotels and at his own church. Sources say King drove a replica undercover law enforcement vehicle with license plates stolen from vehicles outside military offices. His background, which sources say includes a criminal history, raises serious questions about how he was able to oversee extra jobs for police officers, as well as obtain such a high-level security position for a sitting member of Congress. Documents obtained by CBS News Texas show a person named Mike King receiving payments for security services from Crockett as recently as last year. We have contacted Congresswoman Crockett's office, and for now, they are declining to answer questions, as is the Dallas Police Department. J.D. Miles, CBS News Texas.
Well, let me back out all the conspiracy theories. Now, why was that man working for her? Okay, I know about the criminal background, but they found out his name, so I'm just gonna hush for a second. Like, not driving around in stolen license plates. Lord Jesus.
But how do we know that that's true? That's what they're reporting. But it doesn't make sense to me. Why would he go and steal license plates?
Well, I don't know. But you have to ask the question, who vetted him?
They could have vetted him under a fake name and every job. But the criminal background, it might be under real name. So if I'm coming to you with a fake name and everything checks out, I mean, that puts her in the clear if that's how it went down.
One of the articles. Oh, go ahead.
One of the articles that I read stated that the police officers that he was hiring to staff these jobs actually thought that Mike King was also a police officer. He had lied to them about working in the Capitol as a police officer there.
Yeah, so apparently he ran some sort of staffing agency, but I would think that in order to work around a congressperson that it would require a certain level of clearance, like fingerprints. I mean, you have to get fingerprinted to get just an example, to get an insurance license in any state, and they run your prints. So I would imagine being a security guard for, a person in Congress would require at least a minimum of that. So, yeah, now that all the details have come out, but if he was a felon and he did have those charges, it said, because I read in the article, it said that the most he ever got was probation, but he's had, 7, 8 charges? I think I put it in the chat. That would just be a red flag. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's it,
but I guess we'll see.
I mean, yeah, yeah.
It could be a classic case of fake it till you make it. He could have had fake fingerprint card. Everything about him was probably,
Yeah.
you know, this is the world we live in now. Scamming is at an all-time high. That's what my brain is telling me. Everything he presented to her was fake, so it checked out. I would put, I would hate for them to try to blame her for any of this. That's what I want to avoid.
If this was a TV show, they would be having an affair. It's not a TV show.
Do you think, oh Lord, please don't let it be like, old girl with the dude and, they're digging though. But there's also something going on online, like does anybody know who Booker Squared is? I wish Matt was in here. So there's a lot of Black thought leaders, and they're pulling this information saying that they're getting paid by the Black Caucus. So it's kind of like this hit job on a lot of people on the left. They also, Republicans also issued like an AI hit job campaign against Tallarico that came out. I don't know if y'all saw that commercial. So it seems like there's just coinky-dink. I don't think so. But Jasmine is going to be drugged for this because they're pulling up, she paid him $340 for something. So we know how this works.
But I think I was going to say that I think that Congress people, they have to pay for private security. When they're in the Capitol, of course they're protected there, but I think especially since they have records of since they have records of her paying him, I think she might have hired him directly.
Yeah, but I mean, you can do a background check because when people hire babysitters and lawn people, you can do a background check for $25 on somebody. It doesn't take very much.
I don't know. A basic background check.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, because I was trying to get in there real quick. Well, see, the way I'm listening to everyone, it sounds like you believe what has been reported. And I'm not saying not to believe it, but in my mind, my skepticism, I'm like, okay, is it possible he actually started a security business with a police officer? Yes, that's possible. That could be the truth of the story. Did people possibly believe that he was an off-duty police officer? Perhaps, maybe. I can see that. But does that mean that he actually lied about it? That's number one. That would be my first question. I'm just laying out the different questions that are going on in my head as I'm listening to what Jay said, right? Yeah. Then they went on to say, well, that's not him. Well, who is he? Why are you holding that back? Like, what's the big deal? What's the big secret? If he's not the person that he said that he was and you know his identity, why is it a secret? Huh? No, that's not persuasive, except that it did say that he was driving around in a police car. No. That's not what they said. They said that he was driving in a police car. They said that he stole license plates from side of a military. Okay, when I went to the stream, I thought it said that he was driving a police car. No, they said that he had stolen, and they used it, made it sound like it was multiple license plates that had been stolen. Right. So again, like all of that, if he has this big business, he working with Congress, I just don't understand why would he risk it with getting or stealing license plates. So all these different question marks that just don't quite add up in my mind makes me think that the story in itself just has a lot of holes in it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's a development story. But if it's true, just the idea that then I have to ask this question. Yeah, I mean, I have several to think about. I have to read some more articles on it. But the very idea that also he was hired by some police departments, correct?
Hiring cops. He was doing the hiring.
So he was doing the hiring. I know the police aren't giving a statement, and then Jasmine Crockett, she's not giving a statement either. So there's no comment from both sides. So we just have to see what comes out after that. From there.
And then how did it escalate? Oh no, they put a grenade in his car to flush him out of the children's hospital.
Well, they said tear gas.
Tear gas, grenade. Again, how did they? So they got that close to his car to throw in the tear gas to flush him out, and he comes out blazing guns.
Yeah, I mean,
sounds real cheap-ish.
I mean, according to the report, he barricaded himself in the car. I don't know.
Inside the parking lot.
In the parking lot. Yeah.
So there's cameras around.
Yeah,
There's cameras around. Where the cameras at?
But they also said the reason why they knew that he was impersonating Capitol Police was from some of the actual officers that he hired. They were under the impression that he was an officer as well. So those people have spoken out.
After listening to our brother today for about 45 minutes go in on y'all believe anything, I don't believe shit. I think this is a hit job.
This is
a hit job.
Yeah.
This is a hit job. Goliath is here. Hopefully he comes, but he said a lot has to do with the Save America Act. A lot is going to determine Republicans have to get that passed. I don't know if you're relating what's going on with Jasmine and her security man.
I think he was.
Oh, okay. My fault. Well, Matt, come up, we definitely want to hear from you. But yeah, I don't believe, I've always been like this. What they say, believe none of what you hear and half of what you see. And I live that shit for real.
Me too. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that they're lying. I just had questions. Something's just not adding up. Those questions, it could all just be, just me questioning, but I don't know, just something just really weird about it. The fact that they are not showing clips, they've been showing clips and showing people dying right in the middle of the street. Now all of a sudden we can't see the clips of them throwing the tear gas. It's not, the garage has cameras on every level. And why would he want to go into the children's hospital garage? I know if I was looking for safety and thinking that there's a lot of cameras on there, that would be my place to go, to think that I could run in there and maybe hide so that I could get to some type of safety. I don't know. That was just
What?
Jasmine Crockett's security guard. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't she need like some additional security or something or another because she was running on this campaign? He was hired last year, I believe. Was that what was said? So possibly she did hire him to be additional security guard. I still would like to think that if she did, her team would have done some research on the guy and did some basic background. Just basic. But again, these are all assumptions, just thinking out loud.
And First Lady, I will also offer that even if they didn't, because of the company that he owned, it would be reasonable to assume that he was legitimate. Because they had real officers working at that company.
And they said something about him being a security person at a church.
Yes, they did.
Yes, the church hired him too.
Yeah.
would he go inside of a vehicle and pull a gun on officers? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why
Exactly.
why would he just turn himself in? Because if I work for Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, I'm going to think that I have some kind of pull, right? I would just go to her and be like, yo, Jasmine, girl, I'm so sorry. But, let me turn myself in, let me arrange something, boop-de-boop-de-boop. But, and this says he barricaded himself inside a vehicle in the garage of a children's hospital at around 11 p.m. Huh? Does that even sound remotely right?
No, and barricade, how is that a barricade? Because you go in your car?
And why were they hunting him down after there was an active warrant for impersonating a peace officer? Like, if you knew his location, you knew where he was, so y'all gonna send all these units out to get him, deploying tear gas?
Something don't sound right.
Well,
No, it doesn't.
I will say this, though. It says, CBS News Texas has been researching Robinson's criminal history, which includes seven arrests for theft in Dallas, Duncanville, Irving, Dallas County, and by the Texas Department of Public Safety.
What kind of theft?
It says theft. I don't know what kind.
Yeah, see, but that's the thing. Like, I'm trying to.
But that's all they can record at the moment.
Was it of the license plates?
And that's what I'm saying. But wait a minute. So, my overall question would be, what would he be trying to hide? Based off of the things that have been presented to us thus far, I don't think that it was worked out. It's not like they said he robbed a bank at one point in time. Oh, I guess he may be going out blazing because of that. Because you like, listen, I ain't going to the penitentiary for, 50 years. But always like how much time are we talking?
So here's the rest of it. Despite that criminal background check, sources said Robinson was able to forge a new identity as Mike King, where he did not only became a prominent figure as a security officer for Representative Crockett while in office and during her recent U.S. Senate campaign. Sources said the convicted felon was also able to run a business, which we know, placing North Texas law enforcement officers in off-duty jobs through his business called Off-Duty Police Services. So he had a business, so he had a business license.
Okay, so it sounds like okay. So it sounds like he was wanted for creating a whole new identity. That might serve as some time.
Yeah, he was. Well, I said it was a gift. The name of fugitive held by Dallas SWAT revealed had history of arrest before Representative Jasmine Crockett's security role. Sources said that's the headline under the local news at CBS. Yeah, he was wanted anyway.
They also said Freddie was a terrorist.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. They can put fugitive on him just because of the fact that they were in search of him and he was, trying to escape from not getting caught with the license plates. They could put fugitive on him because he was running away. So, they could put a tag on you.
First lady, what if he had some information about the goings-on within Congress and it became a lot deeper on the security level, and because he had the information to go after him? Let's put on our little tinfoil hats here.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
I'm not giving a theory. I'm just giving questions. I'm asking questions and going through a thought process. I didn't say what it is or what it could be. I'm not giving an end to it. I'm just going through what we do know and the information that has been full hat for that.
That's just me. It's just me.
Yeah, we'll find out more as the story unfolds. Right now, we just don't have enough.
Mm-hmm.
I agreed. It's definitely more to this. I don't think we've heard from his family yet. And 11.
And if I was Jasmine, I probably wouldn't want to comment either, because I would be in a state of shock, like, huh?
Let me see if she's commented.
No, she hasn't. And it would be in her best interest that she doesn't right now.
If she had privately hired him, would he have eluded a security check? Yeah, I mean, I imagine that there are protocols because you still have to, fill out, what is it, the W-9, right? Like, social security number. So if he's been working with her for a year, that kind of stuff comes up, right? Like, so that's just basic vetting, Unless you say that he was a contractor, then you're still getting all that information, the 1099, so it's kind of hard to hide your identity in the United States is basically what I'm saying.
Right, and the article did say despite the criminal background check, he was able to forge a new identity.
And he was carrying a firearm and everything too, or just he was staffing them?
He was staffing people.
But if I were her and he was walking around without a gun, I'd definitely have questions.
You know what I'm saying?
How are you protecting me without a gun, huh?
Yeah, he's a big old dude.
He was a nice build.
Yeah.
Hopefully it wasn't, related. No hookup in the back end,
That's what I'm hoping, because that Republicans are bigly pissed about this whole election. The way that they're coming after Tallarico, Trump is tweeting about Texas all the time. Like, Matt might as well be in Texas for how well informed he is. These people are big fucking mad. Like, I've seen it before, like, we don't want Chris to win. They are hell-bent on, it's like punishing Jasmine. It's like they woke up the racists all over again. This shit is crazy. I know she's had a lot of death threats. Because they've lost their fucking minds. So I wouldn't be surprised that, any way to take her down possible or to make this look bad, because why now? That's the questions I have. What kind of active investigation you have, and he's been allowed to do this and place people. So now he's an independent operator and he's a business owner and he's been able to place other people. Like, the fuck? And then you put out a warrant for him impersonating a peace officer. Who did he impersonate a peace officer to? And who's the person to say that he was impersonating a peace officer? You know what I'm saying?
He was though, and he was driving. Something was all right, the whole situation.
Something ain't right. That's all I'm saying. Something ain't right. I don't know which way it ain't right, but it ain't right.
AJ with the facts. Death threats creates putting a goon on the team. You ain't never lied, AJ. That's right. And if she did, you know what? Shout out to her, because you show right.
Yeah, but come on, though. You got plenty of professional goons you can hire. That pass on the test, come on.
She couldn't hire your crazy ass, okay?
On paper, I pass all the fucking, I check all the boxes,
That's right. You gotta have a shooter with you. You're right. I mean, hey, these people in Texas are crazy. They are crazy as hell. But thank you for bringing that up, First Lady. Because, I saw that and I was like, the fuck? And now that more details have come out, it's even more confusing, to be perfectly honest.
And the other skeptic thing I'm going to say is the fact that this happened on Wednesday. I haven't heard not one thing come across any, national news.
I didn't hear about it until you just said it. You brought it up. I Googled this shit.
I'm just saying.
Not today. Today he's years old.
What up, yo?
His story is Iron Sharp, Jasmine Howard shooters. They ain't nothing wrong with it. She a black woman in Texas that was running for Senate that Republicans hate.
She better have a fucking bodyguard that has a couple bodies on his motherfucking name. The fuck? She better have somebody. The fuck? I mean, what's
Come on, bro. They ain't hiring illegal people to be security guards. There's networks of professional security guards that can shoot, that you can hire.
But the other people do it. The clears do it.
I mean,
So that's what I'm saying. Why can't Jasmine
They
do it?
hire who? They hire people that are...
Yeah, you can sometimes also hire people's cousins and shit. So, I mean, we gotta also not act like we are Caucasians where we gonna go to the assassin mercenary network. That's what the rich whites do. Niggas gonna hire, hey, yo, my cousin, you know, he do security. He can, you know, Jasmine, can you hire him? He need a job right. What's going on?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man, but nah, it doesn't really work like that.
I mean, Trump had his whole damn family all up and through the White House, and that motherfucker couldn't pass no goddamn background check.
I'm not talking about all the... Okay, y'all got it.
But I'm saying if she did give somebody a chance, like, I kind of appreciate that about her because, you know, that's like, clearly he wasn't doing a bad job. But yeah, to be gunned down in the parking lot of a children's hospital at 11 o'clock at night, that just seems hella fucking weird.
I know you think it's weird and everything else, but guess what? I'm one of these people. I need more information.
You don't have a license to be a security like that. That's...
I mean, and I do agree with Matt. I mean, he could have gotten that job, you know, because he managed to get by. Well, he managed to get through the criminal background check under another name.
Yeah, with the French guy.
Yeah, that's unavoidable. I mean, he was wanted. He either was wanted or he wasn't.
And to feel that comfortable to do the job, also knowing that you out there wanted?
I mean, no, he was wanted by the police.
Yeah, but you know you looking at a fake profile.
No. They were
That don't add up. This is a scandal.
They were literally wanted by the police. They were after him.
This is literally an episode of Scandal. They done made this man a fucking villain. He probably was legal and all that shit, and they just made him like that. I don't believe in this. I don't divine.
I
don't believe this.
Amber came right to my heart.
Yeah, he in the cameras. He's on Front Street with Warren. Nah, you got Warren speaking low profile.
Right, advertise. I'm sure he carried a gun. You gotta have fingerprints to get all of these things. Like, yeah, they gotta have licenses. Even having a security company, you have to have a license to have that type of company. You don't have to be a police officer to be security personnel, but you do have to have a license to do that. That's why it just don't sound right. And to say that he did it under an alias, that really don't sound right. Because all of these different protections that we supposedly got, it's supposed to probably really be ramped up in the government. I don't believe that shit. I think that it's pretty some kind of conspiracy they're gonna put there.
And you gotta be bonded too. Told that company license and bonded.
Yeah, license and bonded, yeah.
Whoever said that it hasn't been reported and happened Wednesday night, that is correct. I mean, not a word crickets in the New York Times. Reuters didn't put up anything until yesterday.
Right, and then it took for TMZ to put something up. And
they don't have the story straight yet.
Right. And TMZ, and they're news from Texas in their news station. So I don't believe none of that shit. I definitely don't believe nothing coming out of Texas. That people crazy. No offense, Britt.
Hey, Britt. But she might be saying hard for something else. Why would they do this?
I don't mean to offend the Texans. I'm just saying I don't believe you're white people in Texas. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, we shall see. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Hey, Deborah.
I haven't heard Deborah in a long time. That's an old
Crockett's security officer was gunned down at the Children's Hospital.
I did read that.
How is he at the Children's Hospital? It's stranger and stranger.
That's what I'm saying. They say he barricaded himself in the Children's Hospital.
He also had a couple of alias names, which is why maybe they didn't wrap him out when he did a background. I'm assuming he got a background check before he was on her security team.
But people have like an alias, like big, blah 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 blah. You can get a DBA. That's like $20 down at the. Right, but I don't like how they're focusing on that in the article. Like, oh, he was trying to lead a double life. Like that's
Those particular background checks come with fingerprints, and if he was a criminal and he was previously in jail, they'd have caught that shit. That's why none of this shit sound right. Unless he burnt up his fingerprints. Like, that shit is weird.
They won't have to do the background check. I mean, it's required, but if she just hired somebody and said, hey, you're gonna be my bodyguard, and she just paid him and called him the bodyguard, then, you still have to go through that process. But yeah, you need the license, you need to be bonded, but it's not like, most people are aware that you need all of those requirements, and then they're like, let me see your, blankety blankety blank to make sure that everything is in order.
Yeah, but for state government, in government.
But we just know that Jasmine may have facilitated this person. It's kind of like
even still, you have some sort of accompany her there. So that's
what I was going to ask. Was he on duty? That part I didn't know. Was he on duty when he was killed?
Nah, he was on duty.
Off duty? They said he was no duty. They said he didn't have nothing. He was a nobody. They said he's just a nobody trying to be a police officer to be a bodyguard. That's what they said.
I mean, they need to come with the video of him still in the license plates, because I don't believe that part. And I think that they just killed that man.
I've had people call me and say, yo, my artist is in such and such, you got anybody down there? And I picked up the phone and called Big This Body or, dudes with straight up street names. I'm like, yo, somebody down there, they need a guy. They need a guy that's on. Oh yeah, I got you. And they make a call and the guy comes out. They don't, I'm not saying Jasmine.
Yeah, but it's different though, because that's Texas street shit though.
That's music shit. But at the same time, she did not. This is someone she hired personally. This man was not assigned to her. So who's to say she did all this background check and all this shit that everybody's saying?
Right.
If somebody says, this is Big John, he gonna hold you down. No problem, Big John, I got you. What's your company name? He got the 1099 thing going on. She ain't check out shit. She got a big dude with a gun. That's possible.
Well, listen, Devon, I hear what you say. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you go first.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, in all the states, in order for you to be a security guard with a weapon, you have to have clearance. Like, you gotta get the security background checks and licenses and shit. It don't matter if you big gun or whatever. The fuck you got. Even with celebrities, if they're gun carrying security, they have to have the proper licenses. That's why that shit don't make no sense.
AJ said she used it.
Let BWA say something.
Yeah, no, Devon, I hear what you're saying as far as, making calls and yeah, you got people in every city, right? But you think in my perspective, coming from her being like elected official, right? And needing security, they usually go and hire people from the military. There's networks that they know to go to hire them. So that's what I'm saying, it's fucking weird. Like, you're not calling a big homie. You want someone licensed and bonded who will be killing for you if it ever comes to that.
But most people don't know that.
I just want to say that
Let's hear first.
wait a minute. I just want to make sure we just get this right, because in order to be bonded, right, a claim background, bonding companies look for a history of honesty, significant criminal records, especially for theft, fraud, or embezzlement, can make you unbondable. So if he had a business as a security finder, would his business need to be bonded?
Yeah.
I would think so.
No, it sounds like he just had a staffing agency. That's what I'm saying. We all know that there are things and policies and procedures, and you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. But what I'm saying is, like, there's no federal agency that, hi, I see that you filled out an application to be a security guard, and you don't have the proper credentials. This is what you need to do. Like, there's no manual that, like, this is the proper way to do it. So that's what I'm saying. We don't know what
license in your hand, though.
But that's what I'm saying. We don't know if she was paying out of pocket. Like we said, we don't know if this was a friend or. I like AJ's thing. She got a goon on her team, and she let him do stuff. We know there's a proper way to do everything. Hell, the federal government knows there's a proper way to do everything, and they still don't. I'm just saying that just because there's like a right legal way to do it, that people don't follow those guidelines. So yeah, he could have been acting in that capacity without going through all of that protocol. So that's why I just said at the least the brother had to have a social security number because she was paying him, unless he was getting paid under the table. But it said they saw that there was a record. There was a record of that, like that there was actually a payment that was issued through whatever. But if she was paying him out of her own personal money, then that's all I'm saying. We don't know that part, basically.
No, I understand, but the more you say it, the more it sounds like definitely she went down the wrong road and did the fucked up way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, just certain things that, to me, you can't play with.
I mean, people forge documents all the time. We know this. I mean, Donald Trump hired illegals at Mar-a-Lago, and we know he knew what the fuck to do, or whoever he had hired knew what the fuck to do. This is Texas. All of these states, people pay people under the table and shit. We know that.
Yeah, I think that. I'm just saying, I just think that she's smarter than. I just think she's smarter than. I would hope she's smarter than that, right? Because you hire somebody as a security guard, right? You have a lot of death threats already. So say that security guard you hired had to get physical with somebody and fuck them up, or had to fucking kill somebody. Now you're taking that chance of that coming back to you is crazy.
Yeah, I don't blame Jasmine. Christine Ohm just put a multi-million-dollar contract to an entity that was created within 11 days, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna beat Jasmine up for that. I'm not getting those death threats. That shit gotta be scary. I'm not putting the blame on her. She did whatever she felt she needed to do because we don't call it out when the clears do it. They will literally create a whole goddamn business, set up that LLC, get the free tax ID. 3 days later, you got a $100 million contract with they baby daddy and mama and brother-in-law running that shit. So fuck that.
What? Okay. I'm just a nomad.
But we can all agree that it's suspicious.
That's where I'm landing. I'm on the, let me see what's gonna come out. Let me see what's gonna happen from that.
Yeah, I think we should follow it, First Lady, for sure. I'm waiting for the family to come out and make a comment because I definitely think that's gonna happen next. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Well, TT brought it to my attention. So thanks, TT.
I'm just waiting to hear some positive news.
You're gonna be waiting a long time.
Yeah, I mean,
No, that's not true.
tell me something positive first lady happening.
I woke up this morning.
Yeah, that's no doubt, but I'm saying in the news. That's what I was saying in the news. So.
I am news. You were news.
That's not, it wasn't national news though.
It was.
Alright.
I was a part of the 300 million people that make it. Hello?
Alright.
Amen for that, for sure. There's a lot of people that didn't.
Sure.
You said something positive. I gave you something, sir. You didn't. Now you want all these. I don't have specifics, but I had specific, but not Pacific.
Appreciate it.
appreciate that. Anyway, is there anything else we got? Let's see.
Well, patient asked for it. I actually found some good news.
All right. What we got?
So we have a 100-year-old individual recently made history as the oldest organ donor in U.S. history for proving it's never too late to make life-saving impact. We have, what else? Singer Joey.
Pass over that.
No, you're not gonna pass over that. Slow down. What did he donate?
We didn't say. This is just like quick, good, happy news, uplifting story. That's it.
Okay.
I can go back and get more. We have Joey McIntyre from New Kids on the Block celebrated 2 years of sobriety, sharing an inspiring update with his fans about his journey.
Oh.
Dolly Parton, the legendary Dolly Parton reassured fans during a public appearance at Dollywood, stating she's built herself back up and she's doing well. I didn't know she was down. We have the Oscars tomorrow ahead of the Academy Awards. This Sunday, the Associated Press has released its own offbeat Oscars, handing out awards for categories like Best Cat and Funniest Prop. Whatever. In Detroit, an event called Robo War is bringing the sci-fi fantasy of fighting robots to life on stage, delighting audiences with real-world mechanical combat. And some odd news. A lighthearted report from NPR explores whether raccoons are evolving into our newest furry friends as they become increasingly savvy at navigating human environments. And we have a new world record set for the knuckle hop. I don't know what that is. A traditional and physically demanding athletic feat that has gone viral online. Anybody know about knuckle hop? I never heard of that. But that's all I got, guys. I'll get you more on that.
That's when you get on all fours and hop on your knuckles.
We'll get you more on that 100-year-old organ donor. This is kind of like a cliffhanger.
Not to be confused with the bunny hop out of New Orleans. Aleph, what is going on with you, bro? Aleph. Time out. I'm literally doing this. Can you see me? Time out of your ass. Time out. Yes.
You don't know to ignore his oh, did he say something in there, or did he?
No, we're not gonna repeat it.
Okay. I thought he did one of his gift thingies, because you know he be making those gifts. Anyway.
I looked for the gift first too, First Lady. Then I went to the chat. I miss JD and his gifts. He was the king of that. I hope JD is all right in the universe. Let me not say his name again because Patty gonna come in here and cuss me out. But hope he's well out in the universe. Work.
Alright, so I got some more for you guys that said, don't just gloss over that. So we have been World War Veteran 100 becomes the oldest known U.S. donor. Dale Steele died in February. The honor that generosity has no age limit. What did he do? Spending some time of his career aiding German concentration camp survivors and guarding Nazi leaders that were tried for crimes against humanity in Nuremberg during the Second World War. This has been believed to have become his country's oldest known organ donor. 100-year-old Dale Steele died in February after a head injury led to his being placed on life support. Demonstrate. Let's see what he donated. Hold on. Let's see. He saw out remnants of the Nazi army. Earned a promotion to staff sergeant. It's a long article. Head injury in February ended up on life support. His son Roger told Nebraska broadcast news outlet Roger Steele described how on Live in Nebraska at what point caller said, we'd like your dad to donate his liver. There it is. Roger Steele said he was shocked with the request to reply. He's over 100 years old. But but Dr. Lee Mora, live on Nebraska's chief medical officer, explained that donors' livers, no matter their age, are in essence only a few years old if healthy, because that particular organ has the unique ability to renew itself throughout a lifetime. But there you have it. 2 fun facts. Your liver's still good at 100. If you live right, go easy on the Hennessy, fellas. For real. That's all I got.
Ain't doing any of that cirrhosis.
You have the perfect vibe for good news. You would like be a news person on a good news radio station or something. Like I just felt so relaxed from that. That was great.
Fucking do a podcast, yo. All the negative shit out there right now.
Good news with Divine. Let's go.
Yeah, for real, man.
That sounds good.
So I wanted to start a good news network. I wanted to call it that like 10 years ago.
Alright, Divine, so when you make that shit, make sure I get like 3%, right?
Of course, well, you're gonna run the AI so I can get the stream. So you already know.
Not 3%.
I'm not greedy for it, you know what I'm saying?
That sounds a little greedy to me.
3? Shit.
You didn't do anything.
Yo, people get paid. This is America, they get paid for it.
Yo, I want to look for all the Drew lovers, why is my gas so high?
Not the space bro.
And here comes the asshole tonight.
You're about to get booted. No.
I knew that was Travis. Look at Travis. Travis.
Fuck is Travis?
Y'all don't know Travis? How long you been on this app? You don't know Travis?
Seriously, Travis? That wasn't cool, bro. Seriously?
I never come here enough to care. Why is my gas so high?
You're in Canada.
Travis, you don't want to put gas in it?
Anyway, Travis.
I don't want because of you.
He's a, you know, he got little Trump. He's not a little Trump, he's a medium Trump.
Okay, how do I explain?
You know, little Trump?
All about my
That's a
gas.
medium Trump.
I need the
He's
whole.
a drunkard. That's what
That
he
too.
is.
Your gas to go down.
I don't even know how to entertain these people. There we go. Another example of why drinking is bad. Travis.
Your mom is bad. Look at your
Okay.
grandfather.
Sure.
See, if your mom is your mom's like Christian.
You're doing too much.
It says you approved. It says
Hold on. One thing that you won't get away with here is talk about Jesus now. Listen, I know that as a heathen. You better leave Jesus out of it, Travis. What the fuck wrong with you?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I brought that motherfucker out, because for real.
I mean, y'all always do too much. It's okay to insult people and, but because y'all gonna do that anyway, right? Just to criticize, whatever, but y'all just be doing too much. Like, seriously. Shut the fuck out. Anyway, Shalee, oh my God, I looked at your PTR. Girl, you look the fuck good. I just wanted to call that out. Ashley, girl, the whole placement on the couch with the legs and the red bottoms and the painting, I just gotta call that out. Girl, that is beautiful. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. That looks, look at Ashley's PTR. I love that.
Where's Ashley?
She just commented in the chat. That is some artistic ass shit. I'm just saying, Ashley look good.
Hey, I swore it just said Daphne Christine joined the room, but then I don't see that.
See? It should be. I hit that nigga up.
no problem. What happened was she scrolled on the outside and probably stayed on the scroll too long, so it made it look like she popped in. That happened.
She saw me and you and ran.
That is also possible.
I ain't got nothing to do with that.
I ain't got nothing to do with that either. I just, whatever. I only have so much ability not to go the fuck off every day in the space, so that would be too much.
We need more good news. Anybody got any?
Oh, yeah, I be so angry. I be going on.
Yo, Brooklyn clean that shit? You crazy.
I know. I guess certain people, you know, like people really. It's not even you, Brooklyn. I just think it's just funny. But that's what happens. Speaking of that previous space, Divine, it was just like the double standard. It's like certain people could do certain things, including those people. But if someone else does it, it's like clutching pearls. That's why I don't even go in there anymore because they were getting on my damn nerves with that bullshit.
Yeah. But
They try something wrong.
Seeing the writing on the walls and headed down.
I don't like when people talking cold. We're trying to
we're talking about debate the news. I'll say it. I'll agree with you. We're talking about debate the news on Chatter. Just a lot of weird shit. That's how I ended up back over here. I started over here. I followed the crowd over there. I didn't like what I was seeing. I came back over here. I seen that Patty stayed over here because I knew Patty from way back. And yeah, that's the story.
I didn't know why I thought there was going to be anything else but that or whatever.
That's it. They do anything. It's just not my cup of tea. I'd rather be here.
Now on Chatter, Ashley. Which I love the platform, but anywho, I'm sorry, I just need that comment. I didn't see what else happened today. I was running around.
Just speak about that island that they took over or bombed, or I don't even know what. You know what they did? Do we have the island?
I don't know nothing, bro.
No, I think it was a threat against, okay, let's see, Trump tweeted 7 hours ago, the United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily, economically, and in every other way. Countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage, and we will help a lot. The U.S. will also coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, and now it will be. It will bring the world together toward harmony, security, and everlasting peace, President Donald J. Trump. So now, I guess mission accomplished?
Yeah, okay. So, that's what the gas pump said today, motherfucker.
Oh, no.
Well, they said that, you know, it should be okay that the gas goes up a little longer because the sacrifice is better, okay? What you will get in return is better. So don't worry about the gas prices. They won't be able to bring it down. Sure.
How much gas went up for y'all? Like, how much cents dollar? What?
I went to the gas station, I think early last week or early this week that just passed.
Okay.
And it was like $4 and some change.
Well, I'm saying how much was the prior to that?
It was $3 and some change.
Yeah, so today was 45, yo. And usually from here, I usually pay about 360, 370. Motherfucker.
All 5%?
Huh? What you said, John?
How much was it value?
So I usually pay like around 360, like say 389. Today was 485.
I hate that Trump is making me pay attention to it, because normally I just fill up, and now I don't even look at the damn thing.
Yep.
But I really hate that now I have to like sit there and maybe like do a little, I'm driving home, let me see who got a little 10, 15 cents better.
A little one, please.
Yeah, it was like $20-something more for me today.
But let me just say this. Let me say this, because you look for something positive, right? The positive thing is, you had it to buy it. You had the money to buy it. Some people might not even have it.
Well, you don't know if I siphoned that motherfucker from somebody else's shit. Nah, I feel you.
But if you siphoned it, hey, listen, you found the way. You found the way.
No, you were right, because the food banks are doing more church, we don't do as much as Ashton's church now. Shout out to Ashton's church.
Service taking
Most of Dallas.
Church tonight.
Yeah, there's more requests for food. There's more requests for donation. Because you're right. Think about if somebody had to put that extra $20 in their tank, and that can add up quickly, and everything else is still super expensive. So shit is crazy.
I'm running a special right now. Buy 2 ounces, get 1 ounce for free.
Hey.
I was so tired.
People need to But I'll tell you something my mechanic told me, and I don't, he must be right, but I never really paid no mind. He said, so the higher the octane, the slower the gas burns. So, if you're trying to say you can get that 89 or that 87 instead of that 93, the only thing is you're probably going to burn it up faster than if you can go ahead and get that 93. So,
But if your vehicle requires 93, don't fuck around.
Yeah. Vehicles require 93. I do the middle one. I always do the middle one. Which one is that? Premium? No, wait, it's premium. Yeah. I don't even know what they're called.
91, 93.
I just do the middle one. Whatever. Just do the
But now, if you put it in there and you fuck around, you fuck your shit up. Unless you do like a cake, clean it out prior.
So my aunt, she's the one that taught me to do the middle one. I don't think my vehicle requires it. But then when we would travel, like go to Louisiana, which we used to do like once a month for years, she would always put Supreme. Does anybody else do that? Like old school?
I could only put Supreme. That's the only option.
Oh shit, hell no. I don't know.
And I witnessed when a motherfucker did it, like years ago, my brother had used my vehicle and didn't put fucking the right gas, even though I told son of a bitch 20 times, and fucked my shit up.
Tiffany, I am this year's old. My first vehicle was a Chevrolet Cavalier with the spoiler and 17-inch rims. Tires couldn't tell me shit. And I used to fill up, it was 99 cents a gallon at Exxon around the corner from the house. Shout out to Brazelwood. And yes, I used to fill up and it was $10. I remember those days.
$10, damn.
Yup, $10. $10.
I went to a store. There's this Dunkin' Donuts that has
donuts.
They have donuts, but they also it's like a convenience store or something as well. Anyway, they had cigarettes, and I looked in the back. They said cigarettes was $15. 15, I think the highest was 17. I said, for 1 pack? Oh my lord.
Why you think back in the day people used to get cigarettes down south and bring them up to the shops in New York and taking shit?
Yeah.
It's always been like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's not $17. No. Let me be clear. Back in the day, they used to pay $20 for a carton.
Yeah.
This was for 1 pack.
Yeah.
Damn! For 1 pack?
For 1 pack.
Devon, how much in New York right now for 1 pack?
I said,
It's out there like that, but certain stores they sell what we call Lucy's or single long or shorts.
Or stale.
They still getting them, like you said, from down south, bringing them up here. You might have a homie in the hood, that's his hustle. He takes his trip down south and comes back up and sells the packs for cheaper, or he sells them loose.
So I'm stuttering right now. I don't even smoke, and that's annoying me. Oh, and hey, Stefan, Haitian, there's Stefan. You should send him a back channel. Stefan is like the hookup for Black AI stuff. So, Stefan, I was sharing your information with somebody on stage. But anyway, $17.
The reason why I brought that up is because I remember reform when you could take a $20 bill, go into the gas station, and fill your tank up and buy a box of cigarettes.
And some shoulders.
Still had change, and I don't know about that. And still had some change left over. I'm just saying.
Right, or your big uncles, your
you to the store when you were a little grown to buy that little pack of cools and they let you change? Yup. They give you that 20 or that 10 and then you could, get chips and soda and juice now.
And still had change left over. And
Still had some change. And they be like, keep that, baby girl. Yes, uncle. Love, girl.
We used to go to the casino to buy cigarettes because they weren't. The casinos that are in Minnesota are run by the Native people. They're not taxed, and so we would make just to buy cigarettes. And yeah, they are $15 a pack now.
In Chatham, New York, between $14.55 and $16.50 a pack. Crazy.
Then how much is Swisher Sweets? Hey.
I don't know. It's out there, I'm sure. I don't partake.
I don't partake.
I didn't see that on the backdrop. I haven't paid attention to that in years, but when I looked, I said $15. What's that 15? Oh, for cigarettes? Oh my word.
Imagine that shit too, smoking people who smoking packs a day and shit.
Yeah.
Multiple packs a day. I was thinking about it. I don't think I know anybody who smokes. Like, it's been a minute since I've had a colleague who smokes. I guess it started getting expensive for a while.
One of my partners smoked, I can't tell. I'm like, dude.
Cigarettes?
Yeah, I'm like, man, come on, bro. That shit
like
is...
real cigarettes? Like,
yes. Real cigarettes, man. I'd be like, yo. I was trying to say, can I just smoke my car one day? I'm like, nigga, you got me fucked up. And I don't even smoke weed. I don't smoke shit like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, in the office, has anybody ever gotten on the elevator when it's raining outside and then you get in the elevator with the smokers coming back down from their smoke break? You talk about people who like to die. Oh my God.
Believe it or not, I was smoking in the hospital when I gave birth. I say this with great shame. I used to blow smoke in my baby's mouth. Forget it. But yeah, we could smoke in the hospital. And what year was it?
1940.
No. But also, I was in the hospital after getting bit by a brown recluse spider. A really horrible situation. And I'm lying there in the hospital and saying, I'm on the heavy-duty IV with antibiotics, and they're saying, we've got 3 hours before we might have to amputate your leg from the knee down, and I'm going every hour on the hour down to the little shelter outside the hospital to smoke, right? And literally, it's becomes this hourly support group, and it's a fucking slice of life. There's the surgeon and some guy from the psych ward and some mom whose kid is having surgery, and we would meet there every hour to smoke. That's the old days.
Yep, I remember because I was young and just, I've always been a poo-poo head. And I'd be like, hey, how come the smokers get a 15-minute break every goddamn hour? And it was usually the meanest person in the office, the meanest crackhead that had to go, take a smoke break. So I'm like, hey, y'all doing too much. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to bring it up because... So I'm just going to wander around the office building for 15 minutes because y'all get to go down and have a damn smoke break every 45 minutes. Well, guess what? I'm taking my break too. So.
Hey, years ago, somebody very closely related to me, I won't say who, was in a psych ward, and he was really delusional, and he hated smoking. He hated the fact that I smoked, and he called me and he wanted me to bring cigarettes, and I was like, what the fuck? And I called his dad, we were divorced, and I said, what do I do? And he said, bring him cigarettes. And I said, and I got down there, and I realized that once an hour, they would ring a bell, and the smokers would go into the little smoking room in the psych ward. And it made sense, because it kind of kept them calm, right? You don't want a bunch of people in a psych ward jonesing, right?
Yeah, the worst too, Mickey, is that cigarette and coffee breath. That shit is dead.
That's unacceptable.
Facts, yo. Whatever.
Hey, look,
He's performing surgery on the black and mild. They taking it apart and I'm like, what is that?
Yo, I gotta freak that shit, yo.
Brown lips and shit, raspy voice. Like, come on, oh my God.
It just gives off the sense of suspense. You know what I mean? Like you did, pass.
You know, I remember my mom telling me that when she was in college, they came out on the college campus and handed out cigarettes. That's how they started out. You know, this is like before the Surgeon General thing when like millions of people quit. But this was the marketing plan. And they just handed out cigarettes on college campuses. And I also had a situation when I was in high school. Our house was always the party house. And so we had like 50 people down in the basement of our house. And my dad had a little office kind of up the steps. And all of a sudden my dad is in there screaming because she had apparently been storing coupons from Camel cigarettes, like the coupons he would get. And it was like money to him. And somebody had stolen the coupon and he was going to call the police. Can you imagine? And it was just horrible. It was just like a scene. And everybody just got up and left.
I sent those calls, years ago, calling somebody says someone stole their weed.
Well, I'm with Brooklyn. I think all drugs should be legal.
People say that, right? But I guess I don't know.
Is there weed legal everywhere now?
No,
No, it's legal in Minneapolis.
Definitely not.
Hell no.
Well, you know, I was given, before it was legal here, I was given a prescription for medicinal weed by my pain doctor. And they had two dispensaries, and they had to be like really quality grade, and it was checked out all the time. And it was pretty expensive, but it was covered by my insurance. And then we became legal here, and so there was, you know, no need. It was like a 10th price and much better weed.
I was in Tennessee last week. I swear, like every other store was dispensary. Shit was weird.
Now, I have to admit, I got really fucked up last night because I was taken out to dinner by some younger friends of mine, and I already take morphine for pain, prescription morphine, and I had a gin and tonic at dinner, and when we walked out, we were waiting for the car, and my young friend said, here, I saw she had a vape, and I said, what are you doing? And she said, oh, it's just weed. So I took a couple of hits of it, and I got home, and between the gin and tonic and the morphine and the weed, I was like walking around here like going, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like too fucked up. I don't know what to do. I forgot what to do when you get, I forgot to do what you're supposed to do when you get too fucked up. And I thought to myself, how does she drive? She drives for, I don't know, Uber or one of those, not for Uber, but for one of the, DoorDash, for one of them. And I'm thinking, how can somebody drive around that fucked up?
Wait, she fucked up? Wait, she was fucked up driving?
And her husband was driving.
Oh.
But she drives for DoorDash, and I assume she probably always had stuff. And maybe, this weed is like ganja. This is bad weed. This is like heavy duty weed. And I almost called Scotty to say, I don't know what to do. I'm like tripping out on this stuff. It reminded me of the time I was in the grill and took something that I thought was just weed, got back to our little casita on the beach and realized that I was hallucinating like crazy, and it turned out that it was shrooms. And it was like, oh, fuck. I gotta come down. So I gotta come down. So, yeah.
is true that some people don't consider him paired, but she had a cocktail. She had a double hitter.
Cocktail.
What, you need weed and cocktail, you know. Yeah, it was just too much. I was a mixture. Well, that was crazy. What? So that was just too much.
Oh yeah, you bugging because I'm morphine alone. Yeah, I don't know.
Who was smoking weed and had a cocktail? What happened?
And morphine.
Morphine is what took him out. The morphine and the liquor was the thing that took him out, whoever it was.
Selling that strain called Leprechaun. That's the strain you selling.
Yeah, black Irish, yo, black Irish.
That's it. You skipping down the street, snapping your legs to the side, looking for a pot of coke.
Right there. That's
Black Irish.
Black Irish, respect. I would expect that.
You there? What was the Irish name that black people took over? We're talking about names.
Black
Who's Jerome? And Tyrone and Jerome.
Tyrone is an Irish name, y'all.
For real?
I was just looking at the strands.
I ain't never knew that.
Could you mute that for a second, maybe, please? And thank you, because I don't care about the stranger guy. Tyrone and Jerome are Irish names. I didn't know neither. And to make it even further crazy, in Australia, Tyrone is a very popular name amongst the whites. Who would have thought it?
Good day, Mike. Gotta know I could speak Australian, right? Yeah, if I could.
What are you on tonight?
I don't know anything.
Well, that triple cocktail.
Do you even know what good day Mike means? Do you even know that?
It don't sound right. It sounds stupid.
No, it was an act. I know it sounds stupid to you because you don't know any better, but it's not stupid. It's actually a great joke. Trust me.
I don't think you said it right.
I said it exactly the right way. Ask anybody that knows what I said. It was a campaign.
I watched Crocodile Dundee growing up, and it
it's not.
Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, like stop. Stop. I've been to Australia. It's a beautiful place.
It's not named. I know you lying.
I love
What makes you think I haven't been to Australia?
I'm saying it's not a beautiful place.
Well, where I was, it was pretty.
Yeah, Australia's a place. So won't you help me? Won't you help me? Your plan. Hey, April.
Where April?
In the chat.
We in March. What's it?
April.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I am over here relaxing. Do you have a scar from being bit by the brown?
You know what? I don't, but I'll tell you what, a week later when I came home, I saw the venom come out, actually. It was like this caramel, liquidy stuff that actually came out of my knee. No, I don't have a scar, I just had it in.
Well, that's good, because this man that I met one time, he got bit by one of them, and he had a whole hole in his leg. They said that they wanted to amputate his leg too, but they didn't have to. They just he had a hole in that bitch. Yeah. I was like, damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, it was really scary. We were in the grill, and I felt something bite me on the knee. And I thought, I got bit by something. And the next day, I looked at my knee, and it was kind of funky. And then the next day, it was like time to go home. And it was like starting to look like fleshy and something or other. And by the time we got to Miami to go to customs, I couldn't walk. I was in a wheelchair. Got home, and it was like the coldest day in Minneapolis. It was like 50 below zero. I've been in Jamaica for 3 weeks, and I remember it was so cold. We got home, and I got in bed, and my then husband got in bed, and I just screamed just from him, the
what's going on? And he said, go to the hospital right now. And I got to the hospital, and they put me in the orthopedic ward, and I'm lying. And doctors are coming in, and they're going out, and they're coming in. And then this guy comes in, and he's got like the red, ribbon on his thing. And I thought, oh, this is like the infectious disease AIDS doctor. And I said, what is this? He goes, you got bit by a poisonous spider, by a brown recluse spider. And he said, you are so lucky. He said, you're about 3 hours away from amputation. And that's when they started with the heavy-duty antibiotic. And it turns out that brown recluse spiders are not endemic to Jamaica. I mean, they have them in Minnesota. They have them everywhere.
I'm terrified of fucking bugs. All of them. Even flies. They all fuck with me. Yeah, because I'm allergic to them.
Oh shit, what you allergic to?
Them bitches are
all bugs.
Yeah, we have
I'm
brown
allergic
bugs
to
in the
all the
house.
What you about allergic to? Like, what you mean?
Like, if a fly land on me, I break out in the hives. I'm allergic. I don't like bugs, and they don't like me. All you road-traveling motherfuckers don't expect me to come to y'all nasty-ass houses, because I ain't doing it.
No, I went to Brooklyn in early 2020 during early COVID. I got up in the middle of the night one night to go to the bathroom, and I looked down, and there was this black spider, like the kind for Halloween, those things that, the plastic ones. This thing was like the size of my hand. I looked down at this thing and went, oh my God. And I took a picture of it and sent it to our office, management office. And the next day they sent out this exterminator guy. And he comes in and he has a suit.
The only bug I do like is the ladybug.
Okay, camel spider, that motherfucker?
But I love ladybugs, Brooklyn, except
I fuck with ladybugs too. That's the only bug that I could do a ladybug. That's it.
Wow. I mean, the ones on my desk.
But they be nice. They sweet. They nice bugs. I don't want no trouble.
I just don't like them being blind. The thing I'm most paranoid about are bats, because I had a bat once that was close to my hair, and I just was hysterical.
Oh shit, not a bat. Hell no, that's a flying rat. Anyway, I can go back to talking about y'all next shit. Do it. Go ahead, do your thing.
Well, my son just told me they're going back to Comic-Con again in Atlanta. I wish I had been that mature at his age when I was his age.
What is it?
Immature, you say?
No, it's just one of my happy mommy, good mommy things that he's going with his cousin. They're one day apart. They're literally besties. Like same year and everything, so they are one day apart. His first cousin. And he's like, Mom, Jay didn't have a credit card, so I sent him the referral link, and I thought this was a good place for him to start. I'm like, okay, sweetheart. Yeah. I'm like, did you send him the Chase Sapphire? He's like, nah, he's got the Freedom. That's a good starter one. This kid is 21 years old. I'm like, okay, sweetheart. He's like, yeah, Mom, I'm gonna get the hotel. We're staying at a 4-star. The 5-star was a little expensive, but we're just gonna walk. I'm like, okay, well, downtown Atlanta is nice. And he's like, yeah, Jay's gonna get the tickets. I said, well, maybe y'all should get a Chase Southwest. He's like, well, Mom, Jay's getting the tickets. How about you send him for a link and we'll see? I'm like, okay, sweetheart. I was not. I was 21 years old. I was all over the place and very goofy. And I'm just like, wow, this is my very responsible, mature child. So that's so cute. Yeah, Mom, he's gotta start out with the Freedom. He can't handle the Sapphire. Okay.
Nikki, my friend's sister came by and she was helping Dart carry boxes up that had finally came in the mail for us. And when it was all done, she's like, "Hey, you want to go right over to IKEA and see what they have for like your room, some storage solutions?" And he's like, "Mom, can I go?" And she said, are you 19? You don't have to ask her anything anymore." And they took off to IKEA. I'm dead. I'm like, what is happening around here? That was his big time tonight, was going to the IKEA store.
IKEA is fun though.
Girl, they trying to take me tomorrow. I can make it all through that store.
They say they got the best meatballs in those restaurants, right? Those IKEA joints at one time.
Oh, they do, the Swedish meatballs. And they're not expensive. I used to take the boys when we were little. They were little. Because it's like a little maze.
Yeah, people love the cafe. The cafe was better than the freaking furniture.
I love IKEA. And you're always going to find like something cool that's like 99 cents or something, like the little kid plates and all the stuff. And yeah, I love IKEA.
Tomorrow will be my first time to tour around IKEA. I don't know if I can take it.
There's plenty of places for you to stop.
Is sick.
Yeah, just take a rest. There's all the chairs. They treat their employees really well. They give them like these big ass bonuses. It's also
don't work there then. Fuck it.
No, you really do. They split the well, you know they're not an American company. That's why they're so much better than us. Yeah, they get hella good pay for, and everybody there's always happy.
Over there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. You gonna eat some banana? And mommy likes bananas too. No, actually, they'll help you, but you get the little thing and then you have to go down there and look for it. I don't know. I think that's part of the cool part, but that's how they're able to keep the prices so low, is because you have to build the furniture. I think IKEA for your first apartment is like a rite of passage, but.
Mine said they're lazy as fuck. Mario, you just be setting it off every night.
The joy.
They did go after Scotty for shopping at IKEA.
Oh, but people here are the most elitist, bougie, like, I'm like, oh, and I am drink from like, oh my, and then it's, I don't know if it's just like people are alive, people are here sharing it, people are like, no, that sucks, you suck, I'm like, oh my god, damn. And meanwhile, I'm like, what did you get, Pat? You know, maybe people are just unhappy and this is a way to communicate that every day. You know, Scotty has really good ass taste, so he probably got some fire ass shit.
He did what? The thing he got was just like, I don't know, 5-shelf tower. I don't know the names of these things. You could turn it on its side or you could stand it up. It doesn't really matter. It's still storage. It's just storage. I mean, how much do you need to spend on storage? I don't know.
We always get bookcases from IKEA. Actually, I'm about to haul 2 out of the garage that were in the boys' room and put them in the back of my desk. Because I have a really nice one, and then I have like a little antique one. April, you might like this, like for your stories. I have a little English sideboard. I think that's the proper term for it. But you know, some of the antique furniture, y'all, it's little. Like it's intricate. It has a lot of carving in it, but it's not meant to hold like a ton of books. So I just kind of have it by the front door, and I just have a starter house, right? It's not.
I love it like that. I love the little big pieces.
Yes, but they're not very functional, right? They have very little utility. Yes, they're just difficult. Exactly. So, yeah.
Hi, you guys. You know, with IKEA, you can go on TaskRabbit, and they have taskers that specialize in putting IKEA furniture together. So it makes when you put the furniture together well, it makes it better quality. So on TaskRabbit, they specialize in IKEA furniture, just to let y'all know. Because sometimes some pieces be good, but then you're like, how am I gonna put this together? put on TaskRabbit. There's so many guys that put it together for you. They specialize in it. Just Google the IKEA, search IKEA. That's all.
Yeah, I get people to put the bikes together, remember when the kids were little and at one point you go and get that damn $400 little vehicle, the little vehicle with the battery that they play in for like two hours on Christmas Day and then they never play with that damn thing again? Yeah.
It's like $500 for that. It was a Hot Wheel. My granddaughter had a G-Wagon and she was scared of it and never rode it. And now she's not scared of it no more because her daddy already gave it away. She never rode it. She was scared of it.
No, April, I am the constant object of Maya's affection. She thinks about me 24/7.
You were like,
yeah, I'm happy to play that role, probably keeping her from going out being a serial killer somewhere, so.
Guess what guess what show I just watched on Netflix?
What, girl?
The Manosphere documentary.
Oh, I heard about that.
Don't pay Mamiya in here.
It was kind of whack because they was very secretive and they didn't want to get their shit out there, but they fake it. It's fake.
I don't think it matters. I don't think anybody who follows them would actually watch that. I don't know if they would be interested in the documentary. And even if they did watch it and say, oh, they're just, they would just, I think they would just pass it off and act like it's not that big of a deal. I think these people are just some brainwashing, honestly, because they use it on young men.
Right, and why do you say audience from and
Oh, God, because that's the people that fall for their shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually looked at, I can't remember what room it was. I think it was a room that Janet was clowning Mamiya and they were bringing up the pictures. There actually are, these conferences for these incel people. Like, he actually was a person. Like, they have annual meetings, and I went on the social media and I looked. I know. Like, this is a whole ass organized membership dues paying thing. Are they serious? Yep. They are. They really are.
They are the He-Man Woman Hating Club. I know I'm dating myself way old. Little rascals.
But you know what? The documentary, what I did notice, it can be a manosphere without pick these, but they got a lot of women that support them. A lot of women in the back doing everything for them.
I've noticed most of the pro women are actually anti-women, but we're not going to talk about that today, Mimi. They support, they don't realize when they're attacking women all the time, they support men a lot. And then we even see it in this space. They will literally praise things that their favorite male does, but if a woman they don't like does it, you're angry. You're so mean. You're so old. Get a man. And it's like, what? Child, isn't it hilarious? And it's usually these youngins more than the older ones, child.
That's what I said. It could have not known. It can't be a manosphere without the women.
Shout out to them. At least they're
making it to a Netflix documentary, right?
right.
It wasn't the black one. It was just the white one. Mamiya and them was the black manosphere.
Is this like 4chan and all that? I mean, when you look at it, it's actually kind of scary. And then it's like, it's international too, which is also kind of scary.
That's where it was at. It was international. A lot of it was not even in America. Yeah. it seemed a little, me and my client was looking at, there was a little 14-year-old Filipino dude talking about his parents wanted him to be a doctor. And he trying to be like a little manosphere. I said, boy, if you don't sit your butt down somewhere.
But when you make your whole identity hating somebody or something, am I the only one that thinks that's a little psychotic?
Oh yeah, and the one dude, Barron Trump, is his friend. Trump's follows him, and he done been to Mar-a-Lago so many times. Trump, the manosphere is the Trump supporters, a lot of them.
And those, what do they call them, the trad wives? Those girls are creepy. I'm sorry, they're creepy. It's weird.
Trad wives go working every day, getting paid on social media, but you're a traditional wife, but you got a job.
Yeah, and I'm like, if you like it, I love it, but do you have to make air from scratch to impress your husband? If you don't order a pizza and give them kids some chicken nuggets one night and go sit your ass. You know what? But I like, was it Nara?
Yeah.
Nara Smith? Yeah, I like her.
I follow this black girl, she's not a trad wife. Her name is, I think it's a Wicked, she's from Houston. And she cooks and stuff, and she's good though. Her food, look like it tastes good, but she's single, so she talks shit, so it's funny.
I love me some Nikki's clean side of TikTok. I just love the hell out of that woman. I aspire to her house.
Have you guys ever ran into that speed dating show on TikTok? That shit is fun. It's a speed dating.
I'm gonna need a link, maybe.
Okay. Like I'm doing hair right now, but when I
later, don't forget about me. You can do it tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, shit.
Shout out to Mimi, the hardest working woman on Clubhouse, okay? Because Mimi gonna work and get some coins if that's one thing Mimi gonna do.
I stay working because I refuse to have to kiss a nigga ass for a bill. Okay? They be acting like they little dollars, everything. That's all they talk about. They took you to Cheesecake Factory. Don't let it duplicate your cheesecake, y'all.
I do like Nikki. April, tell me why in the middle of COVID I bought all of those little things. I have the little toilet covers, I have the TikTok, and now it's like, what are you supposed to do with this crackhead? Look, I'm putting it in my room. It's right here.
Airbnb and clean that bitch before she settled in. I just love to have
Yes.
Is Nikki that fake girl that be cleaning up hotels when she go in there?
With the beautiful skin and the routine.
Yeah.
Look, I have Olay cleansing melts.
I'll be watching her shit. She was so clean. She be so clean.
Listen, you could
Pressed facial sponges.
You could lick Nikki's floors and just it'd be clean as hell.
I have body wipes, mini paper soaps. What is this? Wipe that cherish. And you know these packages, like compressed cotton towel. Y'all, they got me good. I went on TikTok and ordered all of this shit. I'm like, girl, if you don't get your Gen X ass Tide to go wipes, because I'm like, I don't even like to switch out the contents of a purse, so I'm not about that life. I don't have a different color lip gloss for the color purse that I'm wearing that day.
I absolutely love the fuck out of people who are so super organized. I will never be, but I love watching your cleaning.
I love watching your cleaning videos when they just clean it up. Oh, baby. And when they stack their refrigerator.
Mm-hmm. I'm about to hit up the Dollar Tree and start organizing my refrigerator. I fucking ain't gonna do it. I'm gonna tell you right now. That's another thing I started watching is these stupid ass Dollar Tree hacks. These people people be pissing me off with their fucking zip ties. Hot glue and some plastic and some
Zip ties and pool noodles. You can make
Yes, girl, I can't. You're gonna put zip tie and shit together and use all kind of different color zip tie and mess with my OCD.
If you got some spray paint, zip tie, and pool noodles, you in it. Okay.
This one girl, she did make a cute Easter decoration with pool noodles and a giant peep. Like a plastic blow-up peep. It was pretty cute. I would never do it, but it was cute.
I like to watch this one family in New York, this lady, and she cleans her kids' room and cooks. She's so organized. But she cleans up and her house is spotless. But she shows how dirty the kids get too. That she has 4 kids in a New York apartment and I don't know.
I don't think I've seen her.
What's her? She's a Muslim lady. Her last name is
Oh, that reminds me of the grandma that has all the kids with the black man and she's an Indian. Y'all know which one that is? And with all the shoots. That made me think about her, but I don't think that's the one you're talking about. They had like 10 kids or something. They're all adults though. Or most of them. I can't remember her.
shoot all type of content. The content I don't like is which is sad, it's like when somebody in their life and they document it. This one girl, Maria, I watched that one, and when she passed away, I cried. I said, I ain't watching this stuff no more. She was Indian, and she was adopted, and she died from sickle cell. And she had a daughter, it was sad. But she was in good spirit, but we got her in her hospice. And I don't like the homeless even.
Girl, that couple get on my damn nerves. Because if you're living, why would you put it on video if you're living in the damn rental, the storage unit, which, hey, that's actually pretty smart. Because they're temperature controlled. They don't walk around that thing. Most people put their stuff in storage and forget about it. Like, why would you tell on yourself? And now they out in the damn woods. Girl, exactly, April. Goofy.
She's so goofy to be with that man. And she working.
She worked him like a dog cleaning that tent out. I cannot see. We used to put up a tent and be in it all summer long by the lake. That shit. Nothing. She didn't own nothing.
But they got a tent inside the tent because it keeps them warm. And
so does paying a gas bill.
Yeah. And I'm like, where do y'all poop? Where do y'all
power? 38,000 a day.
Nasty motherfucker. He get on my damn. Y'all know why he get on my damn nerves, right? I'm like, oh, I'm blocking his ass on every platform they block. Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, shit.
And then he turn off his comments because the comments need to keep them on. So I like to look when other people repost it because the comments be still on. Because he said he don't believe in working and all this stuff, and he feel like he helps her out because he shoots content that brings customers.
They might make $5 a month on some fucking stuff. That content ain't shit.
No, they in the
goddamn woods.
I know, but I'm like, whose land are y'all living on? If you don't leave.
I think his content would do better if he let us comment and destroy him,
Yeah.
He want to turn off the comments. So.
That don't even, maybe, he should be doing that rage baiting shit because, hello, it's 3 of us right here. Fuck with them in the comments.
I can't stand her. And I'm like, girl, if you don't get up and leave this man, he got you living outside.
He look lazy as hell.
because she just sitting there with her big ass, and I'm sorry, I got big ass too, but you ain't gonna find me in the middle of the woods in no fucking tent on purpose.
April, why she be ordering DoorDash to the tent?
Girl, yes, did you see that shit? I'm like, what in the crackhead bullshit? It's getting cold. Do we have to get the blankets? You squatting as, I'm sorry, you could go get a job, bro. Like, you could, they triggered the shit out of me. I can understand it.
How the hell they find a tent with DoorDash? What the fuck is going on? How does DoorDash just can't find a fucking address? And you give them the DoorDash fire in the woods. That's what
How do they pay their cell phone bills? You don't have an address.
That's why I say, Mickey, they playing. They playing, huh? They could be, they gotta be money.
Yes, because did you see all the shit they have in the new tent? Because this is why I'm mad, y'all. Because I'll be invested in this. I'll be shit. I'll be looking at it like, wait. Speaking of IKEA, where the fuck did they get all those drawers and shit? I'm like, y'all full of shit. Crackhead ass people.
How you
and somebody
delivered?
He in his grandma's backyard cosplaying shit. That's what the fuck his ass is doing.
That's what it is. Grandma put them both out because she's fucking with it.
Put their ass in the backyard talking about we out in the woods somewhere. You in your grandmama's backyard in the country. Shut up.
Mickey, that.
And they be having company.
Girl.
Maybe her. Who the fuck want to come over? Some other kid?
Wait, let me go unblock them real quick so I can clap.
I need to go look and see because I ain't seen them in a minute.
Right. No, April. Yeah, they all in the woods, child. They all in the woods.
That's a shame. Next thing we go see, they gonna have a kid. I'm gonna hurt somebody if they start being pregnant.
God.
I'm gonna hurt somebody. That's right. I'm gonna make it. They better not have no baby out in that tent.
He talked about he don't believe in working.
I don't believe in it either, but I fucking have to do it.
We gotta do it.
I don't believe in working. Okay, then you wouldn't believe in eating or this fucking thing else.
They don't believe in working or washing. They funky ass.
Oh dear God, no.
Now there is the mom that lives in the bless her heart, she lives in like a hotel room. And I've actually wanted to send something. Because some people you can tell that they're pretending, but
I think I know who you're talking about because she talks about it. She shows it and they keep it clean and they do all this stuff.
They do, she does. And
they think that's so good, but these little raggedy ass hotels, they can, Mickey, I wasn't born for this.
I know.
Country voice, but I can't be doing all this shit. Because I already don't see them hotels. No ma'am, no ma'am.
No, there was a person that I worked with, and I've always volunteered a lot, right? But I used to be one of those people that would photo op for the company. We did a toothbrush drive, and let's drop it off and take a picture and put it in the newsletter. I know, just ugh. But because I did a lot of volunteering, there's as it would be expected in a city as big as Houston. But they actually have the units for, people to go if you're experiencing homelessness, but it's for women only. So help someone get to that place. I think they sponsor you for like 6 months. She got a job. And then I used to drive to her apartment. When she got an apartment, she was so excited. She would do my hair because she was a stylist. But, she just did a couple of people's hair, make a little $60, $80, whatever. But it's crazy when you think about how often that happens and how quickly you can be put in that situation, y'all. So it's like, I just give grace. Or what is that scripture? But for the grace of God, go I.
Absolutely.
Like, never. Because it's like, that shit can happen with the quickness. She had no family locally. The kid's father was crazy as shit. I'm glad she's doing well. But anyway, it was like, oh, wait, I have a resource, right? It's like, you get all excited. Like, wait, I actually have a resource. So, shout out to the, it's not the Purple Heart. I can't remember the name of the facility, but I try to donate to them because I'm like, I know they do really, really, really good work. They give you job training. They have daycare on site for the littles. So, it really gives people a great opportunity to, get out of that little hole.
And you have to realize,
fuck what you're gonna do, and you have kids in these situations. I don't know. I really don't know, but it has caused me to look at things like this deeper. Not that I hadn't before, but to do more to help women and children who are out here with nothing and no support and nobody, and they're trying to get out of a situation. That's rough.
Yeah, I always try to donate where, and where it makes a difference. But I stopped giving to the Salvation Army. I know they sell the stuff, but then I heard that they ship some stuff overseas, and so now I try to find little places like the halfway houses that are on Facebook that somebody I follow and I know they have a home and they help people. And I'm like, yeah, I'd rather donate to something like that. I'm trying to stay away from like the big organizations, right?
Yeah, because you don't know what they're doing or where they're sending it or turning it into. Even some of the donation centers where you turn stuff in, and you're just trying to help out and alleviate your own closets and such. The price they be selling stuff for is crazy. It's crazy. I know they're raising money for whatever they're giving people, but sometimes I don't know what they're giving people.
Exactly. And I give a lot through my church. Hey, Miss Cleo.
Yeah.
We have like a food bank within the church. There's like dental services. If you can't afford it, they'll subsidize that. There's also like a little secondhand store, but if you don't have it, they'll like the interview outfit and the clothing, and what else do they do? And then people forget about like there's food pantry, but what about like, do y'all know how expensive Tide is? Washing, just like shampoo, that kind of thing, your toiletries, so they give that away too. Every time there's like a clearance or something, I try to buy like $50 worth of toothbrushes, for like 2 for $1, and then I donate them. Because I learned that during Katrina. It's like, yeah, people are donating clothes, but we need deodorant, we need the things for young ladies. I'm a Zeta in my sorority. We do that at some of the high schools and the middle schools, because it's like, if you're in a bad situation, are you really going to have the money for your monthlies? So, yeah, y'all, anything really helps. Anything really helps.
So, Empress said in the chat, use your coupons. That's a very good use for your coupons.
Empress, I need to sign up for coupons. I hadn't thought about those coupons. Remember they used to come in the Sunday paper? I used to get the Sunday paper every single Sunday just for the advertisements, and but I haven't gotten the Sunday paper in a while. I need to sign up for coupons again.
I have to reorient myself to the lower 48 because I've been gone so long. I'm fucking looking at shit and I'm like, huh? What's going on? I've been gone so long, I haven't seen those type of things, Mickey. The Sunday papers and stuff. They don't really. Well, do a lot of places do they even do newspapers anymore?
Just one. I'm trying to think. I think everything is online.
Yeah, Empress say you can print them and buy the coupon circulars online. Because that is a big thing we used to do.
Ashley said Catholic Charities. That is also a very good organization.
Mm-hmm.
They do a lot of good work too. Empress, I need a good little printer. I get these little printers for my supposed home office, and then I forget how they work. I need like a little TikTok printer so I can just print it off real quick, honestly. Listen, I go to Office Depot.
Oh, Mickey, I just saw one on Facebook like a couple weeks ago. It was really small, not expensive printer. It would be the perfect thing for you. I'm gonna have to go try to look for it.
It's still in business.
Thank you, those TikTok shops, the major brands are on TikTok TikTok, bro. TikTok is legit.
Yeah, maybe call the TikTok printer.
Office Depot still.
Oh, Office Depot? Barely hanging on, but it's there. I don't know how. When I went, there's one, the one that I go to, there was like 2 employees there. There was the
They work.
little young guy. There was
12 hours shifts.
There's
Yeah.
business. I'm lucky because our management office literally down the hall prints everything for me. So whether I'm sending something back to Amazon.
They're like a back office now. Okay, so we've been using like a back office.
I just email them and I'll just attach like
Print jobs.
a return label to Amazon, or if I'm sending out business stuff or whatever. They just print this thing out, they leave it at my door. It's amazing.
I do miss that. That is probably the biggest thing I miss about being in the office, besides the free snacks, is the printer. Because whenever I needed something for the kids, I would print out stuff for the HOA. Like, you don't even think about it.
Office printer, big ass machine. Remember back in the days, the paper would get stuck.
Big ass kind of coming on time.
Big ass machine. Oh my goodness.
I was at a firm that was so bougie, y'all, and so spoiled that wasn't allowed to change the paper in those copiers. The guy that was the office manager had a degree in English from a decent university, and he told us that it was not in our pay grade to mess up kids' copiers. So there was a certain way they would take the paper out, and then he would is there a word for like when you do the cards, shuffle it, but he would spike it so that the paper would be looser? We had to do a ticket to get the paper because they were usually on it. So it was rare that the paper was out, and it was him and there was an assistant. We were not allowed to change the paper or the toner in the copiers. No, because they said that we would F it up. So I did feel like a little princess, I never had to refill the paper.
Cartridges out, wow, yeah, but they used to have like a printing room with like 6 big printers in there where you sent your print jobs, and you would go to, man, I miss the cafeteria, I miss the office days, like, I used to be cool.
The cafeteria.
Until it wasn't.
Yeah, no, I've never mind being in the office, to be perfectly honest. It's hard for me to be productive at home, but it always has been, even before COVID. I am an easily distracted person working from home. Like a bird can tweet outside and I want to go look at it or something, so.
I have to be around a lot of noise. I can't work in the house. That's why I like cafes. Like New York is perfect because you can go, and a lot of writers do that. Like they have to be around noise, which just makes you focus. I forgot the whole psychological breakdown of it, but a lot of writers, they like to be in the midst of people when they write, and they could just lock in. But when I'm in the house, it's too comfortable. It's just too comfortable.
Grandma, I've been writing books in coffee shop before there was a Starbucks. I've been doing it for 35 years, and it's exactly for the reason you just described, because writing is very isolating. And so when you're out and you're hanging there, you've got, it used to be a notebook, now it's a computer, and you get a cup of coffee and there's people around, you don't feel like you're all alone. But you also don't have to engage with anybody. That's why writers write.
Yeah, you can come in and out of your zone. Yeah, you can go in your zone for a couple of hours, and then when you stretch your leg, get some good conversation.
And I also make writing breaks with people in cafes where it's like close, and then take a break and share and hang out, and then go back to writing again.
I am an odd fucking duck because I can't do that. I people watch too much. I won't get shit done because I'm busy people watching. Because I can make up so many stories. What people watching is crazy. You go somewhere with me, anywhere, to a restaurant, I'm watching all the people. I can sit there and tell you, I can do this story about this person, this about that person. My son's like, well, you know that story.
What makes you a writer is that you're noticing things.
But I can't write in one of those places. I'm a looker.
I like to write by hand too. Like I like to write.
I got too many fucking ideas going at one time. I can't. People distract me.
If you see how you pass, let me take a picture. I'm gonna take a.
Don't you keep files, April, of all the stuff you want to write?
Oh God, yes. There's not enough files for all this stuff. Everything. coming out, and the new Pride and Prejudice, I think, is coming this year, the new version of it. So hurry up, get a little three-part novella out. These people eat it up. They always do. They go crazy and say, I hate it because she ended on a cliffhanger, but they sell my best sellers when I do that. So I gotta get that done because one of those, I think the other spin is already out.
Are any of your books, have you ever tried selling any of your books for film rights or for TV? If any?
Oh no, the monster ones would be cost prohibitive because of the setting. Like I would have to get a deal for a Pride and Prejudice variation spin-off thing. Those cost money.
Yeah.
And production means. I just dream of someday having something like Bridgerton. And I will be honest with you that Shonda made those stories so much more exciting and better than the actual book.
Oh, for sure.
Few times I can say that, but she really did do.
Shonda's a fucking genius. She really is.
She truly is. She's amazing. They would not be half as exciting.
That's right.
Without her.
Absolutely. Kind of a one of a kind.
I wish Shonda would pick up one of my books, like The Vampires of Derbyshire. Pick it up, Shonda. Yeah. Pick it up.
That would be fantastic. Now I know we can turn out a novel right now. It's actually a 26-year-old kid dropped a novel into my hands, and it is so beautiful. It's kind of a village story, and I'm actually agenting it right now for Belmont. And that's before having it published.
Oh, Jay said her daughter wants to be a writer and need advice. Sorry for interrupting, Al. You have 2 published authors on stage, Jay. Oh, I invited you up. Ask away. I'm sure the ladies are all okay with it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, thank you for inviting me up.
Hi,
clear? Hi, how are you?
Perfectly clear.
Wonderful. So my daughter told me that she wants to be a writer. She's graduating high school this year, and we were trying to get her focused on what she's going to do, when she grows up. And it took a while for her to really express what she wanted to do. And after a while, she said that she wants to be a writer. So we asked her, what type of writing do you want to do? Have you researched to find out, how do you start? Because I don't have a clue how to start, where to begin. So I asked her, have you researched? This day and age, you can just Google, ask AI. And she said no, she had never done any research. So I don't think that she's dedicated at this moment, but I would like to have some sort of research or some sort of knowledge to maybe just engage with her. Maybe just have a conversation about where to begin. Just to hold the conversation with her, I know, I'd like to have some kind of knowledge so that I can just talk to her about it. Because she doesn't know how to start, and neither do I. Where do you start?
Don't worry,
where do you start? Okay, so for me, I'll just tell you for me where I started was when I started reading as a child. My grandmother told us stories, oral storytelling tradition, because I'm from Appalachia, so we always sat around and told each other stories and made things up, and I read the classics as a child, which not a lot of people do. I would read anything I could get my hands on. To be a good writer, you have to be a good reader, and that never stops in your life. You never stop reading to be a writer. And there's, of course, you can go to college, major, you can take, help me out, my brain just went blank. You can take creative writing, you can take different courses, you can read all kinds of books on storytelling. But for me, all I can say is you need to be a very good reader in order to be a good writer.
Yeah, I would say this as a writer, I would say this, right? Passion is, like most writers are very passionate. And so as a little kid, probably about 10 years old, I was a big Edgar Allan Poe fanatic. Like, I really loved his poetry, it resonated with me. And so once you read something that stimulates you and sparks your thought, that's going to bring out your passion. And she just write. And I went to an exhibition many years ago at the New York Public Library on 42nd Street, the big joint, and they had an exhibition which featured the writers from, back to the 1600s, and they had a collection of their notes. So people would write on napkins, people would write on the back of this, like just keep writing. Whenever she has, or you said your daughter, whenever she has it, she has to write. She has to write with a pen. Computer's cool and all that, but it's just something when you have pads. I'm here at VTR, my pads. I got a lot of pads, but passion. And just tell her story. I don't know what kind of writer she is, but if she has the talent, she just has to write. She has to write when nobody's looking. She just has to continually write. Always put the date down. Whenever she makes a note, put the date down at the top and just write. Because when you go back, you can revisit what was going through your mind at that time, and it creates a great time capsule. And she got to develop her style. These days, you got to be quick into the, like if you're going to publish it, you got to boom, 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 boom. You can't, be too long. You got to write in a way that people can lock in because of the attention spans. And if they want more, they'll ask for more. But I can give her advice all day.
And you said that you wanted to do. I'm sorry.
I was just going to respond to you. You ran up a really good point for the April. The thing about reading is really critical, that's for sure. But the thing about being a writer is it requires you to write. That's the hard part, right? Like a lot of people want to be writers, but to actually sit down with that pen and journal and do it is really hard. And the hard part isn't the writing. The hard part is the voices we have inside our own heads that go, who the fuck am I to think that I have something to say that anybody would want to read? That's what keeps people from actually writing. So, I can't give you like a direct map because, I had a really unusual path. My first book was published when I was 30, and 24 books later, I never set out to be a writer. And yet, I've been writing and scribbling to wherever I was describing it my whole life. So, I would say, for one thing, buy her a journal, give that to her, and that needs to be her writing journal. Secondly, I do writing workshops. I have done them for kids and for teens. I'm not doing any on those right now, but I do 6-week writing workshops on the app, actually. So if you want to get together, or people her age who'd like to do a 6-week workshop, that's the way to do it. But there's also, online, there's all sorts of writing workshops that are free or very inexpensive, where they have writing assignments and they check in, people respond to them. That's a really good way for her to start out too. So those are 2 things I'd suggest.
I love that. And what are some of the places that you want to get inspired?
Well, what actually happened was that I went through 2 really difficult pregnancies, and I came out of it doing workshops for expectant mothers on the emotional changes of pregnancy and motherhood, and out of that, I wrote my first book. And then I got really stressed out with 2 little kids and realized I was creating a lot of pressure on myself, and I wrote The Indispensable Woman and Running on Empty. Then I went through relationship stuff and wrote 4 relationship books. Every book that I've written has come out of my own life experience. So it's all been from lived experience in my case. I've always done focus groups. I'm actually working on a new book, and I'm probably going to start doing opening tours on Clubhouse as focus group to see how people react to the material and to the content. But basically, I got really lucky. I just started writing my own life, and it worked. And the other thing that worked was that I was really raised as I'm kind of a hardwired entrepreneur, so I know how to do marketing and branding and publicity. And so part of my writing and my books has been doing a lot of speaking and workshops and TED Talks before there were TED Talks. So that's the other part of it. But there's so many resources on the internet for her. The really know how to use the internet.
Yeah, and it's a gift and a curse. I just want to tell you, it's a gift and a curse because writers tend to be able to see things and then put it into words for the world to understand. Like, it is literally a gift because you're so tuned into. I just PTR is just my pads, right? So much comes out of the brain sometimes. I have ADHD, and so I have pads to capture everything. So I have some with my politics, some with business, and it allows me to just have a home for my thoughts because I never know when I'm going to need it. So doing the work that I do and all the things I'm involved in, I just have my own like freaking encyclopedias. I got my own resources. That's what these things become. And take her to a writing, like in New York, there's a spot on 18th Street. You go in there, they got custom paper, handmade paper, pens, pads. When you put a writer in that environment, it's just like I got probably 2 million notepads, and so put her in spaces where it encourage her to want to write and create.
Well, and the other key to that is that the thing about writing workshops is that it really makes a big difference when people write and then read their work out loud. Because when you hear your own voice, I mean, I had already had 3 books published, major publishers when I went to my first writing retreat. But just being out of the woods with all these people, I wrote this piece, and it was like a mic drop moment. And I just thought, oh my God, I'm a writer. And I had 3 published books by then. So there's something about, and I'm shy about reading my work out loud. I mean, I wrote a piece the other night in West Bloomington poetry room. And I was like, and I actually, read it out loud and was like, okay, I did that. And you would think that would be hard to do, but it still is. So the more that you write and then read and get the acknowledgement that people can hear her voice, because everybody has a really unique voice, that will keep her going.
I'm trying to find a place where she can feel comfortable expressing herself. I don't think that she feels comfortable expressing herself around us. She's a teenager, and she's been sheltered for a long time. So I don't think she feels confident. But the young man just said, hey, 18th Street in New York. I don't know much about New York, but I'm not too far from it. But I'm in Virginia. And I'm wondering if anybody knows any places in Virginia where people can start, and because like you said, reading it out loud probably would do her a lot of good.
Yeah, your local bookstore, Jay, and they'll know if they're a local bookstore. They'll know if they're a writing group.
DM me. I could send. So I got a guy down there that I worked on the project with. He's in touch with all the museums and art scene down there. They're always having events for creatives. So yeah, I'll shoot information to you. Yes.
Okay, love that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, it's just and by the way, for the writers on here, do you know? I remember probably 90% of everything that I've ever written. That's crazy. Like I remember most of everything I've written. Once I write it, it's this.
I don't remember anything I've written, and I can't bear to go back and read anything.
It's weird. It's just weird.
Yeah, sometimes I'll have like people, go, oh yeah, like where you wrote about blah blah, and I'm like, I don't remember that at all. And now I'm looking at updating and revising some of my books because some of them, have reverted, so they're my intellectual property, and I could so easily update and revise them, and they're still commercially viable. But it's really hard for me to go back 30 years and look at the writing I did then. I don't know if I can do that. Somebody put in the chat about rumors of BB being dead, and this is the 3rd time today I've heard that. Is there something going on that people are actually believing in? Anybody?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just asking about Bibi Netanyahu, that somebody put him into bad and I have to go back and look what happened so bad with Empress. Somebody mentioned that they had heard that Netanyahu had been killed. And the third time today I've heard somebody say something like that. So I just wondered where people were hearing that.
Oh, I don't know.
We've been looking for him for about 4 days now. I haven't seen him. Yeah, and get your daughter some good pens too, like some dope pens. Because when you write with a nice pen, it just adds to the experience.
You know, it's crazy because she says that she wants to be a writer, working on it. And I want to influence her. I want to, since she says she wants to be a writer, I'm like, all right, well let's look into it. Let's figure out what we can do. I'm gonna research for you. But I find that with this generation of kids, the more work I do, the more work they don't do. If that makes sense. And I feel like I'm always doing it for them, and they're not doing it for themselves. Like, the grit is not really there for these kids like it was back in my day. So even though I believe her when she says that she wants to be a writer, I believe her. But I don't see the work.
It's gotta be in it. It's gotta be in it.
I know. But I believe her though. I believe that when she says it, I believe that that's what she wants. Because we were trying to get her focused on the military. She didn't have nothing to do with it. We were trying to get her into the colleges. She didn't have nothing to do with it. And then after a couple of months, she said, well, I want to be a writer. But I don't know if she just threw that out there to get us to shut up because she's getting ready to graduate high school. And she just threw something out there to get us to shut up. Or if that's what she really wants to do, I don't know. And if that's what she really wants to do, like, I want to support her. But I don't know. She's really serious.
But she's going to know what she's going to want to do. She's going to want to do lots of things. So, whatever she decides to do, but 18 is too young to know what you're going to do with your whole life, in my opinion.
No, for sure. I definitely agree, because I didn't know what I wanted to do at 18. Only thing I knew is that I didn't want to be in school anymore. I wanted to get out of school. But if she says it, one thing that I know is that I never told my mom I wanted to do one thing, because I knew I didn't want to do anything. All I wanted to do was just start to live my life. But she said, I want to be a writer. So I believe her. And I want to try to help her.
Right is
but I don't know if she's serious.
Right is right. So just give her a nice pad, as I said, take her around a little bit here and there to see. But now being a professional writer is a little different. She can write, she should always write, but getting paid to write is a different animal.
Yeah, that's my thing. And she's a reader. She could finish a whole novel in a weekend. She's a reader. So when she said she wanted to be a writer, I believed it, because she's a reader and so much imagination, and she's got a lot of character, but she's not really working on it. So I'm like, okay, well, if you're not working on it, well, maybe you've never been inspired. Maybe nobody has kind of walked you through it. Nobody's sent you to these camps. Nobody's sent you to these workshops. Nobody's, put you around other writers. Nobody's, done these things. And I never knew that she wants to be a writer until the day that she said she wants to be a writer. So I'm like, let's go.
Have I been talking to a meme? I didn't even look on the stage.
I'm a real person. If I'll show my face.
I'm laughing because I don't be talking to no memes, but it's cool.
I don't show my face.
Yeah, I didn't even look at the screen. I don't even know who's in there. But I got my eye on you. I don't be trusting you.
I'm definitely, I think people see me as a troll, so I put my PTR as a troll, but I mean what I said.
He also, I would sat down, breaking down the current stuff, probably.
Okay, well, like I said, your kid has that wanted. You can't convince them. A writer is going to write. I promise you. They don't need nothing. And all my work is for my grandkids. Like everything that I work is, and they know it. Like everything's for them. I don't know what they're gonna do with it, but at least I know it won't be like. So for me, I never knew my great grand. Like I just didn't know so much. And so I spent a large portion of my life just recording a lot of things and, and just leaving something behind. But she's gotta wanna write.
I never been one to know what I wanted to be when I grew up. I'm 41 right now today. I'm 41. And I just kind of fell into my profession. I never knew what I wanted to be when I grew up. I just kind of fell into it, and then I went to school for it, and then I kind of stuck there. But my kids...
So you're a Toys R Us kid? You're a Toys R Us kid?
I was a Toys R Us kid.
I want to grow up. Wait, is that the right song?
No, you got it. Exactly. You got it. Toys R Us kid, I never been a Toys R Us kid. But I never knew what I wanted to be when I grew up. I want these kids to have some sort of clue. And if they don't, that's okay. But I want to spark the idea in their head. And that's one thing that's different. Nobody sparked an idea in my head when I was a kid. So I just was out wandering the world. I want to spark an idea in my kid's head. And if you give me something, we're going to go for it. We're going to go and we're going to tour campuses. We're going to go to these workshops. We're going to be whatever will help you. Because nobody helped me when I was a kid. Nobody sparked an idea in my head when I was a kid. Nobody asked me what I wanted to do when I grew up. When I was a kid, it's important to me. So I want to do it for my kids. And my kid said, hey, I want to do this. And I'm like, okay, well, let's do it. And I don't know if she's just saying it just to shut me in. Or if it's something that she dibbles and dabbles in. But I want to at least bring her somewhere where she can find professionals to help her make up her mind if this is something that she wants to do or not. So I want to do the research. Hopefully, after I do the research, she'll say, hey, this is what I want to do, or this is not what I want to do. After she goes and explores and talks to professionals. But I want to know where to go, because I don't know where to go. My daughter says she wants to be a writer. I don't know where to go to find writers. I don't know what this looks like. Because that's an entrepreneurial type of environment. I don't know how to be an entrepreneur. All I know how to do is work for me. So I'm seeking advice from you all, because you all sound like you know how to be writers, you know what avenues to take, you know what path to take. Help her. That's what I'm looking for. Seems like the audience has shifted toward the Israel-Iran war.
Yeah, I just saw that comment in the chat, and it just struck me that it was the third time I heard that there were people were asking whether Netanyahu was okay or not. So I went and looked it up, and it said that there had been some footage that looked like AI footage of him. It detected like what they call a sixth finger, like swelling around the fifth finger, and also something about the curtains and a flag. They thought it was AI, real, which it was not. That was debunked. So I think everything is almost done. I mean, status quo.
I'm sorry, I get lost. What leader is that?
That's Prime Minister of Israel.
Israel.
Yeah, we talk a lot in this space about political issues, particularly wars that are going on right now, and all the people who are getting hurt.
Wondering if the Israel leader is dead.
Sorry?
So the question is the leader of Israel is dead?
That's what I was asking about, but
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah.
But it was AI.
Yeah, that's what apparently the rumors were based on. Yeah, that's the bad stuff that can happen with AI.
Gotcha. Who's taking the biggest hit right now, Israel or Iran?
Well, I think Israel's taking a big hit. Iran is taking a huge hit. Lebanon is taking a big hit. There's just stuff going on and stuff. Anyway.
It's terrible.
Anyway, it's late now. I need to go back to work, so I'll see y'all later. It's good to see all of you.
Have a good night.
I'm going to go watch the blizzard. We're looking at 12 inches of snow, and it's really coming down heavily.
Oh, wow. Be careful.
Yeah, I was supposed to go out for my birthday dinner tonight, and everything got canceled because of the blizzard. So,
well, happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, night all.
Good night.
companies are extremely wealthy in the position that they're in because you can target their audience, business that they're in. So I don't give a fuck what you're selling. Like you could be selling fucking balloons and still make 6 figures a month. Like you'd be surprised how many people in your city is trying to buy some fucking balloons every day. But Meta allows you to do that. Meta allows you to put an ad on fucking Facebook and say, I'm selling. Where you want your ad to be placed? What location you want your customers to be, to be located in, and then also what they're interested in. So who you want to sell balloons to? People that's looking up wedding planners, birthday celebrations, events. That's when you set up ads, they allow you to target exactly, where they're located and what they're interested in. So you don't have to put a fucking billboard on the side of the road in hopes that a nigga look at this shit, in hopes that the many people that look at your shit want to buy your product or service. Like you're literally allowed to target exactly what somebody wants and sell it to them right now. Like that's not difficult. So if you got a $500 service, nigga, that means you need 20 customers a month. And you be surprised what you offer that where it's like 300, 400, 500 people a day that's looking for what the fuck you got to offer every day. So you tell me you can't find one person to buy your shit?
That kind of networking right there is that's a good model. But I think ultimately you're gonna feel some kind of way because of the platform. You're gonna make money, but it's gonna keep everybody at a competitive perspective. There really ain't too much creating going on. I can sell more than you. Your products is trash. Either your website ain't connected properly or something. It's always gonna be competitive. But the creative perspective is, I think, more so closed off, and the whole platform represents everybody from your community, let alone being on a platform where you're always constantly being regulated. Once you go up, more followers you get shadow banned. You're constantly fighting the politics with their situation because original people outshine other people. I'm sorry.
Yeah, bro,
Why be on their platform and you're gonna break all their rules? You're gonna make more money than them. Oh, here come the red tape. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, bro, I'm gonna be respectfully until you at least try what I said. Like, let's not talk about the possibilities on the white man taking us down. Like, that sounds a little defeating. Like, it's kind of opportunity.
It does sound defeating, but
it's ton about, bro.
I already know you're gonna rat in the race with the other cats. Just know
what I'm saying, but it's
I ain't gonna lose when I jump in the rat race with there. Because I'm gonna be
as a member of a species.
I'm gonna stay competitive. I'm never gonna create, brother.
That's what I'm saying. As a member of a species, it's survival with a fittest, right? Nothing is given to you, my nigga.
Rat race, he's giving you incentives.
Yeah, that's life though. Life is competitive. If we was out in the fucking jungle, it wouldn't be kumbaya. It'll be survival with a fittest. Whoever's gonna survive is the person that's gonna be able to sustain themselves and their family and make sure that they have a plan of survival.
You turn it into a dinosaur.
No, I'm not. I'm part of a species.
No, you gonna
turn it like my nigga, so who else is supposed to take care of you? The government?
That's who you are. When you take away all the bullshit, you take away all of this worldly
the government. Who's supposed to take care of you and your family? Who is supposed to take care of you and your family as a man?
The creator.
What? Yo, y'all niggas just lost, man. The creator don't pay your bills?
Not the one in the rat race.
Who paying your bills, my nigga?
The creator.
Yo, I'm looking up. I got time for this shit. I'm about to go out there. I'm hopping the show.
The one that creates motion, cause and effect. Next question. For real, ask yourself that dumbass question.
Bro, don't show up, bro. Just sit on your ass for the next 30 days, bro. Just keep the creative and get bills.
The one that's competitive or
bro, sit on your creator and all this extra bullshit. Nigga, create like, what the fuck is you talking about?
Creator, RJ. RJ, who's the creator, RJ?
You, me, nigga. I created my children. The fuck?
So you doing
I brought my children to this world. I'm
so you praying for some bread? You praying for some bread?
Who you paying, nigga? You paying tithes and some shit? Instead of paying for your kids to eat?
You praying for some bread to come to your table? Or you
hell no, I'm going out and getting it, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Pray for
so why don't you lean on the creator of self then? Who is this spook God you talking about?
What are you telling me?
You say you believe in the creator. I'm talking about
you just said, bro, what? I said I'm the creator. You the one that's talking about the creator.
So why when you get mad when I say the creator's the one that's doing it in my house, you goofy?
Nah, yo, my nigga, don't get disrespectful, bro. It's a real life automatic. You gotta relax.
I just told y'all.
Because the whole room just heard what the fuck you said. The whole room just heard what the fuck you said. Now you trying to backtrack on what the fuck you said. Nigga, be a man.
Catch up, get some more knowledge. You sitting ass fool. You trying to win and teach you nothing, fool. Get your.
I don't need you to teach me nothing. You sound dumb.
Y'all, hey, can we answer the core, bro? Can I speak on the subject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me speak on the subject. I do want to speak on the subject. I ain't trying to let y'all brothers do that, man. Come on, man. It don't solve nothing. It make the women say we sassy and all type of shit. Y'all ain't know that shit.
Like, bro, like, we all heard what the fuck he said. Now you bring it up like it's something else. Like, if you just want to argue, you on my dick, just say that.
Alright, so look, right?
You can't size me up, bro.
So look, I think this is my takeaway from the whole conversation, right? Like, other than the bullshit. This is my takeaway. So, pretty much in this conversation, what should be taken away is this. When you're going to advertise and you have a goal in mind, there is an audience that you can reach via social media, via newspaper, via a lot of things. You do not have to trick our people no more into wasting their fucking gas money for just to think that y'all about to have something for the kids and this and that and all that, when in reality you treat them to follow it and you kind of shake everybody hand and shit. I don't care who you is, they came for that. So let's do the ads. Let's do the things that are directed totally towards your audience so that there doesn't have to be incentive bringing people that don't care about you.
So basically, what is the program about? First of all,
whatever the program is about.
Both of y'all. Ain't nobody walking about it.
Nah, see, that's where you wrong at. That's where you wrong at. It's like a plug now.
It's so weird. Who has the mic?
Me. Oh, this guy. Hey, check this. Mr. M got the mic. Paint a picture for me. Ain't nobody walking up for no damn empty ass table.
What? This nigga's on the
y'all sitting up here throwing thoughts back and forth. You talking about program. Who walking up to an empty ass table in the community?
Bro, that's the second time you said something in it, bro. He's trolling. I ain't got time for this nigga.
Bro, y'all trolling. Stop saying that goofy ass word.
Alright, so you finished with the mic, bro, because I don't know what you got going on. You finished, Mr. M. Alright, what way did you want the mic?
No, I just got to look at a YouTube, I don't know if it's YouTube, a TikTok video, where this black guy was steady repeating the fact that black people, as American citizens, are still not classified as humans or, 100%, whatever you want to call it. So the reason they're treating us the way that they're treating us, because if they don't recognize us as being 100% human, then how can we expect to be treated right? How can we expect to get fair, equal housing, equal loan, police the right way? They don't already see us as humans. So we sit out here and fighting amongst each other. We need to fight this bigger struggle. And
who don't see us as humans? Who?
Oh my God. Okay.
Constitution ain't the same people that's there today. So when you say this, who we talking about specifically?
We going by the same Constitution that was wrote back then. Am I correct? Are we going by that same Constitution that was wrote back then or a different one that was written in 2025?
So show us in the Constitution where black people aren't considered human beings.
What was it, 3/5 of a human?
Show us that. Show us that. Break that down.
RJ, are you serious?
Bro, it's Doc, bro. First of all, who is this? Bro, I don't want to go back and forth with you, mister. Like, I already know you want to showboat, bro. I ain't got time for that. Bro, so what we about to unfold,
having a conversation with one person, bro.
That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, we about to unfold a statement that's widely spread within our community that's misinterpreted if you look at the details and realize how what he said is false. That's all, bro. So I don't got time for all of this shit.
I got information on that. He ain't gonna want that.
Bro, I don't care about the information. I don't care. I don't want to talk to you.
Hey, I'm not gonna even go disrespectful with you, bro. I'm gonna say this right here. If you saying that what I'm saying is false, you might be correct. I'm gonna say that other people that hear the same thing that I'm speaking treat us as if we're not 100% human. Is that fair for me to say?
Yeah, that's very fair for you to say.
So what I can say, like, we can't control how people feel about us, right? So
Personally, I don't give a fuck what white folks think about me.
You really do, though.
I really don't.
You really do. When you drive your car and you get pulled over and a gun get put in your face, you kind of care.
I don't think you been in that situation before?
Have you ever? Have I?
Nah, have you been in that?
I have been in that situation before.
Okay, so what did you do with that? Like, why are you putting your time on me?
No. It's a simple question. I got put over like that back in the day here in Minnesota where I live.
Okay, yeah, you live in a place where you gotta care about white folks. Go ahead, bro.
I drove a Cutlass. I wore belly bell. I had on Jabot. I got on Air Force Ones and I got braids in my hair.
Right.
I live in the hood. So they see my car and they think, oh, this is a typical drug dealer in the neighborhood. So every time they saw my car, they pulled me over with a gun in my face. And I'm looking like, bro, what the fuck? Why are you doing this? Well, I had to look at myself and say, why are they doing that? So now it's the weekend. I'm going to the club. I'm going with the homies. I'm finna go chill. I got another black dude walk up to me and say, hey, you got some work? And I asked my guy, like, man, why this motherfucker keep walking up to me asking me if I got some work?
So that means it's not only white people that stereotyping you as black people that's doing this shit.
Exactly. It's the image that I portray. I got dread braids in my head. I'm wearing a pelly. I look just like any hood nigga that's getting money on the block. You see what I'm saying?
Bro, I mean,
So what's the point?
Yeah, like I'm about to hop in a nice vehicle. Bro, at the end of the day, like I'm not here to take your experience away from you. All I'm saying is personally, bro, I position myself, when it comes down to me and mine, bro, I position myself to be in community with black folks that are trying to do something, and I don't have to go through white folks to get shit done. Personally, that's just me. It's been like that, but most of my adult life. So it don't matter where I live at, what city I decide to move to, I make sure that I'm moving. I'm looking up statistics like black ownership percentages. I'm looking up city councils. I'm looking up like all those details, bro. Average household income within that predominantly black community and all of that, bro. Like I don't position myself to be in a space where I gotta answer to white folks.
Bro, I was 22 years old at that moment. I'm 40 now. I'm 48 right now. If that makes any sense to you.
I mean, listen. What gotta be understood is this, right? What gotta be understood is this. If you are melanated, kind of like we are, us four, Mr. M is melanated too. Very, very much melanated. So, you seen, I ain't trying to make this no statistical thing, but it's a real statistic that the lighter, fairer skinned black males got more of a shot, right?
They do.
Automatically. So, but then when you see with us, you come in the house talking about, yeah, that's my girlfriend, it's different. They still fuck with us and everything, but we'll just be, how that goes. So, long story short, you have to do in them instances is totally coon out. And once you coon, one way your mic is wide open. Could you close your mic, please? And once you coon out enough, I don't think you can uncoon. It's just like you slither like the snake so long, you gonna start hissing and everything. And that's the point. If you think it's okay, there's a new time where you don't have to slither with their ass. Simple.
What do we identify as a coon? Because I notice a lot of times people just use like selective outrage or they'll label someone a coon simply because they don't see eye to eye 100% on black politics in America. They go, oh, this nigga's a coon. This nigga want to go to school. He's a coon. He want to better himself. He's a coon. He need to be here with us. Right? I think the person always when they start, instead of trying to build your own business, you trying to get trying to see what happened after this person there from break the person that they own somebody. That's the coon, the one that's always trying to be the good guy, trying to be close to corporation. They want to be the number one supervisor. They trying to get the best position. They don't want no business of their own. They don't want to open a corporation, but they want to be close to the master on the plantation. Yeah, I think that ain't what I get. See how that formulated on the work every day for a white man boss. I don't get that from like, yeah. I get this. I get another black dude with a nice position at work that's willing to throw another black dude under the bus to advance in his job. That's what I get when I hear the word cool. So y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. That's what I get from that. That's the correct definition. Yeah, but this is what I mean, right? You could be, this is what I'm saying. It could be a black man. It could be a black man that absolutely zealous, right? Grinded, right? Got to where the fuck he at, and he's not necessarily, he don't necessarily give a fuck about the white folks that he worked for, but he plays his position. He understands why he got hired, and he's trying to reach the best of his ability with that. But personally, he don't give a fuck, right? But because he's able to play that game so well, you have other black folks that'll look at him in jealousy and call him a coon. Because they're thinking that he really in bed with these niggas and he really don't give a fuck about it. Let me break it down what you see. Now correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm a black dude, I went to school, I got my education, I got my degree, I got this position in my job, and you work under me, and your lunch break is 30 minutes, you're supposed to be back in 30 minutes, you're not supposed to be smoking a joint on your lunch break. Hey, bro, just because I'm your supervisor, don't expect me to watch your back and not speak on what you're doing. Right. I'm gonna bring you to the side and say, hey, bro, don't do that no more. Just because I'm black don't mean I'm gonna risk my job for you doing stupidity. Right. And when I go to the dude and say, hey, Leroy over there smoking weed, he taking 45 minutes for his lunch break, you wanna hop on his girlfriend in the car, hey, get him out of here. Well, I mean, it ain't even necessarily that, but at the end of the nigga's being disrespectful, right? Because if he feel like he's working under a brother's leadership, why is he disrespecting the leadership? Well, look, this the middle ground of that, right? It's the fact that some people are just not worthy of respect because they're not gonna give it. So if you give that man enough respect to come up to him and tell him, now the coon ain't gonna do that. That's the difference. You see what I'm saying? The coon ain't gonna say shit to him till it's already too bad. And then you're gonna be like, oh, they brought the nigga in to come and say something to me. Finally, this nigga don't never say nothing to me. Walk ass every time they work. He might say what's up if you say what's up, but the what's up be even weird. That's the coon, not the nigga that brought him to come and tell you. He gonna make it then. When you see him, you know he's out of that.
That nigga don't talk to nobody. He walk right past me. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, what's up? You be thinking maybe he got a little black in him. Let me see. No, his ass telling on you the whole time. And then he gonna come and talk to you when it's like, hey, look, man, I've been seeing you. Like you said, I've seen you over there smoke your little joints and this and that. Like, I'm old enough to have been through shit. So I've had them experiences. So those are coons. What you explain is not a coon, bro.
Hey, check it out. What that is, that's a tactic, man. That's called job security. You get out there, you find these cats. Soon as you find him, I got some evidence on the young people. Got some evidence on these fools. Or you knocking them down. Next thing you know, you got the top position. Because everybody else done got fired. You done made it through the portal. You done made it through Christmas 3 years straight. Everybody done got laid off backwards. Yeah. Now you're looking for new hires in the first of the year. Because if you get laid off in November, December, or cold, you get a lot of talk. Rest of the year. Because of that, you looking for that kickback at the Friday.
Using the matrix for like the last part of what you were saying.
But I'm just saying, they looking for that kickback that like Friday. So when some of the warehouse jobs get to dropping people off, man, cats be banging on each other about those positions because they know they're gonna let people go. And if you lose your job before that certain quota comes through, man, they look
That's more money.
That's more money for the company. And that's when them coons come out like, hey man, I've been here 2 years, man. Get that.
And then they call you in the office, they just look at you and shake their head. So those are the coons. So now think about it like this. In every sector of life, there they lie. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say, and then you gotta think about it too. Most people don't come in as a coon. That's what we ain't talking about. People get trained into coonery. You see what I'm saying? To where it's like, hey, look, man, we really, really like you. We really like you. Just tell us anything, we want you to be our eyes and ears on our operation for the black delegation. Stay amazed as well.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to finish. I was saying, trained in isn't the right word. It's like you're selected to be a cook. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because they do. And sometimes I think they pick who's the strongest to be a coon too.
Right.
But they're like, oh, this nigga, he might be a problem if he runs free. Let me get you up over here. Hold on a second.
But you gotta think about the advancement of black people. And this didn't just start this year, last year, last century. This real shit, like for real. And we just slow down, take our time to think about this. What we talking about right now is coonery shit. If we go back to the fucking slave days, you got the field nigga, and you got the house nigga. The house nigga get to eat the leftovers of the white dude. He in the crib with the AC, if it was AC available. He got the toilet. He got running water, and what he got to do is tell on the field nigga that's not working. He don't want to be out there in that motherfucking heat. He don't want to be out there with them. So all he got to do is point out who ain't working. Yeah, he get a promotion. Go to any of y'all job right now. If the boss man asks you who stayed a little bit longer on their lunch break than the other dude, most of you cake ass niggas will tell you.
I don't know. I don't know ass nigga.
But most of you will tell you.
Them cats that been there 10 years, them quiet ass dudes been there 5 years, and they finna drop it down.
Now,
It's always gonna come out of the wash though.
The question is it right for them to tell on you? Or is it right for your ass to do the right thing? You know what you fucking supposed to do, it's your job. So you expecting this man to lose his job to lie for your dumb ass. And then he don't lie for you, it's called cooning. Ain't that about a bitch?
Yeah, but you're not wrong, but there's also dry snitching too, though.
when you tell us some shit you ain't got to tell. So it ain't got nothing directly in your path. If you walking in the room and he's asking you specifically, were you there? Did you see this? Because your job's on, that's one thing. But if he's like, have you seen any shit? I got some shit for you, boss. Let me tell you what I heard. That's drastic.
You're not finna be in the write-up. You ain't got to sign no paper to tell.
Right, and you're not a supervisor. Like, stop being a supervisor you ain't get paid for.
Right. If they bring you to office, they don't know shit anyway. So that means you telling them. And so, and now it's different if it's cameras on you and you went in the car with them and all that other shit. But if you on your job and somebody leave for their break and you ain't see them clock out for their break, you ain't see them clock in for their break, how dare you be like, yeah, I was clocking them, boss. He came in about 17 minutes late. Like, come on, man. Your job ain't on the line in that.
They set you up for failure on some stupid shit. You know
they trying to get you out of there so that they can go up. So if they don't even run around, you're like, yeah, see, all these niggas but me, boss. They all stupid. But I always be the smartest one you got. Don't you ever forget that. That's the one that show up on time every break. Show up on work every time. And when they fire everybody, mass fire, everybody that got used to the program, got used to the white man, ain't tripping about you being late. When they drop that little, you finna get rid of y'all, you got 2 days, 2 times to be late. You're like, when they start that, man, I've been here 3 months.
Hold on, did you say show up on time?
I went down my 90-day probation, my health care, my dental program. They tired, man.
Hold on, bro. Bro, did you say show up on time from break?
Look though, right?
Did he show up on time?
All this to say, cool. All that's decent. You could be the guy to show up on time and not be a coon and everything. But now listen, the whole point is that you ain't gotta show up on time for nobody but you if you start your own business, if you start your own things, if you get with the people that actually care about what you got going on and cut out all the fuzz.
That's a good point. That's a good time. You don't need no break. I don't need no break, boss. I don't get tired. Boss, I work through my break. I don't need no break. I don't get tired.
But see, by nature, when you work for another man, you going against your own nature. So you gotta have some kind of confliction going to work to this warehouse or to this corporation because you don't own it. Other than that, you a straight up fool and at your best, you ain't nothing but a white man. I said at your best, you ain't nothing but a white man. If you love going to that white man job.
Your brain is at like 20% of most black people. Most black people are not taught or trained to own their own business. They're trained to go to work. That's everything that this world is about. This world don't teach you to be employers. This world teaches you to be employees. And as long as you're an employee, you are what the world wants. This world don't want employers. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yes, it do. It love employers and employee. It love them equally. If it can get people to go into a slave system, that's why they say you can get you a McDonald's for a certain amount, you can get you a whatever for a certain amount, and guess what? Then you can be a slave to their system. You can say you're an owner at the same time. That's what I'm saying. I can see what you're saying, but that's only from an owner and investor side, not from an employee and employer side. Them 4 squares right there, that's how you rule the world right there. Get on the investor and owner side and see how your world changes. Right here, for sure.
Most motherfuckers are now supposed to be investors or owners of shit. They can't even lead themselves, stuck in the struggle.
That's true too. But I want to take the most out of it and say some. Because
you know what? It's interesting. Motherfuckers like to correct a motherfucker about their opinion. And as soon as you correct them about their speech, it'd be all hell. At the end of the day, it don't matter. I don't give a shit. Definitely don't matter. I don't give a damn what you say. I'm talking up, right? So as I land, hey, you know you're not supposed to be here. Yeah. Ain't no nothing in the jazz, nigga. Cause you rupture to the motherfucking stage. That's what you is. It's only coming up the last 2-3 hours, right? You coming up here to argue and center yourself. And we but why are you talking while I'm talking? Good, and here you come trying to attack. Why are you talking while I'm talking? Nobody cares about you talking. Why the fuck is you talking while I'm talking about me here and there? Yeah, shut this nigga up. I'm not even talking to you. At the end of the day, it ain't even a new day yet. Nigga, get out of here. Nigga can't even tell time. You got 24 hours, nigga.
Okay, we got one mic, please.
Thank you. So, at the end of the day, the point that I'm making is that you can't let the line lead the blind. There are people that are supposed to be workers. There are people that are supposed to be managers. There are people that are supposed to be owners. And your mindset depends exactly how you move. And your Hey, one way, your mic is open, big dog. Yeah, what up? It's up in the air, but.
Hey, Cypher. Hey, a lot of these people just ain't fit to make no paper, man. You can hear when he talk.
Facts. Bro, that's what I was going to.
Yeah, it's just not in their scenes. They gonna go their own life blaming the white man on their feelings.
Yep, the struggle this, the struggle that, and that's the whole fucking point that I was alluding to. Somebody got their mic open. Yo, real talk, that's the whole point I'm getting to, RJ. Because here's the point. Your mentality is what's going to put you exactly where you belong. If you have a mentality of lack, you're going to be struggling. You're going to be surviving. You're going to be trying to do something. You're going to have a whole bunch of ideas that don't never get nowhere because you're not smart enough to execute, nor do you listen to people that have, right? So then you have people that are doers. They are out there moving and shaking in real life, and it's the inferiority complex of an insecure Negro that looks at somebody that they perceive doing better than them, that they can't stand, to the point that they gotta take them down with them. Dead end niggas.
Bro, I was just talking about that shit in my barbershop, bro, like an hour ago. The little youngin', you know what I mean? He was pretty much complaining. This little nigga, 21 years old, right? He talking about how, you know, he don't really, he asked me, he was like, yo, you think niggas is slow down here? Because, you know, I'm from New York, I stay in Texas. He's like, yo, you think these niggas is slow? And I'm like, nah, I don't think niggas is slow. Like, because no matter where you go, you know, you got niggas that's getting money, you got niggas that's broke. Like, you know, it's all kind of different types of people no matter where you at. He was like, yo, man, I don't know, man, just with me, you know, I feel like, you know, niggas ain't really trying to do what I'm trying to do. So I'm like, well, you know, you at that age where, you know, everybody in your age group, they at a point where, you know, really determining whatever they plan on doing with their life, that's the environment that you're going to be around. So I'm like, well, you know, what's your goals? He was like, well, you know, I'm in school to cut hair, and I'm in school to, you know, for real estate too. I'm trying to get my real estate license. So I said, I'm going to be honest with you. You know, as far as cutting hair, you know, you may look up and, you know, get amongst, you know, some elite barbers or whatever. That's like mixing and moving, and, you know, their clientele is, you know, on a different level. But, you know, when it comes down to the real estate, you know, that may be your door in, because clearly he's not going to college, you know what I'm saying? He's not feeling it, he's 21, and this is what he's choosing. So I'm like, yo, bro, you know, once you get your real estate license, or you start, you know, taking your school seriously with the real estate license, then, you know, I'm sure you'll find other people, you know, that's like-minded, you know, that you can start leveling up with, you know what I'm saying? But right now, you just stuck with niggas that you grew up with, and niggas that want to cut hair, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, not saying, you know, cutting heads. Of course, that's something that's gonna always make money. But, you know, it's not the type of position for you to be around, you know, people that's trying to level up.
Your education circle sometimes opens up other networking groups too. I mean, it does matter. You know, when you go different directions, it exposes you to other people and other groups.
Right. And that's what I was saying, like, even, you know, he's struggling with that. Because first I was about to ask him, like, well, you know, you ain't going to school or no college, but he was like, nah. But, you know, he mentioned real estate. I said, well, shit, I said, once you get your license, there's all kind of different black real estate, real estate realtor associations and real estate investor associations that you can link up with. You want to be around some people that's like you. But I kept it real. I said, even within shit, you gonna find some goofy ass niggas. I'm saying, so you just got. A lot of people, man. I feel like the struggle is, especially when it comes down to us. We struggle with finding like-minded folks, but a lot of times people be running away from that shit too. You got sisters, they'll go to school for nursing, and they coming back to the hood to fuck with the niggas that's locked up or doing goofy shit, when they was just sitting in class all day with a bunch of black boys that's trying to be nurses too. You know what I'm saying? How you skip over these niggas, but you come back to the hood all day and you trying to holler at the nigga at the gas station when you in a class full of black men that's trying to be a nurse.
I agree 100% with that. And I'll tell you this, when I used to work in hotels, I noticed that white people and white adjacent people would pay to be a part of certain organizations that not that we never do, but we, at much low numbers, do we pay for those organizations for that extra. And a lot of it's training, but a lot of it's just networking to be around this person. So it could be, I can move to a different hospital now, or maybe I can move into a different role, or I can learn something different, or there's this new technology for real estate that's going on. Now I'm exposed to it because I went to this conference. The conferences, although they cost money, they do expose you to other things that are out there for your industry. So
I went to this conference because me and my people looking at coming up with it's like a air freshener for weed smokers, right? So they got this, it's like a marijuana industry conference that go on in Vegas. And it's like one of the top joints. Like everybody and their mama was out there, like all the celebrities that got their own strains and different items and products, they was all there, right? And one thing I peeped, now mind you, I popped up last minute. I was like, yo, fuck it. That's the industry convention. It's in Vegas. I want to go to Vegas anyway. Whatever, I'm getting the ticket. I just did that shit like on some last minute shit. When I pulled up, I'm like, damn. Bro, you know how many black folks like had their own smoke shops and shit that was out there? Like young, bro. It was like young chicks, bro, in their mid-20s, early 30s with their own smoke shop like in Atlanta, Chicago, Miami. Like, I'm like, yo, bro, like niggas they just don't. You just gotta be in the spaces where people trying to get some shit done. Like you're not gonna find no niggas that's trying to level up, hanging out on the regular. Like niggas is focused on their goals, bro.
Well, and what I want to see, the next step is the states that haven't legalized it yet, having those people go to the conferences, so that when it does turn, they're ready to jump in. Because that's what white people do. White people be anticipating the move and be like, all right, you'll green light. They'll be the first
all around industry, it pretty much, this was like the spot where raw paper and shit like that. Whether it be like raw
paper. Yeah, that makes sense. I get what you're saying.
Backwoods, like all these different companies, like they all had like this is pretty much the spot where if you in the smoke industry, like period, you got a smoke shop or you got a brand, you go out here and you look to see what's the dopest product and you link up with the brands directly to start placing your orders and shit for inventory in your shop. Make sense? So, so it was like, so you didn't have to be, it was a lot of people that wasn't in necessarily like legalized states, but they own a smoke shop or a cigar lounge. You had a lot of cigar companies, like the whole smoke industry was out there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Especially if you have a cigar lounge, you already set for it.
Yo, so RJ, when you became financially successful, could you look back and say that you learned from others to get you where you're at right now?
Yeah, of course, but it's like you gotta use your discernment. Like you learn what you can, you don't get like too caught up in doing because you don't know their ins and outs of how they got going. Like I'm gonna give you a perfect example, bro. When I was coming up, right, I used to be around Dame Dash, right? Like a little bit, not like on no heavy shit. But what tricked me out, bro, being a young nigga, like, bro, I ain't gonna lie, this was the most inspirational shit I ever seen in my fucking life. Like these niggas, like you gotta think we talking like 02, 01, 03. These niggas at the top of the world. These niggas like literally, like I remember one thing, But I remember like one night specifically, because I wasn't old enough to get in. It's the night that Jay-Z opened up the 4040 Club in New York. And I'm arguing like it's his little cousin Ant, like we clowning each other, right? Because this nigga, like he outside, he had to get his shoes delivered or whatever, so he got on a suit with no shoes. So we clowning him like on some, some regular street shit. And then the nigga got on like a lanyard around his neck, like you know how you have like access pass type shit, but this wasn't like no pass. It was like a booklet. And I'm like, what the fuck is this around your neck? When I look at the booklet, my nigga, this shit was evacuation instructions for a private jet. I was like, oh, okay, this nigga shitting on us low key. Like, I'm gonna leave this nigga shoes alone. Like, it's just like certain things, like growing up watching and how they, like, things that they did, you'd be like, oh shit, but then as you get older, you realize, like, oh, some of these niggas, like, they make fucked up decisions too. You know what I'm saying? Like, these niggas ain't perfect. Saying, like, I mean, look at the game now. He all fucked up in the game, right? But if still in all, back then, it's like, you have to learn to be like, okay, like, I can take that, I get that, what he's saying with that. Right. But that is some bullshit, I'm not running with that. Right. I remember that other shit he said, though. You know what I'm saying? So here goes the point that I'm making, right? Hold on, real quick. Here goes the point that I'm making when I ask that question. Sometimes, especially in the black community and our people, we find it hard to take advice from other people because our ego and our pride get in the way of our success. We think that if somebody is trying to give you game instruction or question your motives and methods to trigger a thought process, that they're trying to shit on them or the insecurity and the inferiority complex comes up. And that's really for the people that are weak and unintelligent. Because if somebody is asking you something or trying to get you to think deeper about an idea, and by asking the question, it triggers defense, it's because you're not sure of yourself and you're not sure of your real position in life. And when we take that to the heart, and we take that the wrong way, when we No, I'm not pausing, bro. You don't have to wait. Give me 1 second. Ain't no 1 second. No, I'm not, because you can't interrupt my thought, bro. That's really disrespectful. Thank you. So when we get to that point, we get to a point to where we block the opportunity to advance and the information that gives us the skill sets to go where we're trying to go, right? So what we end up doing in our community a lot of times is we block a lot of blessings because of our own inferiority complex. Our unaddressed trauma will trigger us out or trick us out of a win-win situation. Right? Because can't nobody tell me this, or he think he that, or you see what I'm saying? Instead of you looking at the Dame Dash, let's say you was watching Dame Dash back then, and you didn't appreciate the work that he was putting in, right? Well, you probably might have missed a lot of jewels that he gave, because no matter where he ended up today, he did put a lot of niggas on. Go ahead, big dog.
All right. First of all, it goes to the approach. When I'm trying to correct you and give you guidance in whatever it is you're doing, let me not approach you in front of our audience. Let me pull you to the side and say, hey, bro, I think you can have a better outcome if you do it this way, and not correct you in front of the people you're trying to instruct. So that's the reason I was saying, pause for a second, you feel me? Because most people like to correct people in a room full of people. Don't correct me when I'm delivering my message. Pull me to the side and
So to that point, I think that goes towards the specific audience and you know who you're talking to and how they like to be approached. I think that the way you go about doing things is definitely valuable, right? But please note this: the Socratic method is meant to disarm. So if I ask a person, they say a whole bunch of shit. Well, how did you come to that conclusion? Or what methods did you use to get the outcome that you're looking at? That's not abrasive, right? It allows a person to expound, right? And then you can say, you know what, from my experience, I saw that this worked for me. And you know that there's that's not necessarily if you're in a room or on a platform and you're having a back and forth, you should have emotional maturity and intelligence to be able to receive that and not take it to offense. Because those that typically do are lacking in a lot of different areas in life, right? But if somebody's coming to you, of course, talking straight up cash money shit, saying, oh, you ain't did this, you ain't did that, oh, you ain't heard this, I get that, right? But if somebody out of love is approaching you with a Socratic method, it is their intention by using the Socratic method to cause you to think and to prevent an argument. And if that person reacts that way, you already know what you're dealing with. And those people, they weed themselves out of success all the time.
You can always tell who's argumentative and who's on your side when they ask a question. And if I heard you say something in front of people, I'm gonna say, hey bro, come here, let me holler at you to the side. Where it's a one-on-one conversation between you and I. And I'm gonna say, bro, I think this will work if you say it this way. And I think this will work if you use this approach to those people. Because if I said it in front of everybody else, oh yeah, what he said was right. No, it's not right. What he said was right. It's just the way that he said. You didn't comprehend what he was saying. I'm saying the same thing, I'm just saying it a different way. So I'm gonna tell him how to say what he's saying in a different approach. So that's all it is. That's all I'm saying to you. I'm not gonna correct you in front of the people that you're trying to lead. You feel me? That ain't what I do. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna sit back and just let you do your thing. And if I have to talk to you later on, when everything is over with, everybody's following your lead, I'm gonna say, bro, this is how you could have handled it a different way. And you can agree or disagree, but it's me and you, it's one-on-one. I'm not gonna correct you in front of nobody. That's all I'm saying. That's
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I respect you, and in a lot of ways, I'm aligned with that. But there are times, like even being on this app, that's not even applicable. But I get what you're saying. I receive what you're saying. However, I'm saying that this tool works too. So when you use the Socratic method, especially, and I'm in a leadership position, so I always ask, well, how did you come to that conclusion, or what experience did you draw from to gather that information? I'm not just going off the top. Now, if a nigga take me there, or you're disrespectful and all that other shit, then I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying?
It's what it is, man. I mean, take how far you want to go, I got you.
Yep, exactly. But that's what I'm saying, though, is that there are people you can't simply even reach because they're not receptive to it, which goes back to what RJ's point was, is that there are people that are not supposed to have money. There are niggas that talk about leadership, never led anything, not including themselves. There's some niggas that have a lot of ideas, but never put not even a pen to paper, even write it down or flash it out. But they speak as an authority figure just by audiences. I don't respect those people. You know what I'm saying?
Why should I? Why should you? You lead by example.
Exactly. Well, I mean, leadership is an ongoing thing. It looks like different ways, different styles, and my leadership might not be appealing to everybody. It's not supposed to be, right? But at the end of the day, there's a common way that you deal with people and you communicate, but then you roll into, you do come across roadblocks where some people are not receptive to logic, they're not receptive to respect, or has maturity or emotional intelligence to have certain conversations really they're dumb, stupid, don't know shit, but they just want to appear as if they do. They want to sound like they know what the hell they're talking about. And that's the ego. That's that pride mechanism.
Yeah, but and to some people it makes them feel good.
Can I back up on myself for a second here? Because I did just overstep my own. I apologize for overstepping my own self. Because I said lead by example. You do not necessarily have to lead by example. That was a false statement for myself. I one way to correct myself, but I said it. Because I grew up on an old gospel song. And it said, this old gospel song that says you can learn a lot from an old wino. If you listen to that wino speak, he can teach you how not to be a wino. And if you listen to this guy, he had a job, he had a wife, he had a family, he had a house, he had a car. He lost everything to alcohol. And if he's telling you how not to have, please don't look at him as a bomb on the street and say, you're a bomb, you can't tell me nothing. He can tell you everything. So I don't care who you are that talk to me, I'm going to stop and listen to you. I'm not going to say you can't teach me nothing because you don't have, because you had. If that makes any sense to y'all? You can teach me everything because you had. You just don't have. So you can teach me not to be in your situation. I'm going to correct myself and say I'm going to definitely have to backtrack on that and say I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to listen to you.
I don't think there's grounds to say you don't have to lead by example, because it don't matter if it's a position of leadership. I don't think you should ask or require anything of somebody that you don't want to exemplify yourself.
I own my own company in Minnesota. And if you walked up to me as a crackhead, as a whatever bad decision you made in life, and said, one way, I was in your shoes at one point in time. Really? Let's sit down and talk. Let me buy you some breakfast this morning. You and I gonna have breakfast at this restaurant. And I'm gonna pay for it. Tell me your story, bro. I want to hear your story. Because I want to hear how things went bad for you. Just like we want to hear the stories of how things went good for a person, let's listen to those stories of how things went bad for somebody. Because everybody that has a story, you can learn from. You can learn from the bad, you can learn from the good. It don't have to be a good story for you to sit down and listen. A bad story you can learn more from a bad story than you can from a good story. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, but my statement wasn't based on the fact of being able to learn. I'm a master student of life and the aspects of it. I ain't tripping on that part. I'm saying if you call yourself a leader and the people that you lead, you should lead by example. That's like, even if you hire somebody to do a particular job, it's still within your job. It should still be within your working knowledge of what they're doing. You can't hire somebody for... That's me, Cypher, my bad. Can y'all hear me now?
I can hear you, man.
Alright, so even while being the leader that provided that structure, I still feel like you should know how it operates, because you can't hire somebody to do something and not be able to audit if they're doing their job correctly. So your leadership may have different skills that others could possess or may not possess. I get that part of it. But if I'm asking you to show up 5 days a week, I need to show up 5 days a week. If I'm asking you to do this that's going to benefit a future endeavor, shit, I need to be involved in that as well, to make sure not only that it's going accordingly, but to also boost them around the perspective that, hey, I'm in this with you. I'm not here to just give you direction.
I'm here to build this with you. So as I learn, you learn. Each one teach one. And if you ever decide to do it on your own, at least you know you was around a good brother. Or even for the sisters who operate like that, you learn from a good sister that also instilled into you the grind or the step-by-step basics to make something happen. So I feel like don't ask of somebody something that you don't want to do yourself.
I definitely agree with what you just said. That is true. What I'm saying to you, if you want to work tomorrow morning, which is Sunday, if you want to work Sunday, and you see a dude on the street, and you say, man, I own this plumbing company. And he said, I was a plumber once before. And you say, yeah, but I own the plumbing company. I'm getting ready to go to work. I don't got time to talk to you. Man, let me talk to you for a second. I ain't got time to talk to you. You're a bum on the street that used to own the plumbing company. No, bro. Sit down and talk to that dude. Listen to what he got to say.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying.
I don't operate like that. I hear him out and I try to give him a job opportunity to see if that'll help him get back on his feet. I've fed the homeless and those that may be in need, and I've learned that some are looking to get back into society and be, self-sufficient. And then there are some people that may be in that quote-unquote bum position that like being there because they don't have to deal with the responsibilities of life and the people, within that. So if we got some knowledge and that's where he came from,
Yes.
I wouldn't sit there and shit on him and be like, I own the company. I'd be like, shit, you need work? You want to go to work? Like, whatever the case may be with that.
Before I offer you a job, let me hear your story. Let me talk to you and listen to you. I want to learn from you. Because right now I'm making $200,000. What's your story? Your story is you should make $500,000. How did you gain what you did and how did you lose what you had? That's what I want to know. And I'm going to learn from that. And once I learn and listen to what you had to say, I'm not going to down you. I'm going to listen to you and learn from you. And if you want employment, if you want to get back in the industry, if you want to get your own company, I'm going to help you get that shit back. That's me. I'm going to help you get your $500,000 company back. And you can help me build my $200,000 company into a $500,000 company. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it do. Trust me, I understand the privilege of it. I understand the guy that's within it. Yeah.
So that's the reason I'm going to give you an opportunity to get back what you had. If that's what you want to do, yeah, God can knock on my door. I got you. I'm not the dude to say I need to be your boss. No, you don't need to work for me. Because a lot of people don't accept that title of being a fucking worker. They're a boss. They made mistakes. They're still a boss. I'm going to help you get back where you can be at. Bro, you a bomb today. And you need me. You be my boss. Like my $500,000 company, you just turned it into a $700,000 company. Now you back a millionaire. Am I knocking your money? Because I know that if I did something for you, you're going to look out for me and say, this was the dude that brought me from the 0 to 750 now. I'm doing 750, he doing 5. I'm finna put him on for a meal. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate what you did for me, and I know that you appreciate what I did for you.
Yeah, that's real.
But what's in my mind, that shit go left field. Like, as soon as you said it go left field. Nobody want to hear that. Everybody's looking at where I'm at, where you at.
Hey, wait, that's the best part. Now, I love that. But the worst part, hey, stay away from that. Run from the worst part of the brain. But when you bring out the best part of the brain, you experience that in real life, yeah, you got to protect that. You got to cultivate that. Put a hedge around that. In words, just guard the spirit.
I'm listening to you, bro.
making it work for you. A lot of times we don't negotiate well enough for salary or for benefits or things like that too. You know what? Some people are workers though.
They are.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's three very important people. You got your workers, your managers, and your visionaries. In the exchange, I mean, I agree with what the brother said about making sure you get the value of what you want out of it. Because sometimes people will work jobs for free or for a lower side, just so they either can scale up and or get educational resources or experience. Like for instance, when people was talking about all the people that got laid off from the government shutdown, I'm like, one, they got department pensions, they got money, went to leave, and also their skill set, they've been there for any tenure, they're like gold to people like me that are in the private sector. So if you're in the private sector with government, back experience for 10, 20, 15 years, and you have relationships and other resources, you probably get more out of the private sector than you would out of the government. The government just happens to be more air quote stable. But the way that you frame things and look at it is really what's critical. Because some people be like, man, I want to own the company, but you don't have the skills. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I want to manage this, but you don't have the experience. Oh, I want to be a worker, but you are a visionary. You're not disciplined to be a worker. All right? So everybody has their boxes. And I think that the mistake most people make, though, is trying to check somebody else's box as if it's their own. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody looking at your answers on your table like, man, I don't like the fact that, Cypher, you can feed this and you can do that. Or better yet, my brother, Glocky. What's up, Glock? You know what I'm saying? Live betting community. What's up, family? How you doing, man? Good to hear your voice, big dog.
Man, cool. I'm glad everything going good with you.
Oh man, yeah, absolutely. And I ain't gonna reach out to you about my dudes before I head up out of here too. Appreciate that too, by the way.
Hey, I'm gonna call you tomorrow. I got a couple questions about a business offer that came across the table. I want to know what you think about it, or if you know anybody in that world, so I can, check it. Second opinion, third opinion, all of it.
Oh man, it's Derek. Say less, man. I gotta shoot you my new number though too, just so you have the new direct hit. The other number's still on, but I don't really use it. So the real quick thing about what you said earlier, like how you feed the community. We had a similar conversation when the room was in a different energy earlier, where I asked a question to a brother that had an idea. He couldn't answer, or he just didn't. And so because he skated around the question, I gave him my experience. And my experience was feeding the community with free food, but the caveat was to give them money, not money, but things at the time for them to, learn about financial literacy and stuff. I think we've talked about this before, what I did back in 2019. And I said, hey, from my experience, it worked like this and that. This is, it's not all you got. It became an argument about how dare you think that we black people are so down, like bad, we can't learn for ourselves. They don't need no incentive to learn something that's going to save their life. Your value system about that information is different from them because they don't give a fuck because they're looking about surviving today. They're not looking at they don't value what you have. But if you were to do it in a way that you create an attention trap for them, you manipulate this, that, and third, you get manipulated all the time. There's incentives every time you go to work. There's an incentive to bring your ass to work so you don't lose your job. Or if you overperform, there might be bonuses, right? There are other things that people do as an incentive, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But the victim mindset sets in, and because we're coming from a survivalist mode and a victim mindset and a lack mindset, now it's like, this motherfucker think you must be getting something out of this. This must be a scam. Okay, I'm giving away free food for your attention to something that's life-saving. As a benefit to me, the only benefit I get out of it is I got 1,000 followers to get more information to them. I don't make money off of it. Matter of fact, take money out of my pocket to make that happen. And usually too, as a bonus, our after party, our little mixer, is usually at one of my I did something good and it's in my heart to do philanthropy, right? That's part of what I do. Music, finance, philanthropy. Those are my three passions. So because I'm telling them about something that successfully worked out for me in the past as a way for him to think like, hey, maybe I could do something similar. If it applies, I could probably bring more people into getting this information that they don't care about, right? Instead of doing that, it became combative. And it divulged into some goofy shit, right? And you know me, nigga mode after a while set in, and I became a nigga my damn self, right? Now, here's the bad part about this. This is the point that I highlighted earlier. It is literally ego and pride. If somebody perceives that you are better than them, whether you project that or not, whether you say that or not, whether you like it, know it or not, they will never be receptive to hearing anything you gotta say unless they can shit it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Hey, and look, I've been practicing not to be impulsive and reactive anymore. You know how I could get if I'm upset or if I feel some type of way like it's a disrespect and that. But I've learned I'm learning to just scale it back here, and I've been more patient, less reactive, less impulsive, mindful of my words. Like, it was taking so much energy out of me, man. I had to look back on it, and I was like, man, I done lost 3 to 4 months of like real progress dealing with bullshit, and it brought me back to you just as much as a fool for arguing with a fool. And then when you think about it, when you can do right by people and they'll still find a problem with you. You could try your best to say the right things and still end up saying something wrong. At the end of the day, none of that shit matter, folks. None of the judgment, the validation, the approval, the perspectives. Like you hear, it's cool, everybody got an opinion, perspective, interpretation, viewpoint, all that shit, but when it comes down to what you're trying to do, stay true to you and just, man, bro, walk that shit out, cuz. Let that shit go, fuck it. If they feel like you think you better than them and you ain't said that shit, when you notice it, and you know the extra type of shit that's gonna come behind it, man, you already know that's what comes with it, man, just deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Some shit just look the game.
Let me say this though, and let me first of all say this ain't an excuse. So don't take this as an excuse, but the reason why that happens a lot in our community is because a lot of us feel disrespected every day. And so when they feel like this is finally my opportunity to fight back, I think we go overboard. We fight back over shit that doesn't even fucking matter. Especially when it's our own. That's the part that makes it sad. It's like, nigga, it's a parking space. Like, let this shit go. Like, maybe you're wrong. Maybe he was there before you. Either way,
think about
somebody will let that shit go.
But think about it. Why would you fight? Why would you fight to fight fair?
No, I agree with you. I think that's how. Once it starts, that's what happens.
I don't think there's an overboard unless you consciously feel like you went overboard.
Right. And I was like, once it's on, I'm that way too. If I really feel like you're disrespecting me and it's on, I ain't stopping. Yeah.
If you fighting and you at war, it shouldn't even. It's already overboard to get it to that.
And that's why just like you said, I gotta be more cautious about when I do react, because like shit on the freeway does piss me off, but I can't let that be the shit that gets me locked up and away from my kids. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you try to harm somebody in my family, that's different. Then it's on, I'm going underneath my seat. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm, using what I gotta use to do whatever I gotta do. That's different. I just gotta make sure, and I'm saying that like I have the problem, and I really don't. It's some of my family that I'm trying to teach this to. But like, nigga, we gotta make the better decisions because you can't be risking it over that shit. Risk it over something that's really worth it. That's well said. Straight to the point. I like that. I like what both y'all said. That's real, bro. But you know what though? That's why I know your audience. And I really respect and appreciate what you said too, because that's something I deal with too, struggle with my nigga side. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a passionate brother, you know what I mean? And I love what I do. I love my people. But at the same time, I have a low barometer for bullshit. And Eric even said it earlier. She said, "Look, this nigga tricked me out your bags. Lazy the B word, right?" I caught myself actually. I was mid-sentence, mid-verbiage of it. I was like, "Look," and then boom, right? But that's a good tactic though too, because we do have to be mindful. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing: how I am in real life and I am on this app is very similar. There's no real difference, but I'm a lot more controlled in real life because I understand the consequences. Sometimes you put your hands on the nigga, you can't stop. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you might really have a serious issue in front of your hands, and I stand to lose too much. I built myself up down for 20 years at this year, right? And I'd be damned if I, messed up this shit just because I don't like the way another nigga talk, right? My big brick by brick, right? As I built
I
this
seen
shit.
that clip the other day. I was laughing.
Yeah. That's real shit though, man. But that's the thing though, is that, because at the same time, notice even biblically, Moses didn't do all the talking. Aaron did. Because Moses had a low barometer, right? There's niggas like, I think was it Peter that cut off the Roman dude's ear for messing with Jesus. Sometimes we gotta pick and choose our battles, and I have an issue sometimes too, to where, I be passionate about what I say. When I come across bullshit, I be like, nah, I can't, after that barometer, after that line has been crossed, then I just tap all the way out. Yeah, I lean all the way into it, you know what I'm saying? No remorse.
Look, I've been saying it, like, even if I say it in front of people, you know what, scale it back. I'm peaceful. Like, even if I feel my energy turned up just a little bit, I just check myself, because I'm like, I'm not jumping off the cliff, folks. Like, I've really been practicing that for some weeks now. I'm not jumping off the cliff. I even went on a fast. Hey, like, I'll tell you this when I holler at you. But yeah, I just went on a fast too, in regards to that, dealing with it. Trying different exercises, reading, calming my mind, meditating, all that type of stuff. But yeah, trying not to be reactive and impulsive.
It's something we gotta break through sometimes, like, you know what I'm saying? And one thing about it too, is everybody talk about those who believe, man, I'm gonna tell you this. The people that God chose and that favored the most had the most problems, most character flaws. They had the most stuff to work on and work with, and he used them like never before. You feel me? So I do find validity in my scars. You know what I mean? Healed and unhealed. But at the same time, there is you have to be aware, self-aware, and I can appreciate that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's growth too. You know what I'm saying? We ain't always got this life figured out, and especially when you are passionate about something. You know what I'm saying? So, but then what the funny thing about being passionate, there's some niggas that are literally passionate about being done. Willfully done. You just gotta pick and choose.
Yeah, it's true. Hey, you still down there in South America?
I'm actually stateside right now at the moment. Supposed to be in LA next week. I'm in Ohio right now. I haven't finished here, but then I'll be back in South America real soon. Closing on some situation. Man, we gotta definitely catch up though, big dog. There's been a lot of movement, man.
Let me know when you get back to where you be at over there, and I'll tell you, I'm popping on the flight instantly.
Man, please do. Hey, look, you ask the niggas on this app, bro.
Right now, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You ask motherfuckers on the app, bro. They've been out there. They know. Here's my thing. Even if I ain't there, I get phone calls, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's even slicker. You know what I'm saying? But I'm definitely
on the plane going places.
Bro, come on down, big dog. You already know you got a room for real. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Yeah, I can't wait to get back out this motherfucking cold, man. This cold shit up here up north is not where it's at for me. I left that motherfucker, it was 89 degrees, early morning, 89 degrees. I flew back to Ohio, that motherfucker was 13 below.
Man, I told y'all need to go on get y'all money. Come on back down south, man. We need y'all down south, man. I don't know why y'all want to stay in the Midwest, Northeast, out west. Like, come back down to the south so we can take over, man.
Oh, man,
I'm the governor of Louisiana. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a safe haven and a place of rebuilding like you've never seen before when it comes to the black.
Yeah.
And y'all gonna have to show up, cause the Klan gonna try to get me out of there in 90 days, I promise you.
Oh man, listen, they be eating and drinking some death. That's what I know.
I'm signing.
Like, you need a water bottle, sir? Yeah, I'm gonna be handing out water bottles to the Klan.
Going crazy. I'm signing everything into action.
You dig? Real shit. That's real shit, bro. Nah, man, I can't wait, man. I love it down there, and actually, I'm gonna be in Houston at some point. Cause I'm looking at getting a house down there or the Airbnb shit I'm doing. But I can't lie, man. I love Colombia, bro. I actually feel more connected to South America and the Caribbean than I do to Africa, for real.
Man, I feel more connected. Hey, the chicken was, you know what I'm saying? I ain't tasted chicken that good, and I don't know how long it tasted totally different than
the motherfuckers fed right, yeah.
Hey, well, I seen a crocodile going across the water, like right outside of the resort that we were staying at. Yeah, I'd never just be around there kicking it nowhere, man. I don't want to be by nobody crocodile, fam. I was sitting there watching it just go across the water like, yeah, this gonna end up in somebody's backyard shortly. That's a crazy life to live.
Yeah, I love it, man. I don't know about the crocs, but I'll eat one of them motherfuckers. I go play with them. Them shit's not what. But hey, too, there's a lot of action in Brazil and Argentina. I'm gonna be all through Latin America this time. I'm not gonna just stay in Colombia. I might even slide over to Venezuela for real, because it's low key popping now. It's really kind of a good time. Yeah, hell is safe. Oh yeah, so they ain't full compliance with the Trump administration right now, and so basically what he did was he put them on. Said, look, I put you on. We'll put some money over there. We'll invest into your infrastructure, get you back out to pumping, 1 million, 4, 5, 10 million barrels of oil a day. Let's get this going. And they've been complying, and they've been eating. They made over $500 million off of one of the transactions. You know what I'm saying? He's like, look, because we're going to be sending private industries in there, and they're going to have their own forces. Don't give us a reason to come back and blow y'all shit to smithereens. You know what I'm saying? So just keep your generals cool, and everybody stays in place. The ones that we want, tell us where they are. We get them up out of there, take them over here out of your jurisdiction, and you don't have to worry about, that other shit. Now, Mexico is the only thing you would probably really have to worry about. Mexico and certain parts of Brazil. And I'd say the border of Colombia has some issues, but it's not really targeted towards no tourists or nothing like that. But I stay far away from the fucking Middle East right now. But I was supposed to go to Turkey to get some work done.
Speaking of Turkey, you ever been to Portugal or Poland?
I'm actually on my way to Portugal. Portugal. Probably by the end of the year.
People moving out there to Portugal.
It is. Poland, Portugal, Spain, but they've always been there though, big dog. Like niggas have always been in the Iberian Peninsula about 1,000 plus years before the fucking Moors came. That's a different conversation for a different day, but we basically they got whole villages over there called Negro Village.
Okay.
Yeah, like them, and they date back to like the 10th century type shit. Like damn, so that's a beautiful thing. Portugal is definitely on my list. Germany too, but Portugal and Spain is on my list for sure. I gotta get out there. That's the only part of Europe that I would like to check out is Portugal, Spain, and Germany. That's it, and maybe Italy. That's about Greece too. I'll go Greece in there. But outside of those,
music festival going on in the UK in June. I was thinking about that. The flight tickets looking like a band, you know, 1,000 somewhere between them. And it's like a 4-day resort style concert, and there's gonna be like a bunch of R&B and soul artists out there and shit. I was thinking about going to that. It's at the beginning of June, so probably.
Where's it at?
In the UK.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
I'll send them over to you. Hold up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was thinking about going there. I don't know though.
I'll be interested in checking something like that out. But just the UK, I mean, to me, man, Europe is not like, the history of that place is not really flattering to me. You know what I'm saying? Even certain parts of Africa, like when I go to Africa, it'll be like, I got some people in Zimbabwe, definitely South Africa, but like I'm not really interested in Nigeria. Ghana's cool, Rwanda's cool, but like going to some place like let's say Libya or Lebanon, not Lebanon, but what's the name? Liberia or some shit like that. I'm not Senegal. I'm not that, pressed to go there. Not to say I would never go. It's just not on my top list. You know what I'm saying? Like even my homies, they going to Thailand. They go to Thailand next week. And they'll be between the Philippines and Thailand. But I don't have a idea to want to go to, let's say, Cambodia or Indonesia. I'll check out Vietnam. I'll check out Philippines. I'll check out definitely Thailand. But there's certain parts I wouldn't be that interested. Not Phuket, but Bali. Bali got the fucking real estate, my guy. Like Bali, this just did, yeah.
Somebody was in the room yesterday over there on our side, and they were going through a list of the best places voted for black people to move to outside of America, and I think the top 2 was Portugal and Ghana.
Ghana got her citizenship, and Ghana slowed down their citizenship visas for Black Americans, and I've heard some conflicting things about Ghana. Some things are good, some things are bad. So I'm like, and then because they slowed down the visa situation, I
moved to another country. Our visa.
Yeah.
It's home for me.
Yeah.
Possibly the Americas, but for sure the United States is.
Oh, you gonna love Colombia, nigga. You get down to you don't want to come back. Real shit. You might come back and try back to back.
Hey, if they mosquitoes worse than Louisiana, I'm leaving.
Oh no, they mosquitoes. I mean, they do got mosquitoes, but that shit ain't like that unless you in the Amazon or something. Man, I don't have those type of problems. But then I be in a high rise too.
Be hurting out there?
Nah, I've been in the wilderness like that, but I've been in the barrios. I've been through the barrios.
That's a whole different ballgame, yeah.
Well, it's just, honestly, bro, like, it's just infrastructurally more poor in certain areas. But honestly, fam, like, if you mind your business and ain't worried about nobody, ain't nobody really, it ain't like a trip like that. I honestly feel safer out there than I do in America, bro. Like, I really do. Even around the niggas. The niggas, I mean, they ain't really tripping unless you tripping, right? Yeah, it's the same way in the hood. Like, you know how to carry yourself in the hood. You super good out there. Because, I mean, it's the same principles. Not to say that shit can't.
Regardless of
Exactly where, no matter where you at, it's how you carry yourself. And I just never had, all of my 4 years of being out there now, never had a bad issue. I never had nobody rob no shit. Not motherfucker ain't even ever attempted to rob a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, and just the way I move is just different, but I've got nothing but love, you know what I'm saying, out there, bro. Like, I mean, every country got its ups and downs. Every place, got its thing, but it's just an energy out there. That with Cartagena, bro, being on that water, bro, it's just something about it, man, that peace, man, it's paradise, bro. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better place, man. You ain't nothing but right across the Gulf, so shit. That's a quick flight there. I think they doing direct flights.
told the team, one of the scariest moments of my life was when I was in St. Croix. My mom used to stay out there on the island for like, 10, 11 years, right? I used to go visit her. And one day, I'm from the backwoods areas. I'm forest, countryside, Louisiana. I'm thinking it's just like going in the backyard, sitting out there looking up at the stars and stuff. So I said, I'm gonna go out here and kick it on the beach. Fam, like, cool. Boom, I go out there. Man, I had never seen pitch black darkness until I went out there on that beach, man. I was like, this shit ain't as soothing as I thought it was. It's really kind of scary out here in this powerful ocean. Hitting this morning shoreline.
Man, I love going to the beach at night, man. That's a vibe.
Man, I couldn't see nothing, folks. It was pitch black, right?
Yeah, so I'm from Florida though, so that beach life is what it is. We was talking about alligators and crocodiles. I'm like, man, you leave them niggas alone, they gonna fuck with you.
Oh no, I wanna go gator hunting and shit.
Oh yeah.
Gator traps.
Yeah, throw that shit on the grill.
Yes, sir. Hey, look,
You talking about alligator
before? Hell yeah. Gator,
Shut up.
crawfish, deer meat. Yeah.
Shut up. If they made some gator shoes up?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Oh, yeah, some Stacy's.
Yeah, I might get a little bit older than me. We ain't buying no Stacy's no more.
No.
Stacy Adams?
We stay on put like Stacy, yeah.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Now, y'all probably older than me. I ain't number 37. I know about Stacey Adams. I had a few pair growing up, but that ain't like the dress shoe selection of
You better get on your mind.
What's the new wave, though? What's the new wave?
what I'm looking at. Jared Lane. Yeah, I fuck with Jared Lane. What these is right here? Hold up. I got some co-hunters too. I don't know how to pronounce this. I spell it Bugatchi. I got a few pairs of them. Those were like gifts and stuff. Yeah, I got some stuff in here, man.
Some red bottles. The red bottles is classic too. I mean,
I never had no red bottles.
Oh, okay.
I never had no red bottle. Y'all too rich for me with the red bottle.
Oh shit! Now, man, I'm not saying that. I mean, they got some red bottles that are not Louboutins, but that male Louboutins. You know what I'm saying? But they got the other shit. I mean, there's some other stuff with those. I like the custom joints though too. My homeboy has a little clothing line too. Called
I'll be on launch with the filter on 350 or less.
Oh yeah, I don't think a man should have to spend more than $1,000 on a pair of shoes. I think anything over 5 is a little bit much for shoes, depending on the brand, you know what I mean, things like that. I think a little bit over 3 or 5 is a bit much, but $1,000 suit is worth it. You can find stuff for under that, but $1,000 suit is pretty cool, anywhere between 500 to 1,000, even depending on the fit, the snug, you know what I mean, the whole thing. I got a nice ass.
I was about to say, when it comes to shoes, I don't care if they dress shoes or tennis shoes. I'm not going over 350.
No, yeah, I wouldn't advise. Yeah, I wouldn't advise. They supposed to get fucked up though too when you walk out with them. You know what I'm saying? Like
The Marines got suits too, and they got boots too, and I think they're gonna touch the ground in Iran.
yeah, man, I got a salmon fucking suit, a salmon suit.
Anything that happened in
That shit slip.
They deployed Marines first, and then they just sent waves and waves of your children and your family, and they didn't win the war. So guess what's happening? A repeat.
What kind of shoes you got in your closet, bro?
But I'm not really a shoe freak, man. I'm in the South.
Is that Prince from New Orleans? Yeah, that's Prince from New Orleans.
Yeah, what's the plan?
I want to do. I ain't got no it in MX. I'm not spending no more than $350 though. I don't care how much
But see,
I want.
some of y'all have more money than I ever seen. You know what I'm saying? So, but.
Oh man, it's budgeted. All you gotta do is, as soon as you start budgeting, you find money you ain't know you had.
I ain't going nowhere with the Jews. Like, I'm not going nowhere with it. Like, I'm in the South, man. They don't have, like what events we got down here? I would have to fly somewhere to wear a suit. I'm not doing all that. The shoes, the suit, and all that. I had white partners that had Italian suits and all this type of shit. They taught me how to do schemes and get insurance money off all that type of shit. You know what I mean? But I never really messed with it. But I've seen what they do.
Nah, I ain't never heard nobody doing insurance fraud on suits. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, make money. I didn't check the suits. Nothing really was wrong with the suits. I've seen all kinds of things. White folks, they do the best things.
That's what I don't do. I don't do nothing just for the money. Nothing at all. Like,
yeah, we need the books. The Jews, they say 72% of the people that's on yams, on the food stamps, is the Jewish people. Ain't that some shit? And we sending them money, we sending them tax dollars, but they on food stamp, and then they came up with a way to get, I'm sure y'all probably, some people in here for sure probably heard of that, but they came up with a way, and they've been doing it, and nobody's putting them in jail or getting them off the shit or whatever. They making like 10, 15 children, and they support through all this shit that's going on, inflation, and they've been doing it. But what they do is they don't get married by another, right? They get married in their culture, and the woman gets housing vouchers and Section 8, and they make Section 8 pay for the mortgage that the man gets. He gets the loan. You see what I'm saying? And then the woman moves in with him, and she pays the mortgage with her Section 8. Ain't that cool? So they buy a house, they get the FHA or whatever kind of loan they get through the man. Black people ain't talking that. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. We fight, the baby daddy, baby mama, single mother thing. But them people, they don't work. They don't have jobs. They just talk to each other all day long in their hats and curls. That's cool. I don't want to keep interrupting y'all. I know y'all was having a convo, and when I first said that they was, like how we gonna fight in Iran, like soldiers, and people was like, I don't believe they putting boots on the ground, all this type of stuff. Well, they putting boots on the ground, and when I said that, Trump had said that he wasn't, that wasn't something that he wasn't thinking about. Basically, he didn't take that off the table. Boots on the ground. So I was just mentioning what I'm seeing, the direction I'm seeing things going in. So